of the arm around your chest. What's left inside? Lying, licking your blade. Do you really bleed if it washes away? Take a ride.
But I think we do have one more thing that we're going to touch on just briefly, and that is lane swaps and whether we think that they're okay. I know this feels like a little bit of a jump as far as the subject is concerned, but it is still something that's coming up over and over again. Do we think that, like, on top of the fact that we have Fearless promoting some, like, weird matchups and stuff like that, is the fact that lane swaps still exist, is that sort of detracting from that? Because I would say that it kind of is, with the fact that we're looking at, like, we almost got a Camille Fiora today, and even if we did get it, it would have been a lane swap, and so we wouldn't have had it.
I feel like one of my issues as a caster with lane swaps is that it makes telling a story of what's happening in the game to a more casual fan so much more complicated, because you have to, like, when you see, let's say, I don't know, Cassante goes mid to, like, leech some XP because he's like, well, in this matchup, I'm definitely not going to get any. Explaining that to people, like, most people watching are probably like, why is he mid? Like, I don't get it, and isn't he stealing farm? And or like, oh, should I, like, go mid? Like, is that, like, what's supposed to happen?
Yeah.
I'm not saying, like, everybody thinks that way, but I think a lot of people don't fully understand what's happening or why the lane swaps go. As a caster, you don't want to explain every game either, like, well, this is a bad 2v2 or this is a bad top lane matchup, and so we're going to swap here for a little bit and go back. And you can't tell people, like, by the way, this is the timing where you go back and stuff like that, and try to educate or explain.
Yeah,
because
it's like, are we going to dodge level 2 here? Because, like, that would be too hard in the lane. We'll swap back at, like, this timing. And yeah. We all have seen it so much. Like, it was even quite tricky for me, like, back in 2021, where it happened, like, once or twice, and it's kind of occasionally I'm, like, being like, all right, what does all this mean? But we've seen it so much now that it makes a ton of sense for us. But I feel like people who've been watching all the lane swaps that happened last year and this year as well, a lot of casual fans probably still don't fully get it, and it makes them annoyed. Like, why is this happening? I wanted to watch this top lane matchup, or I wanted to watch this 2v2. I was looking forward to this 80 carry playing against this 80 carry that I like, but they're not actually fighting each other in a 2v2 in the lane. And it creates kind of this disconnect between the casual fan at home who wants to play League of Legends and watch the game and be like, I want to do that because I saw my favorite player do that. I'm going to go home and do that. It's tough to pull off because if you try to lane swap like that in solo queue, you're going to get flamed and probably reported, and, you know, it's a whole disaster. So I feel like the game, the way that the game is balanced right now, people have kind of figured out optimally that like, it's better to just not take a bad matchup and take a huge hit. So it's hard to solve it. Like, solving it is so complex, but I do think that there needs to be, like, something that happens at some point, because otherwise I think this is kind of here to stay. I've got a theory of how to fix it, by the way.
Okay, I want to hear it. Yeah.
So my new theory about how to fix lane swaps is to so you start off in the fountain, right? Everyone's locked in the fountain.
It's going to be the wall.
Kind of like in Valorant, you know, there's the invisible wall thing, and you're all doing your purchasing and stuff like that. That happens.
Okay.
And then as it hits like a minute or however long you have to buy items, it instantly teleports you and a minion wave to your turret of your designated lane.
You know,
Are you trying to kill
Are we
Singed?
killing 5 points?
What about proxying Atlas?
Where I'm literally killing early wards. I'm
game.
killing level 1 invades. I'm killing everything that's at the beginning of the game before minion waves crash, and we just start the game at minion waves crash, and there are 2 people on either side of the lane.
No spamming hold position, like, and looking at each other and being respectful and not attacking
jungler
each
just
other?
gets dropped somewhere.
So
That's what'll happen.
Turning it into Battle Royale.
Yeah.
We're dropping on wolf.
Yeah. But whereas, like, the jungler is different. Yeah, that's actually, they have to jump out of the plane, and they're like, I'm going school. You know, like, that'll happen.
Well, definitely
Toby, I'm starting wolves. I'm starting wolves, Toby.
Yeah. And they go into, like, first-person mode for the very beginning, and then they drop, and then that's like,
I'm starting enemy Gromp.
Actually, Atlas, the technology over there, it's the Earth Cannon.
Yeah, they just do Earth Cannon. Yeah. That's surely that's how we make it work.
I think to go further on Wolf's point.
Mine's not real.
You don't want to go on his point anymore, and how they're
No,
just
we-
going to troll in the lobby when they pick champs.
No, I think on Wolf's point, a
Guess we're
larger
Book drop in
issue,
school. Sorry.
even the most diehard LCK fan will acknowledge this, is that in the long run, what matters for League Esports is that it's fun to watch. And there are a million factors to that, but the reality is that lane swaps just aren't fun to watch for many reasons. Part of that is that the strategy, who is ahead, when it's good, when it's not, is a lot more obtuse and requires way more explaining. Whereas if you just have a 1v1, it's very...
And you get that demonstrated to you, right? Like, if it's a Jax versus Camille, for example, like, you get to watch the counter-strike and the hook shot interact.
You get to watch the little interactions. You can also see there are levels up, the plates are up, the CS is different, right? Like, and they're, of course, they're still contextualizing because it depends on matchup, it depends on state of the game. But to me, if you add the layers of lane swaps on top of that, it makes it way harder to watch. And whatever in the long run is bad viewing is bad for League. That's just how it goes. The esport is such an integral part of what makes it as big as it is, right? It's the biggest esport in the world for a reason. So I think from that perspective, it is quite bad, and they need to get rid of it. I think the issue is that I do think in an ideal world, in hindsight, during the double, if the opponent go double Hail of Blades, double Archer, which it's so funny that no one ever tried this during 2023 spring, because it would have really immediately killed that strategy. But in that scenario, I think that it should be a viable strategy. But in what Wolf is saying, I agree with, where you like have a slightly awkward first 3 levels, just swap. That shouldn't be a thing.
Yeah, using it as a crutch is something that you don't want. You want to use it as a, you've all-inned on kill lane
on the
bot.
first 5 levels. Yeah.
You see that Lee Sin Pantheon and you're like, nah, screw it. We'll just leave.
I think that, like, I think Riot is kind of trapped. They're kind of in a bind here to a certain extent.
It's a hard fix.
Because
the only option is teleport straight to lane.
The cool thing about League of Legends, a lot of other MOBAs do this thing where they're like, let's just say, take Leona, for example. Like, that's a support. And if you're a support player, when you lock into the game, you can only choose from a certain pool of supports. And if you're going to play Leona, it can never be played in any other role. It has to be played support. Maybe it's a bad example. Let's say Hui, okay? Hui has been designated as a mid laner. He can only be played in the mid lane. If you lock this champion in, you're going straight to mid lane. If you're the mid player in draft, you can't lock any non-mid champions, like this type of thing. A lot of MOBAs do that because they want to keep the balance streamlined to specific matchups and lanes and stuff like that. League of Legends has never been that game. You can play anything, anywhere. Anything can be viable. Lane swaps are viable. Like Riot, when lane swaps were niche, Riot's like, cool, yeah, nice, that's a strategy. We don't want to take that away from the players. We want them to be able to solve the game and figure things out. And we designed this
Stone Poppy bot lane. Hell
yeah. It's like we designed this champion to be played as a blank champion, but players have found success doing something else with it. That's cool. And I think Riot's design philosophy has always allowed for that and always enjoyed that. I think that's part of why jungle pets were introduced to the game. It's like, oh, this pick isn't that good in the jungle, but like I like to play it, and I autofilled jungle, and I could play this in the jungle now because it kind of works. And I'm going to be really mad because my jungler's playing Teemo for some reason. But like,
Teemo was broken in the jungle.
Monster modifiers are the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Where you just and they're also kind of obtuse, and I think that's the real issue. They need to do pro-only changes, which they hate.
They can't, but you can't.
Yeah.
You can't.
No.
Yeah, and I don't think they can do that because the whole joy of like watching Pro League of Legends is that you know that they're playing the same game.
But
Yes.
that's what I'm saying, is that when there is inevitably, because I think Riot wants to get rid of it, while also not breaking that wall, I don't know if they can. With how, like, lane swaps have been around for
Why don't you just convince all of
the
the teams to not do it anymore? Like, please, like, send them an email. Say like, hey guys, we just kind of
union.
Yeah, we just don't really like it when you swap lanes. It would be like kind of good if you would stop doing that, and we just have 1v1s and 2v2s. That'd be cool. Thanks.
So, for those that don't know, and the guys know because I talk about it way too much. Actually, I showed Chronicler some videos of my golf swing in golf.
We're talking about lane swaps right now.
In
by the way.
golf.
He's doing a club swap.
It's a ramp up, guys. Come on, let him speak.
Let him cook. Let him cook.
You have multiple different starting points. Even though it's the same course that you play, same holes that you 18 holes, the starting point is different. And most of the time it's just distance, but sometimes it's like, hey, there's water here. And in the pro, they call it the blacks, the pro tees, you have to hit over the water. But in the red tees, which are used by juniors, seniors, like juniors and
Beginners
seniors,
and stuff,
it'll be
yeah.
like on the side. And it's the same game. and it allows everyone to still play, and you still have those moments. You still have, tower diving. You still have backdoors. You still have all that.
In
but it
golf?
changes it a little differently.
Holy crap, golf's completely changed.
I almost had it. I almost had it.
I was like,
I just didn't know that you could
how do I
backdoor
troll
and
him?
go.
How do I get him? I don't know what to do. Max got my back.
Please, Tegan, I want to hear the end of your analogy.
And the end is that you can have the separate rule set. I think you can have the separate rule set and still make it seem and similar to it. But just about lane swaps.
Just
in
imagining
general.
like someone tackling someone on a golf course or something like that.
I was so close.
No, continue, Deacon.
And it's over. It's
No,
over.
but like
It got tower
I think we get your point. Like it's sort of like adding handicaps or something like that.
It's like, you know how Batman has a rule where it's like, I'm never killing anyone, and then you see the stuff he does to some of the henchmen.
those people die.
Well,
definitely.
no, not technically, right? That's the whole
You
thing.
don't see them.
That's the philosophy.
You don't
I
see the
think-
funeral, but like we know.
We know.
Yeah, we know.
I do think that it's going to be one of those fixes that theoretically will be in the game for normal players, but just will never.
Yeah,
have an
what you
actual
need
impact.
is you need the fix that doesn't affect a normal gamer, like that's just playing the game normally, but will stop it from happening.
But
in
it's
pro.
it's really hard. If it was easy, it would have already been.
Yeah, of
Yeah.
course.
Yeah.
They already
Yeah.
tried
Done.
to do the plate change thing, and it didn't really work. Because it wasn't about gold. Because I think Riot kind of thought, oh, it's about gold, but it was really more about the matchups. And
the
sometimes
level-
it was
and the
about
level.
gold.
It also
as well,
was about
but-
like turrets and like opening the map, and I actually felt like it sort of made sense, but it just wasn't quite enough to change it. With the fact that if you take your 2v2 out of the bottom lane, you have to give up a whole bunch of plate gold, and I think that having that trade off makes it more interesting.
Well,
to be honest,
The real issue is that there's also not a lanes, like there's so many variations.
Yeah.
And patching against all of them is actually really hard, because what can you think of a fix that simultaneously fixes the we swap and there's no one in the lane? We swap and we put our tank like Sion or Cassante top and they soak, because that requires different fixes. We have the soak.
is there an
in,
example of that in golf?
the soak in mid lane with the top laner, right? That
Yeah.
example you were giving.
Yeah.
Because all of those are also different in.
What
Yes.
if they added a new...
Guys,
It's the wall.
Hold on.
there's a golf example.
What? Oh, go ahead.
I get a chance to not derail.
So the first time, the first example I used was distance when you start.
Yeah.
The second example that they use in golf to make it easier, it's called a gimme. It's when you are close enough to the hole, you're like, oh, you're good. And then you're like, okay, cool. That's it. You don't have to putt it in and
You're
miss
not-
like
you're
3
not
or 4
a putting
times.
guy?
If you're not a putting guy, you look for gimmies.
Are
if
you a putting
anyone,
guy?
No.
It's the concede circle.
It's the concede circle. That's right.
Yeah.
And so if someone says you're good, don't ever putt again, because then you lost your gimme, because then they could do that. But that would be the difference, right? There are different levers to pull to
What
still
if-
make it the same
What if...
for the different
Not talking about like
3v0s, 3v1s.
I see what you're saying. I personally don't want there to, like, my personal take is I don't want there to be like a kiddie game that's like Bronze League and Gold League or whatever versus like the pros. And like there are some other MOBAs where there's like different rules based on what like league you're in. Like some of them it's just like ranked games until gold or blind pick, and like we don't do draft and stuff like that. And both teams can have the same champion. I feel like that deters because most viewers are not like high level, right? So they feel that disconnect. But what if you added, as a potential solution that changes pro and solo queue, what if you added a starting item that only top laners would buy that like makes it so that your turret, if there's more than 3 players like diving you or something, the turret does double damage or something crazy like that in the first 8 minutes of the game. You just add like some starting item.
Well, that's the issue, right? Because then you
Because
can't
then you
dive.
use it in
You
a
can't
lane
you
swap,
can't
then
roam with mid. Like if jungler and mid get a lead and then try to roam and dive a top laner, they can't.
Yeah, so
But it would have like, I don't know, it would have to be an item that gives you like no other stats as well, so that like you'd probably lose your 1v1 a little bit harder or something. Like, I don't know. I feel like there has
so
to be some
hard,
solution
yeah.
like this when you can make a choice because you expect a lane swap is coming, and you're like, I'm trying to do something to combat this lane swap, so I'm gonna buy this thing, or I'm gonna use this rune, or something like that. Or maybe
You
it's like on
double
a
the gold if you're in a 1v2 for like the support item.
I mean, that just means that there will be more lane swaps, though, and that just
Yeah.
yeah.
The solution is beyond my pay grade, but going
Yeah, I
back
don't
to
know.
the viewership experience of it, I enjoyed when we would step by step while we were learning about lane swaps and still learning about lane swaps, I always enjoy when it's like, okay, at this point, this could happen. Okay, it didn't. At this point, this could happen. Like, when do teams deviate from the perfect play of a lane swap? And then I can start identifying, oh, okay, in these situations, this is how it normally goes. And then start adding to that.
And I agree. I actually think that there is a lot about lane swaps that can be improved on the broadcast end. So, like, being able to set expectations, I think, is actually a huge one, so that players, like viewers, understand what to look out for. And then, like you say, you get exciting stuff when the lane swap doesn't go the way that's expected. Because if we just say, like, oh, it's a lane swap, whatever, then when the swap back happens or when an objective is fought for, people are like, oh, I guess this is a lane swap, and so we're not interested.
Yeah, but you're still trying to. It's like trying to make tax law interesting. You know, like you can give a very captivating.
I mean, if I have a really charismatic accountant, I'm psyched about tax law. Okay.
I shout out to Emily Rand, the one person I know that genuinely loves lane swaps. Like, I've heard really good lane swap breakdowns, and I think as a super big league nerd, they're very interesting. But that's such a high prerequisite.
Yeah.
It's not something you can do easily because while you're explaining, we've all done a pretty good job, I think, of explaining like why a lane swap is happening or we expect to see a lane swap. Sometimes it doesn't happen, and things are different than our expectations. But I think we normally do when we expect a lane swap, explain it and stuff. But explain all the subtleties of it. By the time you're like 2 sentences in, like, I don't know, somebody lost their flash in mid lane, and we have to jump over there, and there's like other stuff we have to talk about. And then it's just like, we lost it. Like it almost needs like a. I don't know. It needs like its own extra segment that has to be there.
For VOD reviews, lane swaps are
it's fun. Like when you have unlimited time to talk, it's great.
Yeah, I'm interested in what our very dedicated folks, poggers that watch all of it and see it all the time think, because it is a lot of onus on y'all to have to do that in such a short amount of time. And it is tough.
So make sure you dive into the comments to let us know what you think about lane swaps, whether if you're a long-term LCK viewer as well as PogState viewer, firstly, thank you. But also, is it something that you now understand because you've watched a lot of the LCK and you can therefore follow along? Or is it something that you would like to be explained every single time? Which I think could be a decent number of people that are okay with like having like, is this lane swap going to be good for this? And like have it sort of illustrated like where the movements should be happening, what we expect to happen each game.
And like there might be some people out there, I'd like to hear from people who are kind of like Team Degon, Team Wolf, like they don't think the Fearless draft makes the best LCK. And there might be some people who are like, actually, I really enjoy lane swaps. Like,
and actually, we need to attach a questionnaire. We'll get the survey.
We have a lot of questions.
But mainly, the Fearless as well as lane swaps.
Because PogState viewers are the biggest brain people in the world.
Well, obviously.
PogState,
yeah.
So like,
and that means that they'll know the solutions and the right ideas to solve all of these problems.
I don't need to hear from
send the email.
Ja Rule. I need to hear from the Light in the comments. Like, let me know. What does he think?
Wait. Wouldn't Ja Rule just like say like that his car is really good and stuff like that? And then he tries to get with two women, and he tried to get with two women at the same time, like in Fast and Furious.
I think Ja Rule does like lane swaps, though.
You're referring to the
Let it rain down a murder.
Right?
Yeah. What does Ja Rule think? Yeah. They don't know it, but it's okay. Like Ja Rule probably would like lane swaps.
I get the reference.
Thanks for watching, everyone.
Yeah, okay, it's officially, I think this is probably where we're going to have to end the episode. Thank you so much, gentlemen. This was an absolute joy, and thank you so much for watching. We will see you in the next 2 weeks or something like that for the next episode of the PogState, and hopefully that's going to be the one just before the first end, which is going to be extraordinarily exciting. Nice. We will see you there, and we'll see you for more playoffs of the LCK Cup coming up in just a couple of days' time. Bye-bye!
from Lal Park here in Seoul, Korea for the final week. It's the LCK Cup. Welcome to the space. Digon alongside Ox and Wadid, also known as Wox, to get you ready for the big matchup, D plus Kia and Hanwha Life Esports. It's been a journey to get here, but we have our final 4 teams, one of them going straight to the finals today.
And I think as well, the expectations of the series are pretty high. You know, D plus yet to be taken down in a series. HLE really fighting their way here, but showing some more of that form that we saw last summer.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we can say HLE is improving, but finally they're getting into the form that when they won LCK, so it's going to be really exciting.
All right, let's take a look at the journey it took to get here as we had our best of 5 playoffs kick off in that round 1 with the single eliminations. Then D plus Kia took care of business against Nongshim, and a thrilling Game 5 banger, Hanwha Life Esports topping Gen G, which leads us to now D plus and Hanwha Life Esports with the double elimination side, and Nongshim and Gen G playing for the tournament lives.
Yeah, very different journeys. You know, D plus, even though they lost a game to Nongshim, all those games were stomps. The game they lost, they kind of got stomped in, whereas HLE had a slugfest 2 5-game series so far, 5-game fearless as well, really testing them to get to this point.
I mean, you really gotta focus on the draft, especially in the fearless draft. And I think DK is one of the team that brings creativity in the LCK Cup. So I think even though they look shaky in some moment, I feel like they are the strongest.
Well, it's been a big talking point throughout the League of Legends world, fearless drafts, and we've got a couple of our fearless heroes for each of these squads still remaining, with Zeus and Keen showing off some flexibility, Showmaker, who's played a ton of things, and the surprise pick here, Fisher, who's also had a huge champion pool and part of the success that Nongshim have seen.
No more boring LCK, guys. We are having some top Anivia and also Smolder, Ambessa, like Seth mid lane, and Zoe mid lane as well. I feel like there are more creativity in the champions. For example, I really want to see Showmaker's pool more, because I feel like he's hiding some poke picks. I think he's still hiding.
I think you just gotta kind of imagine what we would have had without Fearless, where it would have just been like Ambessa, Jace, Cassante, like all those games. It just reminds you like the Lucian, Nami, Zeri,
Yeah.
Lulu. I think we needed Fearless a bit just to shake things up, and I hope that even though we're not necessarily having Fearless for the rest of the year, the teams carry on and show that you can use these other unique picks to great effect in the right situations.
Yeah, and as you can see on your screen, across the world, we've had a couple of unique picks. We did the Warwick showing up over in Europe. A couple of these picks showing up in Europe.
Yeah, that's basically coming from LEC most of the time. I think Warwick, we saw his counterplay against Ambessa, especially with his ultimate, and also Cho'Gath on the top lane does similar job with Sion. And I think after like game 2, I feel like the tank champions on the top lane matters more. And also same goes to the Ivern as well. I think tier 1 junglers are really strong. You really cannot play Ivern into it, but I feel like you can match up with some AD carries on the mid lane with Ivern, and I think it can be really strong. And also we really have to focus on Mel, because in LCK Cup, we only played on mid lane, but I feel like if you play both Mel, it gives more advantage when you think about the side lane. As a mage, you really don't want to go to the side, but if you are a bot laner Mel, you can actually set up on the mid lane and also like having a long range and also kite down as an AD carry, bot lane. So it's going to be a huge advantage if you can use it as a bot lane.
Yeah, the Cho'Gath I do want to mention, because we've seen that build in solo queue, like the speed Cho'Gath build. He just runs you down and gobbles you. So let's just see if that comes out, because it is very obnoxious to play into.
Yeah, all right. Well, we'll see what happens. These two teams definitely have huge champion pools to be able to do so. As we take a look at the recent match history between these two squads, it's 3-2 for Hanwha Life Esports. However, the most recent matchup went the way of D plus Kia 2-1 in that group battle, where they showed some unique champion picks. D plus had some early leads in those games and eked out the win.
Yeah, but we haven't had best of 5 between these two teams in 2024, so dodge that opportunity. Going to have it now. Going to be fearless as well for the extra pressure. Something worth mentioning, I think, is the impact of blue side. We've been seeing that really prioritized in the LCK, and you can see the win rate from these teams reflecting that. But HLE starting to gain some ground in their red side win rate, and I think ultimately you're not going to have a side selection for the entire series. You need to be able to win games on red side and leverage the advantage that can give.
Yeah, I feel like blue side matters more when it's BO3, and it's like if it's like BO1, BO3, I think blue side is more having an advantage of like approaching that you can actually make your own draft. But I feel like in BO5, after game 3, I think Red Side is having more advantage in terms of you counterpick them with some poke picks. You cannot expect them like what to pick exactly. So I feel like a Red Side is going to be more stronger than it's expected.
Yeah, and we're seeing on screen some of the examples of the Red Side drafts we've seen from these teams. I think for me, HLE did a great job of flexing picks in a way where he kind of be unpredictable where they're going to go. And we saw D+, I think it's just the fact we've had like the Pantheon mid lane. It was a potential flex to support, but the fact you have Showmaker has all these picks they can pair up well with Lucid and just offer such flexibility to this team.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at one of the unique facts that we have here for Hanwha Life Esports. Atlas pulled it out last week where he said, this isn't an Atlas fact, it's a real thing. Hanwha Life Esports has won Game 1 in every single best of 5 they've done since the beginning of 2024. That is just a crazy stat, and they didn't even win all these series.
I mean, 100% win rate, it's definitely not able to, like, I'm not sure they're going to continue that stat, but you know, like normally pro players are saying that stats never lie. But do you think they're going to continue?
I mean, they have side selection in this game 1. And the thing is, right, is a lot of those series weren't Fearless, right? But game 1 in Fearless is the same as game 1 without Fearless, right? It functions the same way.
Yeah, definitely. The coin toss deciding who got the side selection here for Hanwha Life Esports. They select the blue side, which has had most of the success here in the LCK Cup because it allows you a little bit more flexibility in what you pick. And we have a couple of supports that have been shown off their champion pool. Beryl has been synonymous with being the mad scientist, and Delight has been so good for knowing when to strike.
Yeah, to be fair, I think HLE played more BO5, so that's why it looks like they're having a more champion pool. But when we think about the Beryl, like he's one of the iconic creativity picks and being kind of crazy on the plays as well. I feel like he's not really behind in the Elite. He's one of the player always brings up the fresh ideas into the Rift. So this matchup is gonna be insane because Delight nowadays, he's cooking.
Yeah, I mean, I think Beryl, you know, we think back to like the 2022 Worlds, things like the Heimer and the Ashe that he was just so proficient on. I feel like we've seen him on the Elise, maybe not the best in terms of KDA, but definitely making the game impact happen. And he's a player who doesn't really have much regard for his own life. He's like, what will win us the game? And he always looks for those plays, even if he has to sacrifice himself, which is a difficult thing to do. I think a lot of players sometimes struggle with that. Just actively saying this will lead to my demise, but it's for the best. I think Beryl often very just wise with how he can find ways to leverage that. Whereas on the other side, Delight, really a player who's always been such a driving force for the team, especially paired up with Peanut. These two have been a duo for a long time. He's great at finding engages. He's great at pairing up with the jungler. And we've seen him as well, you know, often he's playing more melee supports, but his Renata was fantastic most recently too.
I mean, don't forget, Delight got POM last series, so yeah, that's why I said it's gonna be banger today.
Yeah, these guys don't care about your money ball stats. You look at the eye test, if they're creating the chaos that leads to a team fight win, they'll take those fights. And what they do is they set up their superstar world championship winning mid laners with Showmaker, who has been chef cooking through 18 games, but Zeka, who's been known for sometimes a limited champion pool, has shaken that off here in Fearless. The same amount of champions, although more games here for Zeka.
I mean, I think HLE starting up the season, I think that Zeka was the reason why HLE was weaker. I feel like his laning phase was the issue. But after those BO5s, I feel like Zeka being one of the best mid laner in LCK Cup, and he looks steady, rock and steady as like before. So that's why I feel HLE looks stronger than before, right?
I feel like it's just been crazy because before, I'm pretty sure before last series, Showmaker had only played Ahri more than once, and he just had a string of champions with only one game. I just feel like as well, it's not just the fact he's bringing out these range of champions. Often when he brings them out, they are the more impactful picks in the draft and in the game. Like he brought out the Pantheon, he was everywhere that game. He was ulting bot lane, TPing back top lane, like he was making sure that impact was being felt. It's not just like, oh, we need a pick because we're late and Fearless, you need to pick something. It's like he's actively picking things that are working well in the situation and being a big reason they win.
Yeah, and here we didn't point out the AD carries as well, but I feel like the huge difference between Viper and Aiming is that Viper actually prefers to play a lot of AP bot lanes, but Aiming doesn't. So I feel like that difference can actually bring the huge change when you come into the game 4 and game 5 when there is not many AD carries left. So I think that's also the huge point as well.
That's right. And if Ziggs doesn't show up, we do have ourselves a Ziggs connoisseur on the desk. Well, you know, these players will have a lot of say in how this series goes, but we got to talk to the coaches on their thoughts before this matchup.
안녕하세요. 디플러스 기아 감독 뱅기 배성훈입니다. 승자적으로 올라오게 돼서 하나생명이라는 강팀을 만나게 됐는데 오늘 좋은 경기 보이는 게 목표인 것 같습니다. 블루 쪽에서 조금 게임하기 편하다는 생각을 조금 가지고 있어가지고 승을 많이 한 것 같습니다. 사실 뭐 어느 라인이 경계된다기보다는 전체적으로 다 잘한다고 생각하기 때문에 전체적으로 다 그냥 경계된다고 생각하고 있습니다. 오늘 뱀픽은 그냥 잘 준비하고 잘하는 게 핵심이라고 생각하고 있습니다. 오늘 이기게 되면은 결승전에 진출하게 되는데 꼭 이겨서 결승 진출하는 걸 목표로 잡고 하겠습니다. DK 화이팅!
네, 안녕하세요. 하나생명 e스포츠 감독 밴디 최인규입니다. 그룹 대항전 시작은 별로 좋지 않았지만 그래도 플레이인부터 지금까지 좋은 성적으로 승자조까지 올라오게 되어 좀 기쁜 것 같습니다. 아직 결승전을 간 게 아니기 때문에 저희가 지금 잘하고 있다 못하고 있다 판단하기는 좀 이른 것 같고 그냥 오늘 좀 최선을 다해서 좋은 결과 낼 수 있도록 열심히 해보겠습니다. 글쎄요, 일단 선수들이 또 집중력도 좋고 지금 최근 뭐 호흡이나 경기력도 되게 많이 올라온 것 같아서 좋은 모습 보여주고 있는 것 같습니다. 좀 기간도 짧고 지금 계속 저희가 보여주는 것도 많아서 뭐 최대한 변수에 잘 대처하는 게 제일 중요하지 않을까 싶습니다. DK 팀도 충분히 되게 잘하는 강팀이라고 생각을 해서 오늘 방심하지 않는 게 제일 중요하다고 생각하고 있고 앞서 말씀드렸다시피 오늘 최선을 다해서 꼭 결승 갈 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 하나생명 e스포츠 화이팅!
I love how Dandy says, I'm not sure if we know enough to say that we've done well or not. They only did a banger best of 5, all 5 game against T1, and the same thing again against Gen G, so I guess we'll truly find out today. Which then leads us to predictions here, y'all. It's time for us to put our money where our mouths is, and I believe that Hanwha Life Esports will do it today, give D+ their first loss. I do think that D+ will win LCK Cup, but today is Hanwha Life Esports Day, 3-2. Ox?
He's ready.
D1 D+. Look, I think D+ are the strongest team in the LCK Cup right now, and I think as much as HLE have beaten some big teams to get here, they've also shown some weaknesses. They've struggled. I think D+ are just on fire at the moment. Hard to beat in Fearless, hard to beat in Draft, hard to deal with Showmaker. I think it's not just that they'll win, I think they'll comfortably win.
All right, what did? Another 3-0, right?
Yeah, today is the first time I actually
Wow.
predicted 3-2 to DK. I mean, I think HLE improved a lot throughout a lot of BO5s, and also this feel is I don't want to see 3 games, I want to see 5 games.
What has been your prediction rate of the team that's won? Like, I'll even give you that.
Well, actually, I'm cursing a lot of teams, by the way. Like yesterday, I mean, a few days ago, I predicted LEC teams like, oh, Fnatic is gonna win, and G2 got win, and also like a lot of LCK Cups.
Am I cooked? Has he cursed my prediction? Am I cooked now?
Maybe we'll see.
Oh, man.
I think it's time to stop, man. My curse has been gone right now.
I usually curses aren't like you don't get to pick that.
DK is gonna win first stand as well. They are strongest team in the world right now. Let's go, DK!
There's no stopping
go.
if it's time to start the matches. D+ Kia against Hanwha Life Esports for a spot in the grand finals. Let's get to it.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the caster desk for the LCK Cup playoffs. It is time to get into another best of 5. This one between DK and Humble Life Esports. And before we get there, we do have a bone to pick with Woodid. Because first...
You mean evil Woodid?
Yeah. First, he steals an outfit from Kate Beckinsale's trailer on the set of Underworld, one of the films. And then he goes ahead and does the only impossible prediction to try and curse out DK. It's just not very fair. Because if it goes to 5 games, there is 0% chance DK wins. That's just how it goes. It's like, it's HLE. They're on the road.
Yeah, you know how you beat them? Like BLG did, 3-1.
You rip the Band-Aid off in 3 games. Yeah.
Maybe 4, if you feel
So if
lucky.
there's ever a time for him to do his 3-0 prediction, it's today! Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad that we got that one out of the way. Let's jump into points of the match here. Direct ticket to the finals for either of these teams. And of course, DK have looked like the best team so far at the LCK Cup, but HLE, they are ramping up. They are that slow-moving tank. I like to remember them as, you know, Avatar, you know, that gigantic thing that's plowing through all the trees. It's really difficult to stop. It's that thing. And DK might just be, you know, the natives with sticks trying to stop it. And it just doesn't really work.
Yeah,
the analogy's getting too much. Maybe it's getting too much.
Well, no, I think we can make it work. I feel like DK are so far, though, clearly the good guys. You know, they're the ones that are trying to make Fearless work the most.
Exactly.
They're okay. Yeah, narratively, it actually shapes up. They got Beryl, who we all know is a lovable rascal, doing weird stuff, picking weird champions, and this format is basically made for him. But I gotta agree with you. I think Humble Life have looked incredible. And a lot today is going to come, or we're going to learn a lot depending on what happens in this matchup. Because this, I think, is the biggest gap that we have. Even with how good Shio has been playing, he is only 17. He's in the position that Zeus was many years ago in 2021. Coming in, incredible NAR player, looking insanely good for a rookie. But that was 4 years ago for Zeus. He is now a 2-time world champion. Got the finals 3 times. And not even to speak of this man right here.
It's not tiring, it's fun. And Zeka has certainly proved himself when it comes to 5-game series. And I find this is really, really interesting because both Zeka and Viper did it a year separated, right? They won the World Championship by going 5 games every single game until the very end. And the best thing about Viper's win is the fact that in the very last time of asking, he picked up that trophy after taking down D+. So we'll have to see whether it happens yet again, because Zeka is definitely good at the 5 games. We're going to need a little bit more than that. Oh, man. Let's have a look at predictions. And
should we split?
Yeah, and I snap predicted. I felt like it was already written on the wall, and I couldn't predict with my heart. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I think everyone knows that my favorite player ever is Beryl, but I knew it was going to go to 5 games, and if it goes to 5 games, it's impossible for DK to win.
No free zeros. And I don't know if you guys can hear it as well. The crowd's going crazy. I think this 50-50 split makes a ton of sense.
Have a look at Jonas Strong's prediction, Chronicler.
Yeah, that's a free one, Hanwha.
That's a rough one for anyone who predicted anything other than a 3-2 for Humble Life Esports. Let's have a look at the fan prediction here. 46.9% for DK. I actually find this absolutely insane. And I know Humble Life Esports, they are our defending LCK champions. But DK have looked so good in this tournament specifically that I find this quite surprising.
Well, the key thing is who DK have faced off against, right? Because in the regular season of the LCK Cup, they looked amazing. But outside of that, and I say this is someone that predicted DK, they've taken on Nongshim, who they stomped. But I think we are also collectively in agreement that...
By the way, I think the DK fans have actually seen what's going on. Breaking news, DK have pulled ahead 51.4% of the vote as the players will make their way out into LoL Park here. We have stats changing all the time. People thought there were no stats for the LCK Cup, but now we've got multiple updates for the same stats.
So real
time, baby.
Atlas.
There are stats all over the place. You guys can shut your mouths. As, both of the teams
out ready to greet all the fans here at Lowell Park. And man, I cannot wait to see what the form of both of these teams is in game number 1. And it's important, I think, for Humble Life Esports to have the blue side, because if momentum was built from game 1 for DK, it could have just been a shutout.
Humble Life have been absolutely insane on game 1s, as we saw during the space. They've, I don't know how many wins, but there was an unreasonable amount of best of 5 game 1 wins. As we take another look, and aiming, it's so interesting, because last year, one of the biggest win conditions for DK, because the main one, which was Showmaker, Lucid, Go Kill, didn't always work out, was actually the aiming insurance policy. But this split, it felt like he hasn't been necessary, and they say that taking into account these stats.
Look at this isolated deaths. Is that 0.06 that one time Beryl got him killed?
It must be, yeah. When Beryl
I think it
went
actually
in.
is, yeah. When Beryl went in, flashed away, and then aiming had to pay for it. Otherwise, it would have been he's never had an isolated death. That's insane.
And I also am pretty sure that his damage per gold stat looks better because he gets less gold. Because we're actually
He also
spreading...
plays Ezreal and just shoots them with Mystic shots all game.
He does. But it's remarkable that it is a really big shift from how we saw DK play last year, while simultaneously, I think aiming has kept the form up that he has in summer. In summer, he was playing incredibly, still doing so now. And for Humble Life, it really does feel like that magic that both Zeka and Viper were able to harness in 2021, 2022 respectively is there. Because when I think back to that Gen G series, I know that it was a 5-gamer. And I know that Hanwha looked way better, but it still went to 5. Like, what does that say about Hanwha? We know what it says about Gen G. There was it was Keen, and then a little bit of Chovy, and that was kind of
Honestly, it was just Keen. Keen was there. We can guarantee that. Chovy made it for the last 2 games.
For the last 2 games, he was there. He did show up eventually. But that, to me, is really interesting, because it can both be read as a great thing for Hanwha, the fact that they were looked a lot better, I think, in any game. But then it also went to 5. And
did you see that grin on Showmaker's face?
Oh, he's been happy the whole split, Atlas.
Oh, it's terrifying. It really does.
It's
and if
scary.
If you're an HLE fan, that should be sending shivers down your spine. Because that man, when he's happy, does pretty obscene things on the Rift. And this guy, it doesn't matter about anything, really. He's always just going to be crazy.
Have we done a gacha check? You know, is he playing League right now? If not, that's when you're really worried.
Well, the thing is, we're having a bit of downtime in a lot of the barrel gachas at the moment.
I'm glad I would be lost.
He's actually able to play a lot of League of Legends without falling behind.
Ooh, maybe I shouldn't have gone for the free one prediction then.
I mean, things are pointing towards, DK finding some success, but HLE, the problem is we've seen it too many times. We've seen the game 5 into game 5 into game 5. It happens too much for it to be coincidence. And so that's, I think, why a lot of people have lent towards HLE as far as predictions are concerned. I think a lot of us believe that these two teams are pretty evenly matched. But money has to go where your mouth is. And your mouth is in the draft at the moment. It's not a great segue, but we got there in the end.
These analogies are already sending out. This is game 1. We have a whole day ahead of us.
We do. It can only go down from here. And Rumble is going to be banned away first. Of course, the obligatory Skarner and Kalista are probably going to be banned away here on the red side. The last ban is going to be where we do get a bit of a change-up, as Poppy is going to be taken away also. I like it when the Poppy does get banned away. I feel like it can really warp drafts. So now it feels like a lot of things left up and available, apart from Kalista. That's going to be banned here. No,
well, that's the interesting thing to me, is that with that Poppy ban, the Kalista stocks rise even further.
Yeah.
Because that's one of the picks that you can pick in support that can really mitigate it. So I do expect DK to ban Kalista here still. Because if you leave open Kalista, I think, you would have also left open Skarner. And then they would have gone Skarner, you would have gone Kalista, and then maybe you can try and make something work. Because there is immediately the Yone to come out. This is theoretically a flex. Does mean that Lucid is going to get his hands on what is his best champion. He's been playing incredibly well so far. And there's no Poppy on the enemy team either.
And do you think it's a waste having the 2 best Yone players on the same team?
Yes.
It kind of is, isn't it?
Yeah, it does. Well, yeah, particularly with Chovy's performance thus far, it is just Zeka and Zeus. It's definitely not Showmaker, so I think he's happy when he saw it picked up.
That would be 2 junglers. So I don't know whether that's what's going to happen here, as the Vi is already locked in and Lucid is still cycling junglers. Is it going to be the Elise? Is it going to be maybe the Ahri? Maybe you just lock away a mid 1-2 to try and do battle against what this Yone is already representing. Unless they just lock the Sejuani and Beryl plays it. That would be really strange. Rakan going to be locked in though, so we've got jungle and support.
That's
a lot of utility locked away instead of going for the firepower.
That's really interesting. DK, I think, have been one of the teams that have used support counterpick the best out of almost anyone. I do think the Rakan stocks are really high because the Poppy's gone, and it is such an insane combo with Vi. Allows you to set up. It's also arguably Delight's best champion. I'm saying arguably because Delight has been playing incredibly well. Yeah,
they pick away the Xayah.
So, well, actually, I think DK had such a good reader because I assume that they knew that Humble Life was going to go for the Xayah no matter what because Viper has prioritized it, and they picked Vi. So then, if you end up playing Vi into Xayah Rakan, Delight gets one of his favorite picks, plus that. Now, okay, I was very worried for a second.
Did you hear the collective groan? I heard the collective groan, yeah.
We need to let it go. The Maokai comes through. Now, this is also a flex pick because Peanut was obviously the Maokai guy, had an incredible win rate on the champion for the longest time. But it's also a counter pick into the Rakan that we have seen. You have guaranteed point-and-click lockdown. Now, I think an 80 carry is most likely here. Otherwise, the pool can't really get pinched. This makes perfect sense.
Kai'Sa, yeah.
It's one of Aming's champions. It goes very well together with the Vi. And we are getting some serious dive versus counter dive setups being built here.
Man, this Bengi versus Dandy battle at the moment is really heating up. I love this because these are some really intelligent drafts already represented just by the first 3 picks. Now, one thing has to be said, and that is drafts have been ruined from this point. They have looked great and then been catastrophically destroyed. You know, if we remember back to the worst picked Blitzcrank in the season, that has happened so far. So it's not all wine and roses just yet. We'll see what does happen as the rest of the picks do come through. The Ahri ban, understandable here.
And LeBlanc.
Yep.
We're going to ban Ahri LeBlanc.
That could be it, unless you want to ban the Zilean, because, you know, Showmaker has played only 3 champions more than once. Zilean is one of them.
He's not playing Zilean Vi Atlas. There's into the enemy disengage comp. I know there's a Yone there, but it would be a big surprise as there is the Elise and the Alistair both taken away. Anything else that might come through. And they are not banning the LeBlanc, so that feels like a no-brainer to come through here. Maybe Showmaker worried about the 1v1 if he doesn't pick it. We also, I'm gonna save counterpick for Shiu. I think that's a great call. Zeus is an incredibly scary laner. And him not having, we're not gonna get baited, Atlas. Him not having the opportunity to get a counterpick into who I think is gonna be the most vulnerable member on DK makes a ton of sense.
And that's even more fun. There we go. This is a champion that I heard Showmaker's pretty good at. Because there's that DK Twisted Fate. Did you know that was Showmaker that got that skin? I think we've spoken about that one before.
Every now and then.
Yeah.
We have mentioned it.
Well, that is, well, I mean, it's dive, it's pick, it's global. Like, I actually really like what this TF does. What about top lane Nocturne? What's that doing at the moment?
Did you just slam Gnar here?
I guess you may as well. You could go for Kennen, I guess, if you'd like, but Kasante's still up, man.
Maybe I would love a Gnar pick for Shield here, because again, it's fearless. It also takes it away from Zeus in the future.
Yeah. I'd like to see that. The Aatrox also, you take that away from him, but...
this has actually looked good. You know, and I don't think that Zeus was the standard in the Gnar game that they won. He did it the big ult, but it's more so the reliable laning pressure and the late game win condition.
It also splits and team fights.
Yeah.
And I think for a composition like this that can 1-3-1 so beautifully, the semi-globals of both the Killer Instinct and the Destiny Gate combo from the Twisted Fate, I think that it's a beautifully put together composition. And the thing is, even when DK weren't good, over the last couple of years where they haven't been that world championship team, they do the Twisted Fate pick comp so well. And now they've got Beryl back to mastermind it. They've got the young hands in the top lane. I think that if DK are going to win a red side game, it's going to look something like this. But HLE have a lot of power.
I got to say, though, as far as disengage comps, though, and like the amount of CC that's available,
yeah,
who is actually a good target to pick off on the Hanwha side. I'm telling you, Atlas, that is not an easy decision. There's Maokai, the one against Maokai. There's Kasante. Obviously,
Yeah, I think
can't do that.
it's actually only Yone and it's Zeka.
Yeah, or it's Zaya without an ult. Or you force the ult and then... what trying to say here is that as good as I think the DK composition is, there are very few ways outside of support where you can make the composition of Hanwha Life better into dive, right? Like there is so much safety. The Yone feels a little bit awkward, like the Yone Nautilus are a little bit off theme, but Nautilus does mean that you can force fights, which is the Light's biggest strength. And then Yone is Zeka Paladin, one of his best champions. So we have some very clear game plans here in game number 1, and I think a lot of action coming in. Look at that!
Oh, this is very cool.
Wow, playing his own skin as well.
Of course he is. Of course he is. This is a very cool new one. I actually kind of like it. Being able to see exactly what the skin's going to be before you get onto the Rift. Oh, speaking of which, let's do it right now. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here we are, onto the Rift for game number 1. The winner of this series will be heading directly to the grand final. Oh, if they win that, that will be our representative at the first stand, the very first one. So there's a lot on the line.
Yeah, first strike for Showmaker. So a little orb, I'm like, is that? That is what we're looking at. He's obviously playing ranged into melee. So I imagine he's going to try and farm as much gold, obviously with his passive as well. Already going to generate a ton, as we do have the initial setup being done here. Now, looking for lane swaps, I can imagine that DK might want to look for one, because aiming and barrel are not a great lane, right? Like, specifically the Rakan and the Kai'Sa. Incredible late game combo. Not great in lane. Don't really have a lot of pressure. Pre-6, you are very weak in any sense of the word, and they unfortunately will not get the lane swap off. So Hanwha Life did actually match it, even with the attempt from DK to kind of keep unclear, and we're just getting swap lanes instead, which I think Hanwha Life is going to be very happy with.
Yeah, not too bothered by it. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, I guess it does work out for Shiv, because of course, Nara into Kasante for the first few levels does feel okay, but as we can see, Zeus navigating the lane quite nicely. And speaking of navigating lanes, Showmaker throwing a lot of cards towards Zeka here. And obviously the Yone isn't going to have the greatest of times early, but Zeka has been very, very good at just getting through these melee versus ranged matchups relatively unscathed. And that is continuing here if you have a look at the CS numbers outside of that one. Yeah. Didn't quite work.
Also has Doran Shield, has a Resolve secondary, so should be fine. Staving off the early arrest, it's going to be mainly about the priority that Showmaker can consistently generate, and how much Lucid can use that. And we do see that we do actually have Lucid looking for an invade here. I think Peanut did spot him based on the pings.
Yeah, there was some question mark pings going down here.
But he can stall a little bit, but the prio is there in both lanes, so I think Lucid should just be able to get it. We'll see if Peanut wants to try and sneak this away. This is definitely a risk. We have everyone here. Early Scuffle could be coming through.
Yep, aiming, moving down. As you can see, Peanut was unable to get the smite. Gleaming Quill just to get him out of there. You can see the top lane does have to be vacated by the duo. And so HLE might be able to get themselves a slight experience advantage. And as we can see here, it's a couple of minions in the lead for Viper. Aiming, going to be going back, actually, collecting early cull, just showing that he's kind of conceding this early game, understandably so. And is just going to be making his way back. And I think we'll probably be checking in on aiming after a few minutes' time. Not really going to be participating too much early on. And I think that that can be a little bit of a worry. I do think that DK's avenue for victory in this series, in this game, is probably going to be snowballing an early advantage and then being able to win in side lanes for the remainder of the game.
If Shield gets this win, he actually equalizes Zeus for wins on Gnar, which would be a nice little bit of symmetry. And yeah, as you already highlighted during the draft, Atlas, the DK comp to me will always have late game potential if the game gets messy, because of the insane amounts of global pressure that they have. As
there's the hook. Beryl is the one that DK wants to get hooked, but he's CC'd for so long. This Nautilus things, I guess, still going to be taken down to potion range. It's going to be drinking one of those. We'll see how Beryl's going to do.
Yeah, level 1 was fine. I think aiming and Beryl also got to the lane a little bit earlier because Hanwha Life was trying the match, but This is unfortunately how I think a lot of this lane is going to look, particularly with the cool pickup. For aiming, though, I do think that pre-6 and until you get a few more levels in general, you really don't want to be doing too much. So it does make sense in that regard. Also, very interesting to see what Showmaker's build is going to look like. This man is...
Oh, there's the flash in, and Beryl doesn't have a whole lot of potions left over. The grand exit going to try and get him out of there as the last tick of Ignite not going to be enough. And he is going to go home. DK, they're weathering the storm. And it's kind of going okay. However, still aggression in favor of HLE right now.
He doesn't have to use his flash. But this is, I think, the fallout of helping Lucid secure that early buff. Now, Lucid, as a result, does have an experience lead, does have a sizable CS lead as well, but it's because Aiming and Beryl actually roamed for a good amount of time. Then Aiming also went back to get the call, and that has led to the experience lead that we see here as Chiu.
That's a lot of damage, as Zeus, under 100 health. Chiu not going to be able to tank up that turret forever. And Zeus, in the end, just kind of looks like he uses his health bar well. As Lucid comes on over, looks to try and take the first dragon of the game. That'll be the first portion of a feat of strength as well. As, yep, Showmaker going to sign his own name on the floor and head back home.
Crowd loved that one.
Man, can you believe it's 2025 and Showmaker won in 2020?
I know.
Wow. It's time.
I got very close in 2021 and was then...
But instead it was
foiled by the man across the rift, as we do have Zeus just TPing back. Beryl is definitely looking. They're looking for a cross-map play because right now the grubs are not really available. Chiu needs to be a bit careful, though. I don't know how his Narbar is looking, but as mini Nar, he's definitely diveable when there is a Maokai on his screen.
Yeah, it doesn't exactly have a Narbar just yet. At least it can stack back up as he's trying to avoid these feathers as best he can. Grabs the cannon as well. No worries whatsoever. Does, of course, have some upgraded shoes, which are going to make him feel a bit better as well as far as navigating this potential dive.
Because we haven't mentioned that, but Humble Life is full AD, which realistically...
Something mixed damage for Yone, something Maokai damage.
Yeah, okay. Well, Peanut is not going AP, so that won't have to have that whole conversation.
He better build his Heartsteel, though.
He will. He's on his way. The big takeaway for that is that for DK, there isn't really any... Like, if there was a Cassante on DK instead, I feel like eventually you do just get to the point where he's basically unkillable and your life gets very, very hard. But DK will have an easier time itemizing. Things like, obviously, the played still caps that we already see are good, but looking like... There's not a lot of champions where things like Death Dance, where you can get a lot of value into full AD comps, are really going to work out. If this was, I don't know, different champion on top, like the Olaf that we've seen before, could definitely do that. As Peanut is going to cancel Chiu's back, who just wanted to go home and won't be allowed to. And we haven't seen an ultimate yet from Showmaker. That is something that we always talk about. It's that early attempt, as Chiu didn't actually get to complete his back here. Had to TP to catch the wave. So that is going to give Zeus some tempo. We'll see if they're able to use that.
He's going back, utilizing it right now. See what he's going to be able to complete is, at the moment, does have even items, now with a chain vest on top of it. So as far as the 1v1 matchup, as in accordance to our top laners, it's probably going to be an advantage for Zeus. But you can see he's heading towards the top lane to maintain a bit of a lane swap scenario. As it looks like a lot sort of grouped towards his bottom side as the wildcards do fly forward. Showmaker not able to find any sort of mitigation to Zeka's onslaught. Is Delight going to find a minion as the ulti goes wide there as well. Smooth footwork there from Showmaker. He does the walk backwards tactic, and it works beautifully.
And I understand why they want to take him down, because that man is farming gold, right? So he has he has the elixirs, so he gets a good amount of extra gold from that. Then he has the TF passive as well, and he has First Strike. So he is really, really raking in the money.
And he's going to be raking in the experience as well, as Rod of Ages is going to be completed. And so he's not only going to have all the money, he's going to have all of the levels. And then DK should be pretty strong as far as like mid-game and finding some of these split push options in the later game is concerned as well.
Yeah, they're going to get the extra level as well when you hit 9. You get the skill level from the elixir. Do want to say that they do need to start doing stuff at some point.
Yeah.
For DK. I don't think we've reached a timer quite yet. I think we're still have plenty of opportunities. The Dragons is going to be the big thing, as we do have two of, I think, the best Dragons already in. I mentioned the fact that they were full AD. If DK then also starts stacking like a Mountain Soul, then that would obviously become a big problem.
Thankfully, the first Dragon was a Mountain.
Yeah, well, thankfully for Hanwha. Unfortunately for DK, there are still a lot of Drakes that I think feel relatively subpar. I think Ocean, if you're a more squishy team, is not that great. Camtech, we've talked about a lot as well, as a possible angle here.
Yeah, Beryl.
We do have Showmaker hovering, but yeah, there are two people there with all cooldowns, so I'm not going to be able to do anything there.
Oh, you can see she really wants to play aggressive, and Zeus is just not allowing it to happen. As here in the mid lane, Showmaker's health bar looks much beefier than it has any right to be perfectly honest. This Catalyst is certainly helping out there. As, yeah, we're just clearing minions for the majority. And DK, it looks like they are not bothered by these grubs going over to HLE.
Oh, hold that thought, because I think they're going to contest these.
All right, well, the Destiny is available here for Showmaker. You can see Delight still roaming up from the bottom side of the map as Lucid's going to be coming on over. So yeah, I tell a lie. HLE going to go over. They're going to get one of these just to give them the Void Mites.
Ooh, that's...
And they're going to back away.
That's not really worth, though. You don't get the feat because one was taken by Hanwha Live. And then there's also no one that can actually answer. I think Showmaker's just going to port to the bot lane with his ultimate to deny too much going over. So good response there. But that means the moment he shows... that Lucid isn't able. So that's going to be 5 grubs for Hanwha Life, and I think DK really would have liked those. So now there's even more pressure on them to actually get the Dragon, because if they don't, you give over the grubs without really getting anything in return. As a Peanut, I think, trying to kind of keep hidden where he is for as long as possible so he can rotate over towards Dragon, and Lucid is not going to be in any position. Showmaker is also backing.
Yeah.
And is it really, instead we're going to look for the cross map, a dive on Cassante.
We've seen these not necessarily go so well, as Peanut's going to be starting off this Dragon without a hitch. Aiming in this mid lane, just looking to hold on, and it's a Gromp that's going to be stolen here from Lucid. So already, you can feel that DK are playing without much tempo in this game, right? The confidence doesn't feel too high, but they're still going to go for this, as there's the flash just to try and interrupt. The chain CC comes through, but he's just so tanky. He's going all out to try and kill Shiu as well as Zeka. He's looking to come in and finish the job. The snapback should be there, and Shiu is just waiting for it. Knows that he's going to go down. A trade of top laners, but first blood does go to DK. As aiming, he's going to have to cleanse, and Peanut gets out the flash as well. So aiming having to get out of there. Beryl knocks up Peanut. Peanut just ignores him. And now a whole bunch of damage onto this outer turret in the mid lane. 5 grubs worth of taking this down as Delight misses a hook. But it doesn't really matter as far as this game state is concerned, as HLE slowly but surely getting lead after lead.
Ooh. So that topside play ended up being a 1-for-1 trade, was a net positive in that isolation because the teleport was used there by Zeka. And then both Zeus and Shiu flashed. I think there Shiu also was sitting on basically only boots, so he just didn't have that much damage because I think it's actually well set up, right? Try to catch Zeus off guard. They catch him mid-Q animation, which means that he doesn't actually get to use the W, but he's still so tanky. This is 2 AD champions trying to damage him. Just not quite enough. And then Shiu is goes down eventually. Anyway, Zeka, even though he doesn't quite find him immediately, he's still able to get the kill. But taking into account that the Dragon went over to Hanwha Live, the Grubs went over to Hanwha Live, I feel like DK with a composition that in theory should try and always be ahead of the play and have a good setup, just hasn't really been able to retake that control. Now they do have the champions, and with the amount of CC and the rotations that they have available to them to retake that, but I think does for Hanwha look better. It is pretty negligible though. Again, I do think DK's comp scales well, it's just compared to Hanwha.
And what does it scale into? Exactly right. I don't think DK are going to be winning team fights. They can win the map though. They just haven't really been able to utilize their champions and their ability to be there faster than their opposition, unless they can do it now. As Peanut throws down the ulti, in comes Showmaker, but he's straight into the brambles. Lucid gonna be the first one to fall in the fight as Beryl's trying to get out, and Viper! He pulls back the feathers. He doesn't quite have the damage though. Everyone on DK, apart from the jungle, is going to fall, and then the other lover duo is, the other of the lovers duo is going to fall as Beryl was just standing on top of a feather he wasn't supposed to be standing on.
Oh, DK.
Oh, Zeka looking for aiming.
All out of sorts. so nicely done. Engaging on Peanut, as we have learned, particularly when he's on Maokai. On Zyra, you can get away with it. You know, on Zyra, it often is the right call. On Maokai, just feels like it doesn't quite hit. Crucially here, Lucid doesn't have his ult, and I think that the ult would have been the difference maker here. They're also not ready for both the Light and Viper to arrive, so they're looking for a 4v2. Instead, they find great knock-up from the Light. Viper with the flash recall to set up almost 3 kills. I think DK, that wasn't quite game-losing. Yeah, Barrel, I don't know, man. That's just Barrel, I think. But it could have very well been. If more kills go over, that's just the end of the game right there. And I think Hanwha Life's still going to be feeling amazing here. More gold going onto this Xayah here.
Oh, there it was. Right as it comes off cooldown, he's able to clean up Barrel there. And you can see now, 1-0-1 for Viper on this Xayah. It gets them the feats of strength as well. HLE, prime position. It has only equated to 700 gold, and it's all Showmaker's fault.
That's what I'm saying, right? Showmaker is really doing his best to
he
keep
still has a
gold
lead,
looking okay.
and Zeka is on 2-0-1 and even on farm. She is in a whole host of trouble. It was an attempted bait, but she's just dead.
Oh, and they spotted Lucid. The key thing again, it's the Light and Viper. For me, are the biggest difference makers. The Light and Viper have just been so on point with these roams. And last time we saw that topside play was already good for Hanwha. What was happening? Zeus got a turret as
there's a depth charge, and he does manage to cleanse, get himself out of the way, but they're just going to change their mind. Beryl is going to be their next target. Impossible to lock down a Rakan for too long, though. So he is going to be able to make his way up. The problem is, the 1-3-1 that I was talking about being great for DK is being executed by HLE way better in this mid-game.
HLE are just running them around the map. It's really impressive. DK, in theory, should always have a man advantage. That's where the comp shines. Just haven't been able to do so. And we are, I think, one good team fight away. Is, again, I want to highlight, it is initially like Lucid and Zeus maybe looking for something here, but because the Xayah is so far ahead, you can see like Barrow and Aiming just can't join the play, and then Peanut shows up. Lucid can't do anything,
and she is just dead. And there's not a whole lot he can do. It kind of felt like Lucid was leaving him out to dry, but they don't win that 2v2.
Yeah.
All right. Well. Showmaker looking to build item number 2 as quickly as he possibly can. Does have level 12. He's going to be getting towards that last rank of the Destiny as soon as he possibly can. As this Rod of Ages stacks up. Still a few more stacks for that one to give him that next level, though.
That's, again, it goes back to what I was saying earlier as well. Who can you actually pick out? Like, who can you pick off here? Who can you just throw all your CC on and then take them down? And I think the answer, unfortunately, is...
It sort of has to be the same person multiple times. Is what it has to be. Or you catch Zeka before he separates his soul from his body. Or something like that. There's just a caveat for every single option. Even Delight, who theoretically doesn't have a way out, but the problem is that if you're engaging on a Delight, you've got a problem. Shiu's going to throw his ult away. Zeka does take the damage from it, of course, so Shiu going to be happy about that, but it's only really a message sent.
Yeah, that's also going to be the second Ocean Drake going over, and for Hanwha, I don't think an Ocean Drake is too much value for DK. Guess what? For Hanwha, that is going to be feeling great. You have 3 beefy boys, all of which are going to be able to use that very, very nicely. And you can see DK, they keep looking, they keep searching for plays, keep searching for opportunities, and they're just not really given any.
And now Showmaker here towards the bottom side. So far, we do adjudicate Twisted Fates. Like, this is a thing that we've done for many, many years. You adjudicate a Twisted Fate based on how well their first Destiny play went. And he used his first Destiny to get to the bottom lane to catch a minion wave, and the next one was used in the top lane in a losing fight. And so far as the Twisted Fate adjudication is concerned, it's not looking so hot for DK. Good news is they're not too far behind when it comes to gold. There's an opportunity to try and make your way back. The problem is that, I don't know. They're playing to the tune of HLE, and if they continue to do that, HLE will just win.
Yeah, and I think it is also interesting to look at this Barrel.
See what he's set up here as Peanut comes around from the side, and Barrel's going back in, finds another knock-up. Battle Dance is back to aiming one more time.
they just don't have damage.
Yeah, it's
Like they
not
need
quite enough.
to actually commit. Aiming doesn't have a second item yet.
And also, like, when a play like that happens, shouldn't you then have an eye above your head, you know? Like, things like this.
Yup.
But it's just not DK with the confidence that we've seen them have.
One thing I do want to highlight in the context of Fearless is that there are a ton of picks that are good for Hanwha that DK was able to swipe up with this draft, right? And Hanwha have had incredible Game 1 win rate, and I think Hanwha in best of 5s have just looked good. This is another testament as maybe this is the collapse we've been waiting for. They're definitely looking for it as...
Yeah, there's the Destiny, and that's one way to find Viper. Does get the cleanse out as Peanut taking a fair bit of damage, but don't be baited.
Well.
Yeah.
Oh,
Here comes
look at
Zeus.
you. Otacon is up. Meganar is
right.
looking for them.
Can we find the angle? Look at this Narbar. It is absolutely gorgeous. There's no Featherstorm. Pulls 2 of them back, but there are 2 tanks. And Viper is free hitting. Already, Beryl goes down. And Zeka, he finds the ulti. Gets on top of Showmaker. Aiming is free hitting, but is it going to be enough? That's the question. Is Showmaker just limping his way out of the fight and is not enough? Otacon, they're just going to do it as sort of a stepping stone after winning that 5v5. HLE getting everything on the map today.
And game number 1 is looking dire for DK. Hanwha Life, I don't think they're going to be losing that streak. This initial play is great. Showmaker doesn't get hit by the feathers. They get the ult out. And then we see the imminent collapse come through. I think here the target selection, and DK just doesn't seem to be on the same page, right? Like Shiu going in there. I think you need to find the backline. You need to find Zeka and Viper.
Yeah,
without them, this comp doesn't have that much damage, right? But they still had their flash available, which I think is one of the reasons why it's very telegraphed. If he like flash and tries to ult them, I think they flash out of it. So that means that then maybe someone else have to go in, but the rest of the team wasn't really quite in a position. And Hanwha Life, cool, calm, and collected. That's Otacon. That's the gold lead solidified. And I think that this game number 1 is going to continue smoothly for them in that gold different trend that we've seen thus far.
It's looking a little bit of just up and to the right here for HLE.
Yup.
We'll see whether DK can find a miracle, but it's going to have to be a miracle. I think that last team fight felt like their shot, you know, the way of getting back into this game. And right now,
miss their shot.
They did.
Yeah.
And HLE now for the next minute and a bit will be able to just push with impunity up until the Baron is going to spawn. 3 minutes time before that one does come back up.
Okay.
Before that, we will have a Ocean Drake as well for Soul Point for HLE. Shiu with an Arbar in a decent position. DK, can they orchestrate a fight better this time around as Lucid looking for an angle? There are the Brambles, though, as HLE take matters into their own hands. The ulti from downtown from Zeka, that gets rid of his opposite number. Beryl finds nothing with his grand entrance, and HLE, they're still pushing forward. The depth charge, too strong, as Zeus is going all out and all in to the enemy base. The knockups are everywhere, as Lucid going to be the second one for Peanut to take down. And HLE, I think they kind of wanted to die for the free trip back home, but they don't even get that because they are too far ahead. First inhibitor of the game going to be falling here as HLE 10-2. This is a shellacking in game 1.
We should have known when we saw Peanut getting invaded early. That's never the way.
It's not.
That's just Peanut on Maokai. You can't get him out. As we take a look here, well, obviously at this point for Hanwha Life, there really aren't a lot of bad plays. You have the Otacon buff, as long as you don't throw everyone in, but Delight with these hooks has been incredible. I gotta say, the Nautilus pick, when I saw it, it felt like the least exciting part of this draft for me. But he's been
it just hasn't been that successful.
good.
But you're right. He's been amazing. Zaya as well. I'm never really that enthused by a Zaya pickup. It felt like it was very early. It felt a bit forced in the draft as well. But Viper, as you can see, is having no such qualms on the champion.
Yeah, and Lucid with barely any damage on his Vi, something we very rarely see. Generally is the Vi guy, but in this draft, I think it boils down to what we were saying earlier. The moment that they didn't find any early leads around the early objectives, any picks, I expected the game to not get out of control this early, but that's kind of a bad sign, right? That's not what you want to see with a composition like this. And from this point on, the game is entirely in Hanwha Life's hands. We are looking at...
I mean, Viper has a 2-level lead over Lucid, 4-level lead over Beryl.
Yeah,
and I guess Delight.
We're looking at... We don't need a Baron steal. You know, we need
this
we
is
need a bunch of those.
Yeah. This is give up the Drake so that you can steal Elder and steal Baron one after the other somehow. As Showmaker has discovered Zeka, whose soul is rebound. He tries to ult his way out, but that is Showmaker finding a red card on him. And Zeus is teleported in. They're not going to kill him.
That's
but
the play.
Viper is going to take the base.
Man, if they did it 10 minutes earlier, it would have been great.
It would have.
That was the play right there. That's the combo.
Yep.
That's the dream, Atlas.
Well, they've figured it out for game 2.
Yeah,
As Shiu is going to clear out a wave. Yeah, it is about as dire as that. Rapid fire cannon completed here for Showmaker. I don't know whether that's going to make too much of a difference, but Infinity Edge done for Zeka. Let's have a look at this one more time, as it's great timing, you know, back to the Soul, and then the Destiny comes in, and Showmaker does have a decent amount of damage.
Yeah, I also like the timing here because knowing that he doesn't have his snapback means that you can guarantee the CC, you can get a lot more damage. It's a lot easier to lock him down. It's nice.
But that's a teleport onto a Baron. And that could mean that HLE have decided that they just want to do it.
So if you want this game to continue, Showmaker needs to not die, which...
Well, he's going to be flashing, takes a Maokai with him here, and is just punched back towards Viper, who slices him up with these feathers. The brambles come on past, and that is Beryl that's being picked off as well. Oh man, Peanut is just taken full control of this game. He presses Twisted Advance, and people die. That is how it goes. Zeus now buying the time of 3 members of DK, the only ones that are left on the map. And Baron, like you say, is just going to be taken out. They'll take a Constellation Cassante for it, maybe.
Right.
Unless he's just going to go all out and kill all of them as he flashes away. In goes aiming, finds a Killer Instinct. There, it's about time. They manage to get their prize, but so does HLE. As the purple worm goes down. And unfortunately, when you kill Zeus, you don't get a really cool buff that makes your minions go crazy. HLE do get one of those, though.
Back-to-back tiny dreams. Unfortunately, the dreamscape is not in a good spot here. With Showmaker, they have no vision, right? Someone has to face check. I think that, unfortunately, and we see this with Beryl here as well, trying to play Rakan. I don't think Beryl's had a great game. Delight obviously has been incredible in back-to-back series now. But like trying to play Rakan into this amount of point-and-click CC is also just not... It's just not great. And it makes you go back to that Rakan pickup that we saw very early on, which I think I felt good with at the time. Unfortunately, doesn't seem like it's worked out. And I think you can see for DK as well, you know, resignation on the faces. This first game, not realistically going to find the way back in, but this was the red side draft, and they took away a bunch of champions. They got to clean up the gameplay, though, because if they play like this in game number 1 as well, I think the biggest edge they have over Hanwha is their early skirmishing, is their explosive level of play, and they got to showcase that in game number 2.
They got to showcase the confidence.
Yeah.
That's what they just don't have. And we know that DK can play drafts like this with immense amounts of confidence and be able to just run over games that they have no right in winning. We've seen it before with drafts that are almost identical to this. It's just not something that we're seeing right now. Is aiming on his famous Kai'Sa. Throwing out some Cathian rain towards Peanut here, who just kind of shrugs. HLE looking for the last remaining inhibitor turret. They do manage to take that. All the inhibitors back up and available now, though. But Hook is going to engage this fight. Lucid, the first one to be taken as they try to dive in. But Zeus just mitigates everything. The quickness doing nothing at all. The ulti straight on top of aiming. Zeka doesn't miss those, and he's now looking for even more as, oh my goodness, it was 3 hits and Showmaker was on the ground. Nexus turret's gonna follow him. 17-4 as HLE will tear DK to shreds on their onslaught of these playoffs. They will take a bit of a break here, but man, that blue side win, that's a sign of things to come. Maybe we're going home early.
Hanwha Life going to maintain that game 1 win streak.
There we go, 12-0, baby.
That one barely even felt like a game. Crazy level of play coming out from Hanwha. And what was most impressive to me was not that with this draft, once they got to the team fights, they out-executed, right? I think we saw it so pronounced in that final fight, even with Lucid actually getting an ult off. Like, he was there, and then there was a Maokai, Cassante, and Nautilus in between his teammates. And For Humble Life, to me, that is always a given, but it's how well they actually maintain tempo early on. Their objective control in the early laning phase, not falling into any of the traps that I think were set by DK, reading them like a book, winning these small side lane skirmishes meant that the DK comp never got to play the game.
Yep. And it felt to me like DK didn't try to play the game quite as much as they have been trying to play the game in series past. So let's hope that they up the tempo, up the aggression moving into game at number 2. Otherwise, this could be over a lot earlier than a lot of us assume. Time to go to a short break. When we get back, it is going to be the space to break that one down and then the second game of the series. And let's hope it's a good one.
억제기 다 깰만 하지 않냐? 니도 억제기 깨는 거 어때? 맞아. 그리고 천천히 라인 싸움. 나 특패 노플이라서 특패 그랩. 바이 한번 끌게. 바이. 좋다. 땀 열어봐. 바이 박았어. 나 파이상 잡고. 파이상 공부 잡고. 나 벌레. 보자. 나르 노플이야. 파이상 걸었고. 나르. 어때? 특패도 노플이야. 나이스. 어때? 나이스요. 베이스에서 악마 떴냐? 오케이. 이 세트에 악마 가냐?
Well, it looks like the stats never lie. 12 Game 1 wins in a row in a best-of-5 for Hanwha Life Esports as they take game number 1 against D+ Kia. Digon alongside Ox and Wadid. And it feels like D+ for the first time in a while got caught cooking and burnt themselves a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, we had some thoughts about the draft. I think ultimately, when you look at what both teams have, immediately the fact that HLE get the Yone is like a big boon, but as it played out, you have like this really strong team fighting composition for HLE, and for D+, it feels like the margins for their composition was, you have lane pressure top and mid, you have good 2-item spikes, you can play side lanes well, but you kind of have to hit like every point in like consecutively to make the composition work, and if you ever make a mistake, you're just going to get obliterated by this comp who in the 5v5s is so strong, has so much setup, has so much power in the Maokai. And I think just maybe the burden was a little bit too high for them to achieve on.
And also, I don't see the reason why you have to pick Rakan that earlier in the draft, because, I mean, it's not a Wukong Rakan also, and you kind of needed to ban out a support pool at the 4 or 5 bands, which means that you open up the Xante is just so good in the blue side. When you're a top laner, you just have to blind, and Xante is one of the best blind pick in League of Legends right now. So I feel like the whole draft plan was kind of off from the DK side.
Yeah, and you heard Chronicler after the Xante pick came in, it was just kind of like damage control of like, well, if you take the Gnar now, then at least Zeus can't play it later. Let's take a look at the highlights here, where you're talking about hitting every checkpoint. Well, years where D+ kind of messed up and then lost tempo after that.
Yeah, maybe you can say this is one of the just normal mistakes that happens from the rookie players, but I think it was really crucial. I think they had only chance of winning the game from their 2-item power spikes, and after that I think they get hard outscaled because they have so many value picks. But here, after the solo kill, I think the rotation-wise they got stomped.
Yep, so we see the situation where Lucius is trying to escape, trying to get away. The rest of HLE move in and look for this engage. And the thing is, it doesn't really matter whether or not the engage is successful. It's just creating space, creating pressure. And you have a top laner who's now dead, so we get a free push coming out from Zeus. We have this top lane push coming out as well from Zac. And actually, the play in mid forces Showmaker's TP. So when we continue to play, they're like, oh no, they're going for aiming. We need to respond to this. We need to deal with this. And they end up TPing in the TF, they end up peeling away, but HLE just walk it off. They've now burnt that teleport, and they're able to get a tower on the top lane, and everything is just working out for them.
Yeah, and also you saw HLE players like insta just backs out after them seeing TF teleport, means that everyone is actually understanding what's going on the map, so it looks really good.
I feel like a lot of the time with these globals as well, the best scenario is when you're ahead and when you're like, we're making a 4-man play bot, we're making this play here, we're moving about, we're being proactive. It feels so bad when you have a TF and you're like, okay, I'm ulting to stop them from making a play. And we're not really doing anything in return, but we're just preventing pressure, and you just bleed out in that manner.
Yeah, and we usually don't see the teams have the correct type of discipline to stick to that plan. You want to get the kill. So again, there, Hanwha Life knew exactly what they wanted to get from that play, and they punished after that, which then led to the top side of the map, the Otacon fight with those slight leads, the pushing lanes. They then go ahead and punish D+.
Yeah, and this is a situation where, HLE commit quite heavily, and D+ make the call that, okay, this might be our angle to get a comeback. We have the TF, we can try and burn some resources, we can get a long flank from the Gnar TP. But there's two problems. Firstly, HLE stay as a unit, and they're very hard to deal with as a tight unit. Their Xante is potentially a target here, but he's Xante, so they can't even CC him. The other problem is they have this long flank, but the tower is still up. So they have like such a small window to find this play. It starts to feel a little bit desperate. They jump in, they get an ult, but it's on the target you don't want to hit, and immediately the turnaround comes through.
Yeah, as you mentioned, it's again the draft issue happened. As a Vi and TF, you really want to shut one target down, but what's the target for the DK? Do you really want to go on Xante? Do you really want to go on Xayah, who has ultimate and cleanse? So I think the whole draft plan was really hard to figure out what they really want to do in the game as well.
I think as well, these picks like Vi and TF that have so much setup, you often see them paired with champions of a lot of like throughput in fights. Like you have
DPS.
Like Vi Ahri, you get a kill, you get the resets. TF Viego, you lock target down, you get a kill, you get the resets. And I feel like even if they got that initial kill, there's just not that follow through in fights, because if Kai'Sa ults in to kill one target, she no longer has that ult to go the next one, and it can be really difficult.
All right, well, now for game number 2, as we take a look at the side selection, D+ will go to the blue side, the more successful side. That is what we imagined. Again, the side selection for game 1 was decided by coin flip based off of seeding, and so because they were like equal, both won in their double elim match, they then did the coin flip, went Hanwha Life Esports' way. What do you want to see here from D+ after they've been able to show a lot here with Did, but what is like a primary champ or a type of composition you want to see from D+?
It was really shocking that they didn't manage to win out the draft because, I mean, we see that clearly that blue side has advantage of having a great draft approach, but I really expected that DK has a great answer on that, but they really didn't. So I feel like that's also main reason why they picked the blue side. And also, as I mentioned, I think in earlier games like game 1, game 3, I still think the blue side matters more than the red side. So I feel like they really need to get the advantage from the blue side. Otherwise, you're gonna like lose the 1 point, and that will be the match point. You know, it's like a similar to tennis. You know, when you win the serve game, you all know that you're gonna win the serve game. But if you lose on your serve game, then it's gonna be like hurting point.
Yeah, it's really important they win this match. And ultimately, we've seen D+ be really strong in Fearless. As we get deep in the series, and they have blue side, you know, a couple of champs take away, they should be able to bounce back.
All right, we'll see if they'll be able to do that. For game number 2, let's send it on over to Chronicler and Atlas.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of game number 1. Some hope at the end of the tunnel for D+ fans, as D+ didn't quite manage to find a way into game number 1, and we'll see whether now, on their 100% win rate side, they'll be able to get things done. The worrying thing is they didn't start on the blue side. That was HLE. And so if it is just service game after service game finding the victory, then that is just going to be an HLE win.
That's a problem for future DK. I think right now they should be focused on winning the game.
Let's get to the game 5.
Yeah,
that's a good
that's out
point.
of them. Once you get to game 5, I also think that we kind of do move away from blue side being the be-all, end-all, just naturally, because so many more champions are taken away. We will see what DK's adaptation is going to be. I think that, and we talked about this extensively, right, when we were walking back as well. I think part of it was the draft, part of it was the gameplay. It really felt to me like a 50-50. That game had some very narrow win conditions, but they also didn't play to them at all, which I think is what the space also mentioned. We're going to need to see a big step up here from DK, as the fans most likely won't change that much with what we are seeing so far.
Yep, the only difference is the order of Kalista and Jace on the red side, even though the teams have changed position. Rumble Poppy's still going to be the bans. There is the Azir taken away from Zeka as well, so Ambessa staying up and available. Still think Jace is the higher priority pick. We'll see what HLE is going to take away, though. It might just be an agreement of Ambessa versus Jace, but I don't know whether it's ever worth giving Jace over to anyone, as that champion in the hands of these players is so strong, and so Ambessa going to be snapped up by Shiu.
That's a pick that he has heavily prioritized. Really wanted to play a lot. We'll see if Zeus, like we did, has been watching the LEC and slams the Warwick here.
Hey, there we go.
A little bit of enjoyment of that silly werewolf. Remains to be seen. There is still, this early in the draft, a ton of options. The Galio comes through. Absolute no-brainer here. Zeka has looked great on this. Also allows him to have a big impact on the sides. And whenever I see Zeka on Playmaker, I'm just happy. I think that has been something he has excelled at for a very, very long time now. Peanut pickup wouldn't surprise me here either.
Yeah, we'll see what Peanut is going to go towards. This is a pretty strong core. It is a pretty strong core. Even if they, like, you could even do weird stuff, like pick Camille on 3, and that's still a flex.
Yep.
And if it's Zeus playing it in the top lane into Ambessa, then maybe you're also okay with it. Lucid considering the monkey, as it could be a Wukong Ahri snap up here from DK. And I think if you're a DK fan, you'd like that change in pace. As far as that is concerned, fair bit of extra damage there from Lucid. Maybe you'll be able to feel a little bit better. Or this could be fun, depending on what Showmaker's going to go there, because this could be a Tryndamere angle, a set angle. Who knows what Showmaker's going to be playing. They could keep the Ambessa as more of an ambiguous pick, as the Ezreal is the consideration.
I really like that. Kai'Sa has already been taken away, which is one of the most often seen counter picks into the Ezreal. Showmaker, we know he has a very deep champion pool. And we're hovering a bunch of stuff here.
This is the Mega Flex Pantheon situation.
Yeah. Well, at this point, I guess it's only 2, right?
Yeah, unless you played like Pantheon Lee Sin bot lane for the whole
Nice.
kill lane vibe. Lane swaps don't exist, right? As there is that Camille pick on 3.
I do think that Camille really struggles in the lane, so we'll see how Hanwha Life is going to pilot that. Now, Ezreal doesn't have to be on the ban list for Hanwha Life because they can just snap it up on 4, and Ezreal is really hard to punish. Also see what DK want to focus. When it comes to what I think will be the top side, I do actually think this is going to go to Showmaker again, just because of the damage spread, right?
Yep.
Having AP jungler with 2 AD sides. We are going to have to see more from Lucid and Showmaker. Picking an AD pick into Galio, I think you're generally going to be feeling pretty good about. Pantheon is a really big early threat, so he can also keep Galio kind of on the back foot, much more than many other picks can do. But him and Lucid have been the big standouts, particularly Showmaker himself. And in the last game, we didn't really get to see a glimpse of that. As the Shen, that's so interesting, the fact that they banned Shen. So I get it from a... from
they're banning the Nongshim comp, right? Because they've already like the Ezreal was considered, but they could have picked Ezreal on 4 and then last picked Shen. They actually could have just made the same comp.
I would have. The one thing is that keeping the Shen open in case it is the Camille support, because trying to play Camille support into Shen is very, very miserable experience. But given that it's Zeus, I think it is most likely just going to be him playing it. We did see the Leona already hovered. It's going to be instead the ban coming through here. Now, most likely, Showmaker or a Barrel Rider wants to go towards something like the Rel, so you can pick Ezreal here, which is still open.
I think
and
you
then
can just pick Ezreal.
Alistair. Yeah, you pick Ezreal, and they go something like MF Rel.
Yep.
MF also gains value because you're playing it with the Lilia, right? That combo is quite strong. So I think that Rel MF is most likely here, and then you go Alistair on 5, and then I think Hanwha Life are not going to be too sad about what they end up with.
Absolutely not. I think this is a little bit of a worry, to be honest, because I felt like this was very face-up. They even sort of gave it away by the fact that they banned away the Shen, knowing exactly what Nongshim found so much success with, and that was the Ezreal on the bottom side of the map in that draft as well.
So Corki, Viper Ezreal.
Yep, Corki also a bit of a consideration here as, oh man, MF just does not fill me with joy. It's just not been a pick that's found all that much success. There is a fair bit of early power here, as far as DK is concerned, but instead they're going to go towards a Braum. So that's what Barrel's decided to lock away. Aiming, where are we going? Is it going to be Braum Fortune? Could be. Unless he decides to go with something else. What is his answer to the Ezreal? That's the question. More Trinity Forces.
I do think that the Corki I like a lot more than the MF, because I think Corki AD carry has actually been fine. So this really changes the comp. My expectation would be that it is like, even though he's paired with a Braum, I still think it should be lethality.
Yes.
Because I don't think he gets the auto into the enemy team. But it does work really well with that. Oh my god. Hanwha Life have just been on point with these drafts. The one issue that their comp has is I think the engage is fully relying on Zeus. But that is one of the best top laners in the world, if not the best, on one of his best champions with Galio to follow up as well. So I think DK, it's a repeat of game number 1. They need to step it up. If you, in the early to mid game, with Pantheon, with Braum, with Lilia, you can completely run over the Hanwha Life comp, right? You can get all objectives. You need to win these skirmishes, but they need to play more confident, because if this goes to late again, I don't think they're beating Hanwha.
Oh, it's completely doomed. And I actually like, narratively, right, that DK basically have exactly the same situation on their hands. They just have to execute better this time around. The confidence needs to be so much higher. Showmaker needs to get to these lanes and get them ahead. And we'll see whether they can do exactly that, because it feels like, I know it's game number 2. It's a best of 5. There are definitely more games after this, but it still feels like do or die.
Are there? Yeah, I'm kind of with you on this one, Atlas.
Yeah.
I think if you lose this one, it'll become very hard. The biggest difference for me is that I think it's way easier to get good target access this time around. There's no Cassante, there's no Maokai. You know, these targets that are so notoriously slippery, there's still the Ezreal, which is a little annoying. But Karma, if you find her in late game, can blow her up in a second.
Certainly can. Certainly a few more options here for DK to play through, and Shiu is on a great matchup here towards the top side of the map. The Ambessa into the Camille might give him some avenues. We'll see whether they can spot some lane swaps as we dive into game number 2. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, under the rift for game number 2 of our best of 5 series. It is the upper bracket final before we get to the grand finals, and of course, Nongshim going to be taking on Genji coming up tomorrow. The winner of that series will then face the loser of this one, and then we will have our finalists decided. See who's going to be heading towards first stand.
Ooh, some things to note. Aiming did go for on-hit. Makes you a lot stronger in the 2v2.
Yeah.
Gives you a ton of... They should look for an invade here as well. I don't know where or when, but with something like the Braum, at the very least, invade for vision, but it doesn't look like they want to run the risk as they are going for the swap again. And yeah, that makes sense. I don't think you want to play into Azrael Karma, particularly early on. Very, very unfun. Also, Aiming went for TP, which definitely is noteworthy. Makes sense to me when you look at what Hanwha have, as in that I don't think Cleanse gets that much value because most of it is, you know, knock-ups.
Yeah.
And
I actually think
you
a Ghost would have given him a lot of value if he wanted to play the on.
If you want to play on it, yeah, no, I'm with you. But maybe identifying that in the previous game, a lot of their issues came from the complete lack of being able to match the Hanwha rotations. And this game, it's just as important, right? Because they're again leaning into the kind of global style, they're leaning into skirmishing. So they need to, very early on, make something happen. As we have Zeus, I'm not sure if he got spotted. I don't think he did, based on the ping. We only saw the Raptors getting pinged. So
yeah.
He's going to try and make his way towards the top side of the map. Maybe look, they do have a strong dive with the Braum if the Ambassa is there as well. We'll see how big this wave is. I think that not all of it will crash here. I think only the melee, so might be able to set up a big wave here on the second go. With Zeus, he's just going to hit level 2. He's just soaking XP.
Yeah, just out of vision. As there it is, level 2 is going to be gained. Whether it's going to be enough is the question. Exactly right.
Needs to get tagged.
Yep, that ward gives away Beryl's position. Peanut nowhere near as Hextech sweep. Going to at least try and soften up the minions. Not going to be quite enough though, as they do start this one off. Beryl can take one more shot. Aiming does not want to get the ramped up turret.
2 portions, wait for the ramp off to fall, but Zeus, I think, is just going to go back as a Showmaker.
Back to laners. Yeah, Showmaker is in a little bit of trouble here. Does have that Conqueror proc, but it's not going to be enough to help him. And he wasn't spotted, so Zeus
as we thought,
is not seen, and you can see in the picture-in-picture, that's very cool.
And now, oh, the TP, or the back didn't actually go through, so I think Zeus does have to abandon ship here. But just abandoning is not the end of the world.
And they're investing so much.
Because
you can see already 2 plates go down on the bottom side. A third should be coming in soon. And there is no one there soaking that experience. And in the meantime, you've also got Showmaker struggling. Winds of War come down. Has to mitigate that one. And this is not going the way that DK wanted to. Already a 400 gold lead. That represents just first blood going down. I mean, no one's died yet, but that's the amount of gold that has gone over to HLE. Yeah.
Right, it's the plates because DK is having multiple people here. Peanut is on a ward, and Zek actually going for phase rush. We've seen mostly just the aftershock, and I do think in this matchup it makes a ton of sense as the back gonna get cancelled there is a big deal.
Yeah.
Zeus just playing an amazing lane swap thus far. Out of vision, gets the soak for the experience. Hasn't even TP'd yet, by the way.
Nope. And it's 1 minion apiece between both of these top laners. As it should be another plate going down for Shiu as he gets stunned underneath the turret. Has to make his way out. You can see. And Zeus going to avoid losing another plate here on this top side. 600 gold is now the advantage as Lucid comes round. This could have been a place where DK could have found a lead because we know that Lilia farms so incredibly fast, but Peanut's also been able to navigate his way through the jungle absolutely beautifully. Showmaker does do his best to try and stop those Winds of War from knocking him out of the lane. So far, he's looking a bit worse for wear.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think normally Pantheon should have a better time in the longer trades because Galio, so much of his burst is up front, right?
Yeah.
Going for some CC, drop the Winds of War, but you don't really get to extend your trades because he's running phase rush. So actually staying on top of him is kind of hard, and the laning phase thus far looking great. Now, I do think DK has been able to pull it back a little bit. The plate lead is going to remain as long as the turret doesn't actually drop, though. It's not the end of the world. We do see, though, because of the soak of experience for Shiu, Beryl is behind in experience, just shy of level. Aiming and Viper are a lot closer. We're going to have to see DK, once they hit 6 and the power of Lucid and Showmaker gets enabled to do a lot more. As that's another cancel found by Zeus there.
Yeah, Zeus continuing to just sit on his Doran shield. I'm issue the same situation. It just feels like Zeus has had DK in the palm of his hand so far this game. So much of this early game he has been responsible for. And we're actually having a conversation about lane swaps on the POG state just earlier on, and we were saying, like, how is a good lane swap supposed to be entertaining? Well, this is definitely a good lane swap played out by HLE, largely due to Zeus. As Showmaker just puts up his shield and tries his very best to be okay. Lucid now in position to try and answer this as he takes the first one. Okay, able to spin around a bit, but there is the heroic entrance. Grand Starfall coming on through as Lucid avoids the knock-up, but that is going to leave his Pantheon alone. And Lucid cannot actually help out here as Zeus gets over the wall. The door is given to Zeus as Peanut dives on forward, and that is first blood, and in quick succession, the second one as well. As the Winds of War coming on through here, Shiu gets taunted up. They take down the Lilia, but Shiu's at least able to answer one of them, but that's feats of strength already for HLE as far as kills.
Yeah, and even with that Braum passive, there just wasn't enough. Key thing there for me is that Zeus had already completed the back. Shiu hasn't, and Zeus was still earlier to the play. The one upside here is that with the light roaming over, we do have aiming, getting finally some plates, some time alone here. But these early skirmishes were DK's bread and butter.
Yeah, this was supposed to be where they were going to find their avenue into the game. Unfortunately, they have slipped out instead. Let's see whether they can actually find an avenue back. At least they deny the objective feat of strength.
There's a level lead here for Delight. They try and go in on Peanut, but that obviously doesn't work. Play gets extended because of the shield to come through. And then Barrel's a lower level. Lucid doesn't have his ultimate, and even with Barrel blocking there, Showmaker still ends up going down. And you can see Shiu as well. He's like, where do I go? Can't just join the fight because he doesn't have his ultimate available. And I thought that the Braum passive might mean that they can kill Zeka just a little bit faster. And as we can see, Viper roaming over could have made it even worse. Looks like Dragon was picked up here by DK, but still, this is a sizable deficit very early on. It's Peanut already building a lead on Zinzao, a champion that is notoriously snowbally. And DK, they get the next skirmish, and then maybe one more. But after that, this is feeling an awful lot like game number one.
Yep, Public Execution is at least now available for Shiu. But Hextech Ultimatum on the other side of the coin is also going to be up. So some big deal ultimates for the next fight going to be up. So Shiu going to be stopping it back there, actually, as Zeus was out of vision. Still just making sure that it was going to be okay. But yeah, like we were saying, with these ultimates available, it can be pretty dicey here on the top side of the map. As Zeus going to give away his position, gets that physical shield. Shiu is still able to win out on that trade, sending him underneath the turret. And the Young Gun, see what he can get done here. This Ambessa pick is a huge deal for DK as well, just because Shiu has been so incredibly good at this champion.
And he's going to have to, right? Like, he's the only one that's sitting on a sizable lead. He is, I assume, going to be able to really keep bullying this Camille until we get to the very late stages of the game. Right? Eventually, Emil just kind of outskills almost everything.
The old true damage factor.
Yeah, having a Cho'Gath ult on your Q2 always feels great.
Not too bad.
As Beryl is still level 4. Will hit 6 off of the next minion. I don't know if that alone is enough. Showmaker does have his ultimate available.
Hit 6 or hit the floor as, yeah, Peanut does throw down the ulti just to make sure that he's all right. Grand Starfall there from Showmaker as well. But Beryl is just going to take the kitchen sink and then is going to be able to stand beside his teammates.
Sure, he's
try to be okay. As, yeah, you can see that Zeus is still trying to go home. Oh, man, it could be nap time. There he goes. They push in the minion wave. There's the ulti coming out from Shiu as Hextech Ultimatum comes on through. He gets the shield. The flash forward. He flashes away. Shiu takes up the turret, trying to keep Lucid alive, and it will work. But, man, that looked way more difficult than it had any right to be. A second kill goes over to DK, but they had to work for it.
Oh, that was not the cleanest execution there from Lucid and Shiu. I do think it's notoriously hard to dive Camille because of the fact that she can use her ult to offset. So they play the first part well, where they go for the bubble. They ensure that Zeus just can't cancel the sleep by ulting on top of Shiu. But then there, I think it's Shiu that cancels the sleep, and I think Lucid doesn't actually hit the center of his W, which is where so much of the Lilia damage comes from. Yeah, I think he just barely misses it. So he still does damage, but not quite as much. And then Zeus plays it super cleanly, extends the play, trades flash for flash.
I actually think that Xiu tanking that last turret shot, those saved Lucid's
It did.
life.
Oh,
I think
100%
Lucid
would have
definitely
died.
couldn't have
Yeah.
taken 2. So
Oh,
that was
100%.
well played. And ultimately, they did manage to get the kill. And that is a big deal. The problem is that they traded it for feats of strength, which then go over to HLE by that tower falling down. Peanut should be able to get yet another stack of grubs, as we have Lilia moving up, but HLE just have so much power at this stage of the game.
He does have Blade done now. That's a big spike. They have to go. They can't.
Well, he's teleporting in. They're going to see what they can get done here, as
got
3
one.
grubs goes over to HLE, and the dregs will be collected here by DK. This time around, though, it is going to be 3 for 3, and so no Void Mites and things to worry about there, as 5 grubs in the last game was a big deal. The problem is that tempo is still in HLE's favor, and they've been our best team at playing on the red side so far this tournament. It's been a lot of 5-game series, but they've been able to break blue sides many, many times during that.
Yeah, they're just a bit OP. I'm pretty sure also saw them being. They're like 90% win rate on blue side as well.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit less, but they're still, yeah, definitely doing all right when it comes to blue as well.
Just been very strong thus far in the LCK, and they've really skilled into it nicely. The last time these two teams faced off, I think Hanwha Live looked a lot worse. We had the issue of them being good individually in all of the games, but then never everyone at the same time.
Yep.
This game isn't done by any means. I do think DK still have a good amount of pressure, but when the Hanwha Live is playing like this, it's going to have to be some team fighting that's better than what we've seen thus far from DK. I think the confidence that really ruled a lot of their previous series is not really to be seen just yet. A second Dragon would go a long way to make that happen, though.
Absolutely, especially when it is a Infernal. First one was a Cloud, so certainly going to be some good souls up and available. Making sure, of course, that Orcs is paying attention.
Oh, look at that. Zeus just now finishes his
Trinity Force is done. Eclipse is up for Xiu, but I think you're feeling pretty good about the Trinity Force spike here for the Camille. Lucid tanking up the Q from Delight and doesn't feel too happy about it.
Yeah, they want Banana Burst control, and this is something we haven't talked about yet, but the engage for DK is also pretty lackluster, and the poke with this Ezreal Karma is always going to be a big deal as...
the engage Braum, and the ulti out from Xiu is just going to go completely wide. Viper going to take that opportunity to throw some Mystic Shots through, and the Braum unable to do anything at all. And Beryl out of position now. Mystic Shot going to be avoided. The door was there, though, but Beryl's still out of this fight, as that should be the Drake going on over to Peanut. And this is, like, I feel like HLE have not taken anything that they didn't make for themselves, right? Like, they create the space and then Peanuts on the Dragon. They're not going too far.
Oh, yeah, no, I thought what you were saying is that all their advantages are made, not given, and I'm like, we did just watch Beryl.
No. I'm just saying that they don't...
We just watch Beryl do the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
They don't go further than they
Then
should.
they have to.
Yeah.
As, well, DK
cool, calm, and collect.
DK feel a little bit less bad now, seeing that it is the...
Oh, Ox is right here.
I know.
Get the Susja in the chat, please.
I don't think this is a... It's not a horrible Chemtech game.
Well, actually,
I
do need to actually change my tune, don't I? Maybe Ox blessed us with a Chemtech Soul.
Okay, I don't want to overcorrect. I think we can just accept that it's slightly better. You know, there's a good amount of shielding and healing on Hanwha Life, so you get some value there. But if these fights are gonna have... Oh, Showmaker.
Yeah.
Oh, he doesn't know.
I'm a little frightened as he does try to flash out of the way. The taunt is still going to land as the hookshot did come through to hold him in position. He does have the shield to give them as the turret's going to try and help him out. But now, both of them getting a little bit sleepy. Xiu making his way into Zeus. Should be the first target. Zeka goes down as well, tries to heroically exit, and he does so! The Justice Punch feels like it has no justice at all as Beryl gives them the door, and Xiu tries to slash up Delight. Not able to actually grab that kill though, and maybe they've overstepped as Xiu gets a shield back and he dives on forward. What? CLC! This young man is insane! And Zeka will be taken down for the double for aiming, and maybe it's the young rookie that can take DK to a Game 2 win. Oh my god!
Atlas, I'm
Yes.
gonna be totally real with you. When he went back in, I'm like, that man is inting. Oh my god.
Yeah, no, I was ready for that one too. But instead, he decided to just single-handedly hold DK into this game.
That might save the series.
Maybe.
I don't know. I think DK still look all out of sorts, but that right there, gold now even as we start here. Showmaker
baited them beautifully.
Yeah, let's not give him that much credit. Really think that they could have gone earlier on the E as well to at least tank some of the damage. We don't lose it, it's a big bowling ball. And then they get this, and you're feeling okay, but crucially, they don't kill Zeka. And it just is, that's not enough, right? They invest a good amount of resource, then Shiu goes in here, he's slashing, he's dashing, like, okay, that's cool. But I want to see this re-entry here.
Yeah, this is the true insanity.
Goes back in, then dashes out, then re-engages with the ultimate.
And the ult only keeps him alive, I think because Peanut flashed away? And Lucid's like, what the hell, man?
It's crazy. And because of that play, that's 5 flashes gone for Hanwha.
Uh-huh.
And you know what? That man should not get access to a Chemtech Soul. That's
the value, baby.
I'm just
he didn't
saying,
even
Atlas.
have it yet, and he was already going in with 10 health.
Atlas.
Oh.
Okay.
Maybe we're just underestimating Chemtech Soul this whole time.
We got very excited. The reason is I want this to be a 5-gamer. And I think if Hanwha Live win that skirmish, I think DK just get 3-0'd.
Yeah.
They still might. Like, the game is not done. By no means are we in a... Now, you know, we've switched paths to a different world line where different stuff happens, and maybe now it is a 5-gamer. But at least there's a shot, Atlas.
Yeah.
That's all I want.
I mean, this is a gold lead for DK, right? We saw that HLE had held on to the gold advantage throughout most of this game as Beryl going to drive Shelly into this outer turret. And that will be able to help do a decent chunk of work opening up the map here for a team that really does like a lot of open space to play with. The Grand Skyfall certainly a big benefactor of that one. Showmaker can get in there anytime he wants. His Stridebreaker is now completed. Going to be going for that Fimbulwinter build once again on this Pantheon.
And that, to me, is the one thing that does need to be fixed.
Is Viper okay? Chance of Corruption is going to be avoided very nicely.
Yeah, she was waiting with the ult there.
Yeah, I actually thought that maybe a public execution
to
could
open
be
with
the way to open, but instead they throw out the ulti. Not giving away Shiu's position is strong.
Yeah, instead of world's slowest projectile.
Yeah, exactly. World's most notoriously unhittable
Shiu does see the Camille there.
Yeah. And is just going to clear out the wave, and it looks like no action will ensue.
We do need to highlight, though, Showmaker has been the most praised part of this DK roster.
Yeah.
He has had an incredible split thus far, or an incredible LCK Cup thus far, I should say. This series, he's felt very invisible. Even that previous play started with his great bait, which, you know, if we give
another way of saying demise, indeed.
Yeah, charitable impression. And do you think once he hits the 2-item spike, Fimbulwinter is insanely strong on any champion that has slows and or any form of immobilizing? Well, Showmaker obviously is both.
Yep.
So he's going to be feeling great as the Dragon. Definitely want to pick that up here for DK. We already mentioned there is so much sustain for Shiu, who already, as we saw in the previous fight.
Riftmaker Lilia as well. I feel like that would be pretty
even just the healing you get on the Q, right?
Yeah.
We do need to, Shiu does need to make sure he can't die. That is a very important matter here. But, you know, turret going down,
turrets,
who cares? Outer turret already went down in the bot side, so it's not like this matters for the Sandals. Aiming also now hitting the 2-item spike. Do you think that the Varus from here on out just gets stronger and stronger if he gets to play the game, which again is going to be a bit of a rough one into things like Camille and Xin Zhao.
Yep.
As we have a trap being set, but for who, I am not sure yet.
Still not entirely
Showmaker's on his way as well.
Yeah, that's going to be the steal. Successful there as the Blast Cone to get all of HLE in there. That gets out Beryl's ultimate, as well as Atakan is going to make his way onto the Rift.
He's creating so much space.
Oh, so much space. That ult zoned everyone.
I know, yeah.
I think most of LoL Park is now feeling zoned.
Can't believe Beryl did that. He doesn't die. So that's all that matters. I think they were looking for a play with Showmaker there, but they couldn't quite find the angle. If Hanwha Live would have gone deeper, though, I could have definitely seen them still try and make a play for that.
Well, there's some Mega Cone action for you.
Flashes are no backup for Humble Life. So Otacon is next. And if I know DK, I wouldn't be surprised if they just started up. And this is the one thing I do think the Humble Life comp struggles with, is retaking control of an area. We'll see if they can do it. They don't have a lot of time. Zace is going to get it back in. I think might have his second item done.
This could be a huge flank. If
There he is. Sterix is there.
And it is going to be just a teleport right in towards his back line. But HLE, they've taken control of this Otacon area. And DK needs to make sure that he runs out of patience, and he does so. Creates the circle at the wrong place.
Oh, they got TP, so I think DK are going to be happy with that. They can just channel some backs as long as they don't go back with too many. Shiu should now also have his Sterix done as Otacon still mad.
Just partying, man.
He's cranky, okay?
Having a really...
He's just
it looked like he was
life.
having a good time here. And, like, you know, the punch in the air.
Atlas, he's throwing giant orbs of angry.
No, but, like, it looked like dance moves.
Giant,
maybe he doesn't know that they're orbs of angry. Maybe he's just trying to dance with everyone.
I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's fire or just pure anger, but you know not to stand in the fiery balls. You've played enough.
Yes. I mean, as an MMO guy, I do understand that it is theoretically bad. However, as an MMO guy, I've stood in my fair share of fire. All right.
Like the good or just accidentally the bad?
Let's just I often die on Onyxia fights. Let's just say that. As Showmaker going to be tanking the frontliners. That is a lot of value there from Peanut, but they're not going to be able to find an engage. And this is one of the things that HLE does struggle to do.
It's just
and that is engage.
Yeah. As now, maybe Humble Life return to play, and they just hard force Otacon here, because they do need to answer. Zeka does have his TP available in just a few seconds, so he can match, but I don't think he's going to be too happy facing off into Shiu, who doesn't actually have his
second item
yet, by the way. Yeah, you win the short trade. I think Shiu also identifies that no need for him to go in there. Should have Sterix done now.
Yeah, should be heading home. So we'll see. 3 items, of course, going to be completely ridiculous, but he does complete his... oh, man, that is a lot of damage to come through from Shiu now.
Oh, yeah, went for the...
Spear of Shojin.
Shojin. That ability damage is going to be even more crazy when it comes to these fights. And the one place where I do think that DK have an edge when it comes to the head-to-head is that Karma, right? I think Karma is one of the picks that early on can feel insanely oppressive. She'll always provide good utility.
Yep, and she's got the engage now, because Shurelius means that you can throw Zeus in there.
It's a little better, yeah. Zeus, as long as Zeus is flash, I still don't think that Humble Life is going to be in too much trouble. I also think their poke is a lot better, as mentioned previously, particularly because aiming has gone for the on-hit variety. Doesn't have his third item just yet.
Yeah.
As they're just starting it up again, and this time around...
I mean, there's a lot of DPS up here towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, they're putting him in an awkward position.
Yeah. Look at this, aiming just that Rage Blade, getting that work done. Peanut going to try and come in. You can see Beryl, he's just giving them the door. There's trying to get in, and now Peanut almost close enough, but it's aiming that locks it down. Peanut now realizing that he just has to get out as the two-man taunt comes through, but everyone's getting sleepy. Shiu, can you stay alive? And the answer is it doesn't matter, because he takes the quick way out, and Lucid will send them all to nap time. Delight going to be falling down next, and it's Peanut that's left on the floor, and anyone that was doubting DK, and yes, I'm pointing towards myself, I think now we have a series starting to form on our hands.
Last game was a nightmare for DK. This time, a one for HLE, as that fight initially looks a little dicey. Great call here. As you're pointing out, the damage with Unhit Varus as well as the Lilia, great. They do need literally everyone here to ensure Peanut doesn't get the attempt for a steal. And then Shiu drags a bunch of people away, which I think this is where it looks a little dicey, right? Health bars are low, the poke is good, but then Lucid with the flash Q finds the sleep, finds the damage necessary, and the kills for DK are permanent. Dragon, I don't know what the exact timer is, we can see her on the replay, is coming up, and I imagine that's going to be soul point here for DK.
And over 3,000 gold now the lead for DK as well. We do have to say, I mean, Zeus was able to send 2 people home. There was Shiu falling down as well.
Still a good amount of gold being given over to Humble Life, but
still way more for DK, and the fact that it's permanent dragon stats to be picked up and the map control that comes with it. And this is going to the team that has engage advantage anyway, right? Like they can throw out the public executions, the chains of corruptions, even Beryl can flash forward if he wants to, but the bowling balls I think probably a more reliable one. I just needed to tilt all of the engage Brom disbelievers, which I don't... Can you be a disbeliever in something that isn't real?
Isn't that also you?
Yeah, no, I hate it.
Yeah.
But it is kind of funny.
Time, man.
Especially when you put 5 points in queue as early as possible. Showmaker is going to discover Peanut, and Peanut is going to blast cone himself the wrong direction, straight into all of the bad guys. Does get the red buff, though, as now he's just trying to knock people up, get over some walls, and aiming shoots him in the back of the head.
Yeah, we haven't seen this specific, but this too is Peanut.
Yeah. Yes. Shades of Peanut. We have, every coin has multiple sides.
They still have false lifetimes out right now, so I don't think that they... I think they're looking for return. I don't think you actually want to try and do this, although Showmaker is TP, as does Zeus.
Yeah, Viper going to be making his way in.
The poke is the big thing here.
4 people here for DK. So the teleport's coming through from absolutely everyone. And Shiu just dives on top of Viper, finds that public execution. And HLE, they've realized now that they just have to get out of there. Chains of Corruption goes wide, but that doesn't matter. Delight is just dead. Zeka is off on the other side. He tries to get out once more, but this time he's executed. It's Showmaker with a double kill, and that should be a Baron once again for DK. They move back to the pit. They'll be able to take it this time. And it's shellackings after shellackings here in this series, as DK have really taken the bull by the horns. Peanut looking to try and make his way and do something heroic, as Beryl zoning once more. They get the control ward over, as Peanut has an idea of this health bar.
He hit the W.
The audacious charge will get him in there. He's and this Baron is going down real low. 5 health, and Peanut steals it. He tries to get some kills off the back end. He'll go down, but he grabs the purple worm on his way out.
5 health! That's the other shade of Peanut!
Exactly, I'm getting flashbacks to Score, you know? He's sitting alongside KT as they're practicing for the LCK, and it keeps getting brought up. This was 5, not 2, that Cannon Barrage stole it away at, but another Brox Tiger was the one that did it.
This couldn't start better as well for DK, because they get Viper immediately shield again on this Ambessa, paying off so much in this game. Almost a well-timed escape there from Zeka, but okay.
Viper's dead again.
Yeah, we did get the smite steal. I still don't think that's actually enough, because if you look, who is actually clad in purple? It's one person.
Well, it was 2 people.
Yeah, okay, true.
not so much anymore.
I don't know how he died. I guess I see Beryl flash, so maybe it was the H Brom?
It looked like it was Shiu, but Shiu's ultimate's still available, so it wasn't that. We'll have to play a little mini-game of Cluedo and maybe get the answers with a replay. Or maybe we just won't, as everyone's just getting a bit tired. Delight is able to mitigate the CC. Zeka is tanky enough for it to be all right, as Peanut getting himself out of there. And the poke, even though this isn't the right Varus, is still looking dangerous, as DK are sieging these inhibitor turrets.
Credit to aiming as well. He is a player that has been so often criticized for how volatile he is on 80 carries without an escape.
Yeah.
He died once, but he had the Otacon buff, so it's not a real death. As we take another look here, Showmaker starts it up, and they force Viper to make his way over the wall, whereas Shiu was just happily waiting.
Yep, and that's why I didn't have to press the R button. It all makes sense. 44 seconds.
Now, it's a 6 gold lead. It's still not unwinnable here for Hanwha Life. We have 3rd item spike on Viper. We also have Zeus, almost level 16. But they're gonna have to find some heroics here to actually win the fight. Maybe you just let the Chemtech trigger go, but as mentioned, I think that this is actually one of the occasions where...
Yeah, Chemtech Soul feels pretty ridiculous. I mean, Showmaker was just cruising around his own jungle under 50% health, Chronicler.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
GA now done here for aiming as well.
I tell you what, the most impressive thing about this game is the fact that it's on Shiu.
Yeah.
Like this win, if DK are able to close this game out, it's Shiu that did it. With that incredible play on the top side of the map. As let's see whether Zeka can find the angle. Doesn't get the taunt in time there as the Winds of War come in, but the fight is broken up. Zeka gonna need to ult his way in. He gets on top of Peanut, finds a couple with the knockups as aiming, going down incredibly low. He's down, but can they actually get any of the follow-up kills? As Shiu's taken out his opposite number. He is just running amok in this backline, but it's Viper's that's
still
able
there.
to lock him down. Zeka going to fall as well, as it's a 2v2 in the end. And it's Lucid and Showmaker. Oh no! The lilting lullaby is still there from this Lilia. And Viper is doing his very best, but watch out! Eep, here comes the Lilia. And Lucid's able to shut him down with the help of Showmaker and some of these big old sticks. DK, they will be able to take the soul now.
Testament to Humble Life team fighting. The fact that that was close is very telling, as we see here. A lot of split decisions, I think, and aiming does actually get found this time around, right? Viper goes completely unchecked, and even though Shiu is dealing with both the Light as well as Zeus, it's just that core of Humble Life, right? Camille, Xin Zhao, Galio, they're so beefy, do so much damage if they ever get on top of you. And then here, good call. If Lucid and Showmaker would have gone for the Drake instead, there was definitely a world where Viper and the Light just somehow get the better of them. None of that in this one.
Nope. Lucid also making it virtually impossible for Viper to outplay it. Viper actually, I think, did everything that he needed to. But Lucid just had all of the buttons left available. So DK now with a Chemtech Soul, 7,000 gold, the advantage, and a minute and a half until the Baron is up and available. That is going to be the next port of call. 3 times the kills for DK this game in comparison to HLE. And we have bounties up for the inner turrets left standing on the map.
Completely different feel of game, but the score might end up being remarkably similar to the previous one. That's kind of interesting to think about.
It is odd because it does feel like this game was teetering until that play on the top side of the map.
Yeah.
Instead of the last one where it was just a slow, inevitable collapse.
Yeah, there was no teetering.
No, not a lot of teetering. It was the slow motion.
It was very well
down.
telegraphed. You know, we also did warn them.
Yep.
And didn't help. Now, the only thing that DK actually need to do is siege, which I do think is kind of hard into Humble Life, as the only one that can really do a good job of taking down these turrets without putting himself in harm's way is aiming, who is about halfway through his cooldown on the GA. Also, do note Barrel has gone for the counter circle, you know, because Humble Life has a lot of circles. Guess what? Barrel has one as well.
He just wants some redemption, man. It does make some sense. Shiu trying to cut through Zeus here. 3 items now done as the Sterix comes in for the top laner of DK. The answer is there, though. Zeus has his GA completed.
Yeah, they're going to wait for Nash, which I think makes sense. What you try to do here is don't try and hard force on a turret. Just set up Nash, force them to engage, and then turn on Humble Life. I do think DK's turn is actually quite great, as we've seen in many of these fights. So just needs to force Humble Life to go in. That said, though, McKill's now done for the Light as well. We have 3 items for Zeus, level 17. Zeka does also finish his stopwatch. His hourglass, I should say. So after that last team fight, I think DK very understandably trying to play this one to 100% out. Because if you take a bad team fight against Humble Life and you go down 0-2, I don't think you come back in the series.
I mean, you lose this game, the series is so done. Is what it feels like to me as well. Just, you would do a lot of mental damage.
Now, I've fought that before, you know, particularly in a series that would be way worse to lose, which was a single inhibitor hit. And that Zeka didn't let that get to him, so maybe we're a bit premature. But I think DK just going to start this one up and force a response out of Humble Life, who at some point will have no choice but to face check them.
Oh, you saw
that ward is big.
Yep, Zeus spotted on his way for a big flank. I mean, Showmaker can put himself in position, save aiming any sort of trouble here. And Zeus realizes there's no joy. Back towards the Baron now goes DK. They will get the permanent vision of this crab.
Yeah, there you go. That is the value of those late game crabbies.
Yep. Oh no, Peanut. It's not a time to have a nap. And Lucid also deciding that, in fact, he is going to let him walk out. With Mikhail's available from Delight.
Yeah, it was also only 1 man.
Yeah, so you're never really going to use a Lilting Lullaby on 1. Still, HLE.
You're just gonna, keep doing this.
Yep, here's the dance. As DK started up, Grand Starfall available for Showmaker as Shiu towards that top side, and HLE have identified that. That's going to be their target as the public execution to try and bring Shiu back towards the rest of his teammates. And here's the Grand Starfall. Aiming going to be grabbing the first kill in the fight, and Shiu is still alive, ladies and gentlemen, still dashing forward. not so lucky. Showmaker puts himself in front of his teammates, and Zeka, nothing he can do to stop the onslaught. Only one dead just yet, but the rest of DK still looking for more, and the health bars are slowly disintegrating. Zeka goes golden. He tries to be the hero, but Aiming has that DPS, and DK, they lose no one and wipe the fight.
7.2k damage from Viper, but that's Camtech value, baby! All below 50, no one goes down, and that should be DK bringing us to 1-1. Again, Humble Life team fighting kind of out of this world. The fact that it's even close, testament to their resilience, but I think DK are about to bring us to a tied series, Atlas. Have you checked your hands lately?
Oh, I did. Remember, I checked before and it was starting to appear, but game really is written all over them at this point. The font is getting too large for it to even be readable as the first Nexus turret is taking its hits.
Wait, they can't end.
Yeah, DK are just going to have to back away, I think, as they haven't taken the Baron. Oh dear, that is going to be the pickoff though, as Delight going to be taken down.
Viper and Zeka are coming up. They have to leave. They can definitely take Nash.
Remember what happened when we had another team that also did this? Is okay, Peanut going to be taking half of his health bar. Zeus looking for an angle. Shiu trying to get him out of here. Look at these health bars. They're so low, but Peanut going to be the first one to go down. And the value of the Chemtech soul, ladies and gentlemen, is absurd. As is that taunt into the backline, but unfortunately 10,000 gold is a hell of a lot of gold. As there's the Chemtech value being represented by Hawks right there. I love that it's a bit out of, like his face is a bit out of focus. Oh, it's beautiful. It's a bit Susture as the next Nexus turret goes down. The Nexus to follow, and DK, they're going to be rewarded for not taking Baron and taking the Nexus instead.
Aiming's face there is like, whoo!
Yeah, he's like, man, we almost did that same thing.
And I don't know where this series is going to go from here, but it's telling me that even in a game that DK wins, a lot of what we're going to be thinking about is the team fighting from Hanwha, and the fact that it all comes down as Shiu. What a turn.
That was a series-winning play.
If they end up, 100%. If they end up winning the series,
yeah.
I'm with you. Yeah.
If there's a game 4, like, he's got them there, right? Like, I think it was either they didn't win any games in this series at all, or he makes that play, and he did. So thank you so much to Shiu for giving us more video games today.
If you haven't seen the clip of him doing, he had to get, he had to psych himself up.
Yep.
As
it's very, very cool. As Viper does a hell of a lot of damage.
Yeah, Viper, incredible Ezreal. Like, come on, it's Viper.
And he's taken Ezreal out of the pool, one of Aiming's favorite champions. So there's something to be said about that.
Shout out to Aiming. I think a hard game to play on Varus, particularly on hit. I think did a good job. The standout's going to be Shiu, though. That's the guy that's going to be talked about a lot. That spike in gold there, that wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for him finding that game-winning play earlier on.
Not to mention Lucid as well. His Lilia, always a joy to watch. This time was also fantastic, but HLE kept it close. We're going to go to a short break when we get back. The Space going to break it down, and then we'll have a best of 3 for you as we get back to a tied-up series.
나 이거 드론 볼게. 싸움을 볼게. 나 싸워볼게. 싸워. 에이 테일 거야. 진영 잡고 진영 잡고. 야 이거 불렀다. 안 좋아 거기. 야 카밀. 갈려태. 카밀. 야 싸워. 천천히 빼면서. 카밀 때려. 야 갈려. 싸우면 안 쉬어 천천히. 나 안 죽는데. 아 쉬어 들어가. 이겼어. 야 잡았어. 표돌아. 야 표전 돌아. 내가 잡았겠다. 여기. 이전 돌아. 안 내려가세요. 슛 지렸다 상거리에서. 친구가 잘해. 좋은데. 파이팅. 따요 쫑디 만세. 네 잘한다. 잘하지.
It's all tied up here, 1-1, as it is a great battle back from D+, and we got to see we just need to show the highlight again. We'll get to it. I'm freaking out just because when it happened, you'll see. Digon here alongside Ox and Wadid. A great battle back here from D+ after a tough start, but you guys wanted to start on the draft.
Yeah, when you think about the brown pick right at the moment, we kind of agreed on that brown pick was kind of awful, like into that champion, because it kind of led HLE to have a free lane as a Ezreal Karma. So yeah, I think just mainly because of that, right?
Yeah, I think it's one of these situations where if lane swaps wasn't a thing, this would feel so much worse. They kind of get away with this one. I think really though what stands out to me for D+ is like how many champions they have which deal well with melee picks. Like you have this Galio, this Camille, this Inzao diving in, and then it's just like perfect for Lilia. The Pantheon's really happy with it as well because he went like the tank theme build. The Ambessa gets a lot of value as well. And the Karma, I think, you know, with a composition like this where you have all these melees diving in, you can AoE shield them, you can use the Shrellies on them, is great. But it really just doesn't sit to me as like a delight pick, and he can't have the same impact. Like if you imagine in a scenario like this, I know it wasn't available because of game 1, but a pick like Rakan would have been really powerful for him, and perhaps that's why D+ took it in game 1 to deny away from him. But I definitely feel like there are times where they just weren't getting on top of the Varus. And Varus Braum is a bot lane duo we've seen for a long time. It was very much a situation where like we were concerned about the lane that did fall behind a bit, but like if you get out of lane, the value is definitely there. And as long as they don't directly get on top of Varus, he will just free fire.
Yeah, well, early on in this game, the Braum paid a ton of dividends. They got early kills, did Hanwha Life. And you're thinking, maybe this isn't the great start that we wanted. And then here, we were worried about the Young Xiu, and he makes a hero play, but there was a whole lot that happened here in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, I think because of Pantheon being in the game, they thought they could one-shot the target, but actually it took a lot of time because of Pantheon's shield. And after that, I think DK just jumped in at the right moment, so that's why they picked up some kills. But I mean, we could see, oh, that was really great escape from Zeka, but here, I think CU, the moment that he actually shines.
He just plays so aggressively, so confident. And the thing is, he really pushes the limit of the champion. If he didn't take all this damage here, this play probably wouldn't work because they wouldn't go in for more.
Oh my god.
But ends up committing, get this great angle on the ult, catches Peanut there, follows up on Viper, disengages and lets the team come in. And he's literally playing right at the edge on super low HP, really close to just going down, had to play it pixel perfect, but it worked. And this was a big turning point in the game that really got them back into it.
If CU didn't actually ult there, I don't think they can get more extra kills, and also CU dies just naturally, you know. So I think that was really huge outplay from them, and also they kind of knew that that was the winning gameplay. So we could hear from their voice comes that, oh, that top play from CU, it was really great, and they were talking about, oh my god, CU is so good player for real. So yeah.
Yeah, and when we got to see the POV of that play, the cooldowns on the ult were down until right when he used it again. It came back up, used it right on time. A huge play by the rookie in the top lane. And now, oh god.
Okay, this is the highlight that Digon got so mad about it.
It's just because Viper is one of the great LCK bot laners. He does the thing against the new Riot champion. You know, the 200 years, you're trying to hit Ambessa. Ambessa's dashing. You're barely doing any damage. Ambessa on no health almost kills you. Okay, finally, you killed him. You lost it, you killed him. And then you're thinking, big hero play. We're going to land something. Okay, I just flashed in, but wait, I used all my abilities on Ambessa, and I'm most of my damage on my team, and then I die, and everything goes to all hell after that. Oh my god!
Oh my god, I can't wait to him to like cast the actual game.
You know who I'm gonna give credit to though? Is Lucid on the Lilia was so patient with the ults. This isn't the only instance where he like saved the ult till the end. The fight happens, he's doing a ton of damage, and then right at the end he gets a big sleep and gets a great punish.
Yeah, I mean, we had to focus on the first engage as well. I think Braum, Beryl, he actually kind of denied them to come into the Atakan. So that was actually a really good point to see that as well. Because we normally think that Braum is a defensive champion, but when you think about the old memories, when I was a pro player in LEC, you know,
throwback.
I mean, I
most y'all were in
remember
diapers when
those
this
Braum
happened.
plays from Hillisang, especially. Maybe Western players, you remember when he played Hack Splash Braum with the Halo Blaze. And shout out to Hillisang, man. He's one of the great players in LEC, man. He started, and also Beryl, he's known as a professional support player. So I really like to see that. I really like to see that the sequence going on.
You know, that's interesting because you bring up in the past, right? And once upon a time, Braum was in a place where his passive was so broken that like you could just run at people and auto them. But that's not the Braum we have anymore, right? Very different now. And the reason the composition worked is not because you had engaged Braum, right? It's because you had Siwu just flying in there for the rest of the team. You had the Lilia get a lot of value, the Pantheon. Engaged Braum is not real. If you draft a comp where Braum is only engaged, you will lose. You will lose.
Fair enough.
What was more important, y'all? Was it the engaged Braum or was it Shoes and Bessa? The debate rages on, and it'll end here with our casters to take it away. Chronicler and Atlas. Who was it?
I gotta be honest, I was kind of thrown off by the amount of emotion on the desk, and I hope you guys can all talk to each other and, you know, find a good outlet for that, because I get it, because I watched you make that play and I felt like that emotion carried over throughout the rest of that game, Atlas.
Yep, and we're going to need you guys to stay a little bit cool, calm, and collected so you can break down the series
So we can
instead of
lose it.
just losing your minds. Exactly right. You need someone to stay straight. Maybe it should be us.
Because no, it's not us, Atlas.
Hey,
Come on.
Okay, let's just try to be entirely straight throughout this entire next game.
Handshake?
Yeah, handshake, zero emotion. Okay,
no
LeBlanc
emotion,
going to be
only-
the first ban here from Harmalife Esports, an understandable one, against Showmaker, who's going to then follow up with the very standard Skarner ban.
Has been exceptional in the mid-jungle 2v2.
Yes.
Particularly when paired with a strong AD laner, such as Lee. Still open, one of Lucid's favorite.
They're taking time to ban the second champion. They will need to ban 3. If they take too much time, it will be a while before we get through all of them. It will be a Nidalee, though, taken away from Lucid.
No fun for him.
Surprise.
Mild.
Yes. Kalista going to be the next ban here, as we will then move on to the final ban on HLE's side, but they have really taken a different path. Rumble, Poppy, and Bessa with their first bans. Rumble and Poppy still available for play. Neither of them have been banned. Will one of them be banned?
Poppy is there, a Hanwha Life special, something they love to play. Have played it many times. We also saw in the previous game an Azir ban to ensure that that was not going to be given over. Poppy stocks, even with Kalista already banned, still sky high, Atlas.
Yes, the Ahri is going to be the ban away instead, though. So one of either Poppy or the Rumble will be getting through.
Maybe both. Maybe
yes.
trade.
Man, I am enthralled. One more ban to come through here on the side of D plus Kia.
Yes.
Let's see what it is going to be. Hopefully a champion that HLE do really want to pick.
Riveting stuff so far, Atlas.
Thank you very much. Jace is probably the one that needs to be banned. Good God. Oh, never mind. So it is going to be Zeus Jace to lead this one.
Okay, Zeus Jace comes in. No surprise there. A lot of the things we have seen picked into it have already been taken off the board. The Rumble is the next highest pick up on the tier list. And that does mean Lucid most likely going to go towards an AD jungler. Maybe you want to prioritize picking one up early. Vi, Cassante already taken away.
Whoa.
That is the champion that he, like many a jungler, made a name for himself. This is a lot better though, just objectively, when you pair it with
Morgana.
I was going to say something like the Aurora, right? Nocturne, Aurora is a combo that's insanely strong. The Poppy though, top tier pick, still flexible as well. So can go to either Lucid or Beryl here.
Yeah, I actually really like the Poppy lock-in because these are the two champions that were banned in game 1, right? Like, these are the champions that HLE didn't want to play into, so pick both of them. I think that makes a lot of sense. But we've now got Hammer, Jace, and Sejuani, best friends as far as top or mid jungle duos are concerned. And Peanut, no stranger to getting things done on Bristle as well. So we'll see whether that is going to be the lock-in. Would make a lot of sense if it is. And then where does Zeka go? Because, I mean, they can hover some Vladimir themselves. They do have one of the greatest Vladimirs to play the game a little while back. That's, of course, Viper. And the Aurora going to be picked. It kind of feels like a pick away.
Yeah, because I think that they are not sure where this Poppy is going. And otherwise you can have a situation where like they lock Nocturne here and then have the opportunity to later go for the Aurora and then you have to ban it. don't want to run the risk of that happening. AD carry pool can also get pinched. So maybe we'll see Aiming pick something up here. That is an Aiming classic. And let me tell you, Atlas, thus far, the champions on Hanwha Live do not do a great job of locking down this champion. And Maokai already taken out of the pool. Nautilus already taken out of the pool as well. And you're gonna need something. Vi also not there.
Yeah.
So the Zeri definitely going to be a big threat. Now there are a lot of lanes that you can pick into Zeri that just bully here relentlessly. But with lane swaps, that's not as black and white as it once was.
Awesome bans, because there aren't that many AD carries left remaining, right? We've had 2 games prior to this, as the Lulu is banned by D+.
That must mean it's Poppy support.
Yes.
Because otherwise you 100% pick up Lulu on 4 here. Or you let Hanwha Live ban it, that's fine as well. But that does really feel like a kind of a giveaway that they are looking to put Barrow on the Poppy, which makes sense. Between the two, he's definitely more of the Poppy
And we haven't
player.
seen Poppy support so far in the LCK Cup. Sorry, Poppy jungle so far in the LCK Cup. And so it is very likely heading over to Beryl. He's also really liked playing it and then walking into the enemy jungle. And then I think the rest of it's redacted.
You mean, no, there was a tempo death.
Ah, tempo death.
Yeah.
Is that what it was? That's why it's redacted.
You should know.
Secret tech.
You should know.
Secret tech.
You're the #1 Barrel apologist, Atlas.
Not apologist. You never apologize for greatness, Chronicler.
Yeah.
As the Ashe is going to be banned away.
I can't believe Ashe has made it so far through the drops. Has really dropped in priority. Still as strong as she always was, particularly with Sejuani. And yeah, we are continuing the bans towards Lucid.
That's
now,
3.
Is it like... The problem is that Viego, for example, is still up, but LeBlanc and Ahri are banned, and also the rest of your comp does not really warrant it.
Wait, where would it go? Never mind.
Okay, let's not get...
Yeah, I was getting enthusiastic when I didn't need to.
I think it is going to be Viego, which I'm not super excited about. Oh, it's going to be like Viego Swain again. It's like, oh, Showmaker,
no.
don't do it. Maybe it's Rumble mid. I don't know, Atlas.
He just really wants that that Swain game that works. You know, he's like, I told you this was good. It might work out. It might not. Let's see what Hanwha Life Esports round out their composition with. As could have been, you know, a Caitlyn idea. A Jin is sort of conceding a little bit, but of course, you don't really need to play the same game as Zeri. If you do lock that one in.
Taking Rel into Poppy feels kind of bad, though.
I mean, I don't know. Normally I see Jin, and it just makes me, all I see is red. You know, I'm just upset and angry. But I see Viper written underneath his face there, and I'm like, actually, this is fine. Because Viper has been so good on this champion. That's Rise. We would be really sticking to that short range, and there it is. It's locked in. Showmaker yet another one. Unless he's going to be playing Rumble, but I don't think so. That's going to be a Rise. And so very short range, but so much DPS from this composition.
Yeah, my man has really been watching LPL. I mean, I'm pretty sure he did a shout out as well, because Doingbio also was the one that I'm pretty sure that's the Pantheon tank game I saw.
Yeah.
Also had at least one Rise game that I caught. And in a weird way, it does... Like early game, I don't think it feels that great, but once you get to a first item, it does set up okay for Viego. You provide the lockdown, like between Poppy and Rise, it's okay. I think the problem is that when you look at the Hanwha Life comp, like that's a very well-rounded comp. You know, you have great engage, you have good poke, you have just a very well-rounded composition, a lot of different damage profiles, and then you look at the E plus Kia comp, and it's just a lot of stuff.
It is a lot of stuff.
And you know, there's not that much setup, for example, for what you'd like with a Rumble. You'd rather have something like a Rel, you know, to lock people down. And then it's also Showmaker Rise. And I think Showmaker, unfortunately, has been not looking too hot today. Has had a really good LCK sub so far, but I think he needs to step it up in this game number 3 if we want to get a win on the Rise.
I think he was saving himself for the last 3 games. Or at least let's hope that that was what was happening, as his Rise going to be seeing whether it can do the same things that Poby did yesterday. You know, let us know. See whether he can walk in the footsteps of the Pogo. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, for the 3rd time onto the Rift. A tied-up series as Peanut, oh dear, heroically charged into the wall. The rest of his teammates are coming out, but as you can see, means that Peanut is going to have to delay this It's beginning of the jungle, just by a little bit.
Yeah, I think DK could have definitely gone. They could have gone a little bit
Zero
more aggro there.
flashes used.
Well, I don't think they needed to go that crazy, but not going to be the case.
It's more just that they didn't get the flash out of Peanut. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, I think they just didn't win or flip the game in, you know, the finals deciding best of 5.
Why
level
not?
1. Well,
It's a barrel team.
I know.
I'm so confused.
If they had Braum, I'm sure they would have.
That's true. It's all right. No harm, no foul, though. As we can see, it was a little bit too early to even stop Peanut from having to adjust anything.
Yeah, it's also one of those things where if Lucid goes... Because I'm pretty sure he didn't go W, he just went Q. If Lucid goes W, then you might be able to, but it takes so much time off of your early clear, as we do with the lane swap being set up this time by Hanwha Life, who want to try and dodge that lane.
Speaking of dodging,
I think it's mostly because of the Rumble specifically. Rumble, obviously, just in general, absolute nightmare to lane into. It's a big reason. As was it Lahens that just did this as well, this exact thing?
Peanut's just lit on fire. He's just dead, guys.
Just dead.
He's just dead. Beryl is the better jungler.
He thought that he did not have the damage. And Beryl, look at Beryl's face! That's bad!
He's just having a bit of a chuckle at it, gives him the double thumbs up, and it was as if Peanut was looking at a different part of the map. It was very weird. I don't know, was it obvious to you that he was just dead? It was obvious to me that he was just dead, and he could have flashed, I guess. Beryl did have flash, though, so maybe he's dead and no flash. And then if Beryl doesn't have flash, he's got Hex Flash, and actually he's more dangerous.
Yeah, that's a really big deal. It delays your early clear by so much.
Yeah. Well, now Delight is in this brush, but that only makes things a 2 versus 2 as Peanut.
Yeah,
he's going to be on his red buff, and that's his second camp. Oh no, Beryl is back.
No. Delight's only level 1.
Yeah. So he's taking a little bit of damage.
That is Jay, so
does
yeah.
fall off, but
and
yeah.
you're down a member. I would expect DK to try and look for an invade on top side as...
All right, let's check out the sick mechanics. As he just says, he's right here. And then he says, I got it. He cackles maniacally. And then wanders out. And that was before he did the double thumbs up.
Oh,
Beryl is just hunting.
He's dead.
Wait.
He's just dead.
Yeah, okay, maybe he is just dead, and Peanut gets...
He's still cackling! I can
and
see
Lucid's
it!
cackling as well. Like, what is this?
Oh no!
What did he mean by this?
You know, in game number 1, what really was the thing where I think we disliked most was how muted DK looks.
Yeah.
That's gone. I guess they were just scaling into the series, and it's just another reminder that Beryl cannot be comprehended. I do want to give credit to Hanwha Life. I think that having the light shadow there was a really big deal. So him continuously shadowing Peanut was what has kind of gotten Peanut out of this really bad early situation. Things are still looking great for Lucid, though. Double Krabby is also going to be able, with some difficulty, to pick up that Raptor camp. Yeah. And is still behind in gold because Peanut got the kill on Beryl.
Yeah, so Peanut gets his revenge, and that gets him back into the game almost entirely. So they're going to have to do a little bit of work here to try and find their way back through. I do like how DK's composition does work. It really just feels like a slobber knocker type composition, right? Like everyone's very short range, but everyone does a lot of things all of the time.
Yeah, a lot of damage to come through. And the amount of upfront burst that you have is completely bonkers. And we've seen Hanwha with a more tanky lineup before. I imagine Zay's with Grasp is going to go for the, kind of off-tank Bruiser build, not full tank, not full damage either. But this is a far cry from what we had before, which was like the K'Sante Maokai setup, where it actually felt like no one was killable. If Beryl stuns someone into the wall, and either Lucid, Showmaker, or Shiyu is nearby, they should generally die.
Yeah, they don't have the kind of CC mitigation that they had in the previous composition.
Yeah, the invulnerability,
K'Sante can't be CC'd, you've got Feather Storms, it's just a lot of like, this is impossible. We're just gonna get... Lucid was coming down? But yeah, I think it had a lot to do with the fact that there was a Leo under there. As he was like, that's the only way that I could go.
to get to the top side invade. I don't know if that's true, Barrel. I think you could have gone for your mid laner who had prio.
I don't think you're allowed to question it.
Well, I'm not a two-time world champion, so what do I know?
Exactly. None of us can. If you're in chat saying that that was a bad play,
well, it was.
Then show me your trophies.
As they should be looking to... Oh, 1 health!
All right, yeah, Peanut going to be able to grab that one as... Never mind, he's dead! Well, I mean, they still managed to get the grub, so there is that, but... That Realm Warp, that is so much better than the first Destiny that Showmaker threw out in Game 1.
I was going to say the same thing.
Yeah.
In game number 1, we had 0 impactful Destinies. First Realm Warp, or... Oh, God.
Okay.
Oh, no. Okay, Delight should be here in time.
And also, Viper is able to clear out the wave, so they have to wait for another one to conga line in.
Yeah, they were always gonna yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Delight's there. They're not gonna look for the dive right now.
It's all fine.
That's a first kill going over to the Viego, which is ideal.
Oh, Lucid actually going to be able to find Zeka here. Quite nice.
Yeah.
While he was in stealth, but still, the follow-up damage is going to be there.
Yeah, Showmaker wasn't there, otherwise there might be a kill opportunity. I was wondering if Lucid wanted to maybe ult, knock back, and try to look for a flash force from Zeka, but I don't think he would have had the damage, and he seemed to think the same. Peanut already being put behind, though. Now, if there is one member on Hanwha Live you want to be, if you have to have someone be put behind, it's definitely Peanut.
He's playing Sejuani as well, yeah.
Yeah, not quite as resilient as Maokai, but still definitely there. Goes down to 1 health, still get it.
Oh, the Realm Warp Steadfast Presence as well is really rough.
Yeah, that's a disgusting combo. Aiming also being brought in. Aiming getting the kill, I think, would have been the best case scenario, but Lucid is a close second.
Yep, you're not too worried about it. So if we're going to check in on the feats of strength, 1 more kill needed here for DK. See whether they can find one. Viper looking like a juicy target.
I haven't mentioned this as well, but Barrel also didn't go Hex Flash. So instead went for what I assume will be like, what, Deep Ward? Barrel does seem like a Deep Ward kind of guy.
Yep.
And then I imagine Cheap Shot. Sudden Impact as Zeus and Chiu are just actually having a top lane. They actually get to play the game. It's Showmaker.
Yep. Sudden Impact and Deep Ward, by the way, is confirmed. So Showmaker now able to create the distance. Showmaker, Lucid not able to get in there with the stun. So DK won't be able to find their target. But that was HLE that was moving up, and DK able to get them out of there. Zeus, though, has been very quiet, and we know that his Jace is pretty good, as I unleash the understatement of the century. Aiming, now looking for Viper here, and Viper just wants to get out. I just don't know whether he's going to be able to. The flash going to be needed. So that means Aiming with a big advantage on the top side of the map in that 1v1.
Nicely done there. Should be able to then equalize the CS at worst. And obviously, DK are very happy to look for team fights. It's such an interesting... Whenever there's a Ryze in the game, you know there's a ticking time bomb, right? Like, eventually, Ryze is just one of those champions that reaches the point where he feels simultaneously unkillable, and the amount of damage that he does is also kind of crazy.
Yeah.
But because of the rest of the composition of DK, even as good as the scaling on both Zeri and Ryze is, I think the execution is always going to be a bit finicky, as there we go again.
Here's another Realm Warp, as they don't manage to get on top of Delight, but they don't need to, because they barbecue the ground underneath him. And then it's Lucid's turn to be a Leona. Zeus going to be able to stop Showmaker from going back home immediately, but DK, this is a far cry from what we saw on the red side in game number 1. So much more proactivity, so much more successful plays in this early game, and they're trying to make them. You can feel the confidence. And so a great look for them as we move into what could be match point for either team coming out of this game. And well, I say could, I mean it will be.
It will be.
That's how it works when you're 1-1. You do move to 2 after 1.
It's okay, Atlas.
I didn't fail math.
Didn't you?
I didn't actually. I was actually relatively good at it.
Good for you. Unfortunately, the math doesn't quite work out for Hanwha Life, as they are finding themselves in a deficit.
That was 3-1, wasn't it? Because Delight died.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was. I did, in fact, take my degree, so I didn't have to do math. As right now, grubs are about to spawn, 15 seconds. And DK have been successful in these skirmishes, but it has often come down to them just teleporting on top of someone of Hanwha and killing them. I do want to see if Hanwha can actually be the ones setting up a fight, right? If Peanut hits some CC, Viper can support from afar. You have a lot of burst with Zeka and Zeus, but Zeus not able to join just yet. Showmaker, the thing with Ryze is wave clear absolutely bonkers. Showmaker has been sacrificing CS though to keep going for these continuous plays.
Yeah.
As we do have both Lucid and Peanut waiting. Peanut has Banana Brush control. No level 6 for Barrel just yet. So he might be in trouble.
Captive Audience coming on in there as there's the stun. Aiming, throws down the ulti as Viper. Remember, no flash. Can't get out of there. Barrel is really dead, but is Delight going to die? And the answer is yes. As Lucid takes the last bullet there from the curtain call. A 1-for-1 in the end. Both of the supports now on the ground. As Shiu, 2 seconds until the equalizer is back up and available. And HLE, they know it. Oh, gee, really wants to press that button. He does so as now Viper. He is the target. Aiming, doesn't skate over the wall. I think that was the game plan, but he decides not to.
Oh, they are waiting. Barrel is on his way back, as is Delight. Ultimate's not
Level
available
5.
for anyone at this point. We are Oblus Atlas.
Yeah, HLE, they do manage to secure one of these grubs. See whether DK can collect one themselves. Deny those feats of strength as Delight looking for his way in. Gets that control ward down. Vision advantage here for HLE. As DK are all stacked up, these health bars are going down too low. So HLE, they will be able to get 4 grubs. And that is a big win for them because they also get the feat of strength. That is going to even things out as far as the race to objectives are concerned. And being able to stand their ground and actually win it is a good sign for the future. And so is this, as Barrel face checks yet another of these brushes.
Yeah, and he wants to get back because he wants to protect Shiu, I imagine. It does look like they have done a vision, right? Like, if they knew it was only Barrel and Shiu there, they might actually look for at least a kill on Barrel, but they don't. Don't know where the rest of the team is.
He does get level 6 at least.
Yeah, Lucid is going to take the opportunity as, yeah, finally that is available. And yet, I do think that was obviously a bad equalizer from Shiu. Maybe aiming to go in there, but aiming, they didn't have vision in Banana Brush, so maybe felt like it was too big a risk. Bad ult, I do think it's hard to get a really good one with the limited amount of CC that they have available. Here is a big time collapse to come through, or I think DK, they have a suspicion. 5 seconds on Lucid's ult, but Peanut not going to invest his.
Yeah, Showmaker able to get the heads up, so he's out of there as well. Of course, he is generally a bit of a target unless he can get those cheeky realm warps, as we've seen in the past. Man Faker, of course, one to demonstrate a lot of the really fancy ones. But you are notoriously without a dash. You know, Rise, of course, has the burden of being a 2010 champion. Well, not everyone had a dash. I guess he was pseudo-remade, but
isn't
he kept
he like
the identity of I don't
literally the most reworked champion in League?
He is, because he was
But he
very
never
broken.
got a dash, so you're
He
right
never
on
got a
that one.
dash.
I'm trying to be too.
They weren't able to put a dash into his kit, which is weird. You'd think by now he should have at least 2.
No. I think that's one of the things where we can keep him down a little bit. I feel like Rise is one of those champions that when he's good, he just feels...
Yeah, completely nuts.
He feels completely nuts. It's the global pressure. It's the ability to obliterate
it was mana
waves.
scaling that was the biggest problem because it meant that you could build Tank Rise and all of the, like, you've just built Frozen Heart and it's a damage item. It's not very fair.
Yeah.
Thankfully, Tank Rise, not as much of a thing anymore. Haven't needed to talk about
You say that, but I wouldn't be shocked if he goes Fimbulwinter second.
Yeah. That's probably a very good point. But it may not be completely busted.
No,
that was the problem with the other
I do also think that he will build more damage. And it won't just be Roa, but we'll
he
see.
does have Ages of Rod right now, so there is at least that.
Ages of Rod?
Sorry, Rod of Ages.
I thought
slightly dyslexic.
I thought you were
apologize.
making a reference to something. I'm like, I want to know. I want to be in on the joke.
Rod Stewart.
That's your...
That's the only Rod I know.
Yeah, I don't know any either.
Rod Waterman's another one. He's a professional recorder player from Melbourne, Australia.
Really?
Yep.
I had no idea.
It's the only other Rod that I had to dig very deep. You can look him up. He's actually a phenomenal recorder player.
Wow,
If you ever thought the recorder was only ever to play Titanic badly, I tell you what.
That is a lot of chat as well. As we do have another Camtech Drake, and after last game, we're not going to slander again. We've learned our lesson.
Oh no. In fact, thank you, Orcs, for your incredible contribution to the broadcast. 2 beautiful souls, one after the other. There it is, that seal of approval,
it's
baby.
Finally the redemption for Chemtech. It took a while, but it's here.
It's like, we're all warming to Orcs. Over time, he's just becoming a favorite of ours in general, and his opinions are coming along with him, And I don't think he ever really liked Chemtech Drake himself. It just,
he doesn't have a choice. He doesn't have a choice now.
Yep. He got left with the Chemtech issue. But now it's not an issue. It's beautiful.
Dead even game in game number 3, Atlas. You love to see it. I could have had a bit more action. You know, we started off strong.
It has slowed down.
But we had to set the stakes early, you know, big action piece. And now we're all doing setup. We are building suspense.
Yeah, listing people we know called Rod.
Yeah, okay, I think that's just us goofing off. I don't think that has anything to do with...
Do you know anyone
the
called
logic
Rod?
of it. I do not know anyone called Rod. No, I know a guy named Rob.
Rob?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's a B.
Yeah, that's
And I know him too.
Well, I know a different Rob as well. I wasn't referring to that.
Oh, okay.
But I do know you know Rob.
Thank you.
We cast together.
Yeah, no, we've been. I was like, have you just forgotten all those times we spent together?
I'm aware. As
something needs to happen, Chronicler. To
well,
save us from
Harold
this.
was started up, but then Peanut, I think, was hearing this engrossing conversation. Was like, I gotta.
He's like, but I've got a friend called Rod.
I don't know if he does.
Well, I haven't spoken to him about it. In fact, I feel like it's a relatively niche topic.
So Harold gonna get started up again. Just some poking and prodding. Showmaker did TP towards the top side of the map in case that they were doing it. As Shio and Zeus both trading a good amount of damage. Both have TP available as well. 2 level lead for Zeus though.
Yeah,
actually been slapping in the 1v1, which it is Zeus on one of his lightning champions. So thematically it does make sense. And because of the ward, DK do actually know in the pit that right now, they might actually be trying to set up a kill here. Lucid, there are mercs here for Zeus, and still, I like that respect. Still flashes.
I think you have to. At that point in time, him dying would have been a big deal. Trying to get some shock blast damage, going to be blocked so that cannon does not go over to Zeus. And first turret was already picked up, actually. So never mind. We don't have the feats of strength yet.
No, it's going to be down to either Herald or the Dragon. So now you do see with Lucid showing in bot side that Homolife wants to start it up. But look again, Showmaker has Perma Prio. That's just one of the big things with Jace. His barrel, he knows they're in the banana bush. He's aware, and now they have confirmation as Zeus should back, then TP in. Shio did get it back in as well. I think finished his Stork Pan boots.
A little bit faster on the tempo as well from Shio, so doesn't actually have to use the teleport to get back towards the fight if he wants to get over there. Instead, it looks like he is edging towards the bottom side of the map, and that gives Peanut an avenue to get back in. Yeah, they're to break that blast cone as well.
They're giving up. I think they're going to play for tempo on... Yeah, there you go. Pings come down. They're going and invading the bot side of the map. They're playing for tempo on the Dragon coming in. They want to set up Soul Point. Another situation where I think the last game was better for Chemtech than this one will be. I think it's really just Lucid that benefits.
Yeah, Viego does benefit a lot, but also
massively.
Ryze, as he's flashing forward, speaking of Ryze. Barrel's also flashing in. Zeus not going to be able to go to the skies unless with the help of Barrel, as he does slamming back into the wall. But now Zeka turns up too with a better equalizer this time. Barrel goes down, but at what cost, Tunnel Life Esports? As there's the curtain call, but it's just not doing, never mind. Oh, hold that thought as he takes down the Ryze, but it's still a 3-for-2 trade in favor of DK.
And Viper finds a consolation kill. Yeah, Barrel goes down, but still, I think DK going to be happy with that sequence of events.
Yeah, Barrel cackling all the way to the grave, Chronicler.
Almost gets the damage there. As this is the point and click that we talked about. If they wait like 2 seconds with the play, I think Zeka actually backs, and this isn't even remotely close. Instead, you see a lot gets used here. I think Zeka using his ultimate mainly to take down Barrel, really not getting a whole lot done in that fight. And then here Showmaker ensures that Shiu lives and then tries to hold out. And I think Aiming probably could have taken 2 shots.
Yeah. But he did get 1 kill, which is pretty important for the Zeri. Sure. Wolf is back at home at the moment, but I don't know whether he'd certify that. We know Wolf and his certifications now. I don't think this is quite enough.
Oh, damage on Lucid is good.
Getting closer.
But this is what DK, I think, we're playing for. Shiu should have his ultimate available. This is Soul Point possibility. And those waves,
Soul
they go
Point
quickly.
And depending on who gets this dragon, they get feats of strength at the same time. So this is a big deal. Delight taking a lot of damage, but he has Eclipse. Zeus also throwing a Shock Blast into Barrel, who won't be able to start off a fight this time around. Also doesn't have the Keeper's Verdict right now. Needs to wait for that one as he gets a little bit of Honey Fruit.
Yeah, I think Aiming had to pick that one up. There was more.
Yeah.
As the charge does come through from Herald. This is going to be a big fight here, Atlas, especially because it feels like DK have invested heavily into trying to make this work. There, the equalizer.
Yeah, Viper was already slowed down to
Lockets.
50%. As Showmaker looking for an angle in, wishes he still had that flash from earlier, but still able to buy that space. Zekum down towards his bottom side of the map
They're
as
going to
well.
start it up. Do they still have the tools, though? Everything's available here from Life. TP comes in, Barrel!
Yeah, it's just the equalizer that is down as they get rid of the jungler, and now they can burst this dragon. Feats of strength, soul point, but now the battle has started. Zeka going down incredibly low as both supports hit the deck. And never mind, Zeka's actually at full health as Showmaker's the one that's almost dead. And it's in fact the Aurora picking up a double in the fight. But it is still feats of strength over to DK. Soul point for them as well. The thumbs up on his way out as well.
Yeah,
That's a little rude.
Like, he might die there as Lucid escapes with his life. That's also not just open, but also Feats going over.
Yeah.
Not game winning in by itself, and they do trade 1 for 2, but I still think that you take that as it is Barrel. You see the light there, the little sidestep, because he spots him with the sweeper. And then I love this call from the light to just immediately blitz in, because you know that the Drake is gone, but you want to try and secure the fight. Your tools are great, Viper's in a safe position. But then crucially, the only other kill they get is Showmaker, who is flashless and dashless in 2025. Absolutely tragic.
How is Rise? Let's just rework him again. Now that you mention it, I think we really need to. He deserves it. As just the very edge of that deadly flourish is able to lock down aiming.
Mid lane, this is the benefit of that earlier charge they got on the Herald, will be going down. And that's one thing where Humble Life have been really strong this game is their turret defense.
Yeah.
Still holding on to 2 of their 3 outers. The team fights, though, have been
and dragon
back and forth. Well, the dragon fights have been... I think the fights have been...
Yeah, fights have been fine. It's just the dragons themselves.
Yeah, big problem.
Seeming to be an issue.
Ooh, Shadow Flame about done for Shiu. Lucid also should be hitting a second item soon. And for Humble Life, we do see the recipe for success, right? Zeka goes in together with Zeus and Peanut. Viper's on the back foot after the lights start off the fight. But I do think finding individual targets is going to get harder and harder as this game goes on. And DK, they still have the opportunity to go for these big Realm War plays as the turrets need to go down, though. That's actually a big thing if DK want to really utilize the sideline pressure of this Rise.
Yeah.
As, trying to catch someone in a rotation.
Aiming as well. He's got the Vampiric Scepter. If he finishes Bloodthirster, I feel like he's going to be so hard to kill.
Yeah, we haven't really talked about the Zeri as much yet, but that is one of the reasons why I feel like the team fights later are gonna get really hard, is who locks down aiming?
Yeah, I mean, and you can, but then he cleanses.
Yes.
And so, like, your Glacial Prison is then on cooldown.
Well, and that's even assuming you hit him with a Glacial Prison.
Right. Well, it's Permafrost. Maybe he just cleanses the Permafrost, and then he dashes out of the Glacial Prison, and then he just zaps you all to death.
All right, item's not done yet. Looks like Showmaker's going to go for Arm Guard next, so we are safe from
yeah, it's not going to be actual tank Rise. However, like, Seraph's and Rod of Ages
he's still
so
plenty beef.
Anyway.
Yeah.
As we can see here, almost 3,000 health
looking
right
for
now.
sideline play. Exactly what we're talking about. Because there's no turret, you can do this. I think Shiu trying to be a tasty target.
The rest?
Zeus.
Yeah. The rest of DK not actually coming on over just yet. As you can see, slow rotation down from the bottom lane.
Oh, boy.
Oh, dear.
Really trying not to sell it. They don't know about Showmaker, but I don't know if it really matters. Looks like Zeus is just backing, and Otacon pings are coming down. Now, Showmaker can just TP, but that is a cooldown that will be gone. If that is... yeah, there you go. You see the pings coming down now. They did spot him in the end there.
Well, Viper going to pick up a red buff and then move on up towards the Otacon as well. As you can see, HLE with full vision control of the area. Shadow Flame, like you were talking about, is going to be done as there's a curtain call. Beryl taking a lot of damage. That was a really cute attempted Solar Flare to catch a flash, but Beryl not flashing, just dying.
Yeah, it just goes down. They do get, what, 3 ultimates? Did Peanut also use his? Maybe on a play? Yeah, 3 ultimates down, so I don't think that alone is enough to do Otacon. It will definitely get Humble Live access, though, to this Dragon Pit.
The problem is that DK can, they can storm the point, right?
Yeah.
They've got Realm Warp, and you can set that up. We've seen already how deadly it is to send a Poppy in with the no dash circle.
they can also just play for top, where Otacon and Baron are waiting. So there's a luxury of choice here for DK that Humble Life doesn't have available in the game. It's still that even, Atlas. I think that we get either a 5v5, and one team is going to win and probably pick up at least Otacon or Baron. Or we split the map as
Bit of a flank angle. The Light doesn't have ulti though, remember? As aiming is going to try and dash out of there. It does take a lot, exactly.
I don't think he has his...
He doesn't have Bloodthirst, does have Vampiric Scepter, but...
Zeka!
Yeah, it's not going to be enough as aiming has to flash. Going to be respecting the damage of this Aurora and also has to cleanse. The Shock Blast would have killed him as well. And so he's out of the fight. And now that soul that DK were looking for is looking by the wayside. And there's also pings onto a Baron as well. HLE really feeling like this is a tempo swing they can work with.
Yeah, I think that they're going to set up mostly. I don't think they're actually going to be intending to do, but that is Denial of Soul and, do note, aiming, both sums used, right? That is Flash and Cleanse now gone on the Zeri, and that almost impossible to lock down target is going to feel a whole lot easier this time around when we get to the next fight. This game, I feel like Humble Life, that was a big punch. Not enough to knock DK out, but a big win nonetheless, Atlas.
And this is, it's kind of crazy how different this is from game number one, when we had both of these teams on the same sides. This one feeling like anyone could win. 500 gold in it, slight advantage for DK, but you can feel HLE slowly but surely getting themselves edges and edges of control in this game. DK finally getting towards the top side of the map, looking for a bit of Otacon control. As Peanut, he can just walk up. He is extraordinarily tanky. 2 items now completed.
Gonna have to go through lane. BT now done for aiming.
That's a big
something
one.
At least. 3 items for both AD carries. Approaching third for the mid laners as well. And DK, I think they might just at some point start this. The poke is so threatening from Hanwha though, particularly with Viper as strong as he is. He can just continuously set up for these long-range setups, making it so easy for the Lights to follow up. And a Showmaker, Zeka!
Oh dear, Zeka going to get flashed on here, but he does manage to get into stealth, so he's not going to get rune prisoned. As he now actually turns it to look for an engage on Dashi, who flashes out of the way. The equalizer goes down, Zeka taking a lot of damage, but down goes the Rumble. And DK, I don't think they're going to be able to get anything done. Beryl is caught out of position yet again and executed. And Showmaker, we mentioned his amount of dashes is relatively low. He's trying to take someone with him, and it does not work. HLE, they just turn on a dime and do exactly what they need to win the fight.
And that root needed to hit. Showmaker investing his flash.
Oh no, Lucid looking for the pickup. They do manage to get the first kill as aiming is still deadly.
That's
in
one.
this fight. He takes over looking for Viper. He takes him down. It's the double. As Zeus is already dead, making a triple kill as Lucid says, buddy, we got this. And aiming gets over the wall. The extender beam not enough. And now Lucid turns up Zeka. Nowhere to go. That's the ace. And that's the DK we wanted in this series.
Oh my god! They just turn it around on a dime!
What is it? So this time Shiu dies at the very beginning, and aiming's like, I remember what you did in that last team fight for us, buddy. I got you.
Zeka gets into stealth. Beautiful turn here by Hanwha Life, even with Shiu finding the flash on the ultimate. Like the tragedies, Baron and Showmaker actually
the Rumble
get completely screwed.
Yeah.
But this is actually the most important. Look at Showmaker. Look at the amount of damage that he does here. It's what sets up the play.
And look at the pings. The pings were immediate. Like, as soon as Showmaker started doing so much of that machine gun damage, that's when they knew they had a chance to get it done. Huge shout-outs to Lucid as well, being able to distract them so much so that aiming could get all of these free autos. But this is what we were talking about with this composition. It's so hard to lock down aiming, and especially when he's able to go over every wall ever and has this Viego getting reset after reset. This is the crux of the composition as well. Showmaker playing cheerleader from the death chamber, but man, it's all about these huge plays for DK, and if they win this game, it's yet another one that's now got the match point as Glacial Prison comes on through. It's not over yet, but Showmaker, he breaks his arm guard, they get rid of the Aurora, and now it's the the Realm Warp to start this one off as Aiming is right in amongst it. He explodes and the Zap AoE is gigantic. The Winter's Wrath from Lucid not doing too much, but he's already stolen away the dead Sejuani, and Aiming is skating into the enemy base. I have a feeling I know where this game's going.
They have too much power! They were never meant to have Otacon!
No one was meant to wield this much power, Chronicler. I think it's all Shiu's fault from game 2.
As Hanwha Life licking their wounds, Soul not 100% given over, but look at the timing on this. Aiming will have that available as it spawns. And that's key, because he can legitimately just fling himself into multiple people, end up dying, and as long as he does enough damage, it's the same thing we saw Showmaker do earlier on. By the way, that stopwatch getting a ton of value in this fight as we take another look. Look at this. Showmaker, again, gets tagged, but very quickly uses the stopwatch. Then Beryl takes out Zeka, and then they just go in, knowing that the amount of AoE damage they have, plus the fact that they can't realistically die, and all they need is one kill. This Viego pick, we talked about it. Viego is such a snowbally champion. Yes, Lucid got the early kills, but it's every subsequent play, from Aiming, the damage done by Showmaker, that ends up setting this up, and 20 more seconds on this. Yeah, DK, they're gonna keep on fighting.
They certainly are, as the Equalizer comes down in exactly the same spot yet again. They've managed to catch out the Aurora on the side of the play, and the rest of HLE, nothing. They can do the Realm Warp just to block off the escape, and Viper, there's nowhere he can go. Another explosion, and Aiming claims 2, as now Peanut, oh, it's a bit of a drive-by there. That was very cute. 1,000 gold is gonna be picked up.
It timed out!
Yeah, we're going to call that a whoopsie. We're going to call that a whoopsie. As does that? No, it won't cost them the dragon.
I don't think it should.
As now Peanut and Zeus will see whether they can actually defend here, as Showmaker looking for a Rune Prison onto the Jason. Does manage to get it there, smashed into the wall, and taken down. It will be the inner turret, and in the meantime, Lucid will be able to secure that dragon. So an Aiming moment, but he was 8-0-8.
Oh, you can see him giggling as well. The shutdown also went to Peanut.
Yeah, to Peanut.
Of all people.
Oh dear.
Oh man, this. You know, I'm gonna be honest. I was joking when I said it was all set up, but man, what's the payoff worth? As it turns out, these team fights after Otacon, right? The gold lead has really ballooned. At this point, the buff, even on the second fight, is still available, so they can play with Reckless Abandon. Beryl and Showmaker deal with Zeka very nicely. And then they can just keep extending every play. I think at this point, Hanwha Life just kind of have to accept what's happening.
I love that we get this from Aiming's perspective. I think he thought that he had...
이거 뭐 아타칸이 끝났네?
Yeah, it was like, I had Otacon, didn't I?
It was legitimately like, as he dashed, it had 2 seconds left.
Yep.
It was peak. Perfect. They got Chemtech Soul, and I think DK are on the precipice of bringing Hanwha Life to a match point, Atlas.
This is ridiculous as well, because this is DK winning on red side at the same time if they're able to get it done. Currently it's a 7,000 gold lead or thereabouts.
It's the break.
And HLE backs to the wall. They've been there before though. And 5-game series, that's where they excel. We'll see whether DK can bring them their kryptonite, the 4-game series, which just isn't the same as winning in a game 5. Losing in a game 4, not the way to do it. They will be still alive in the LCK Cup though, facing off against the winner of Genji or Nongshim. And we were having a discussion about this earlier on in the week, and it would be a bit of a treat if we managed to get that DK Genji. But if HLE managed to win here, we might be denied it. We will see. Sorry, if DK managed to win here, we might be denied it, as Showmaker is going to get jumped on by both Peanut and Zeus and just flashes away. That's going to be enough. And of course has Phase Rush, so once he does get a few abilities off, he is absolutely rocking out of there. Still, that is going to be some bounty gold as the outer turret falls on the bottom side of the map. The rest of DK were on a bit of a reset.
Still, big win. You trade Smite and Ultimate for a Flash and Showmaker, so you're definitely going to be happy with that. Nicely done by Peanut there to ensure that the Spell Shield does not block his Ultimate. And do not forget, in the previous game, Hanwha Life, from a 6K deficit, still almost found a fight to bring it back.
Yeah.
I'm just not sure if in this game, I feel like the drafts are very different.
The late game Zeri versus late game Jin.
Yeah, that is not a... I'm pretty sure also Viper was 2-0, 2-0-7
Yeah.
And unfortunately has been continuously singled out in these fights. Barrel's also having way too much fun.
He is.
Which we all know is a bad thing.
And
now,
his scoreline is actually 369 as well, which is pretty cool.
yeah, as they got to walk in.
Yep.
And unfortunately, it's not looking too hot.
Showmaker has the better prison by the looks of things.
Equalizer yet again, looking for CC.
Yeah, I didn't even see it.
Oh no, it
went somewhere though. Zeka comes out of stealth and is unable to find too much there.
That's
in fact,
all juiced by Hanwha Life, so they can actually still look for this contest.
we shall see. DK making it very dark though, as they endeavor to make their way over towards this Baron.
But they see that they're not doing it, so they don't feel the urgency.
Does Viper finish off his Infinity Edge as he goes back then? That would actually be a huge deal.
Be the case.
4 items for
Level
the Jhin,
16.
and there
Yeah,
it is.
There it is.
That's 6 items for aiming, just on the flip side. That he doesn't have.
Well, he's also
Infinity
Zeri,
Edge.
so I don't want to get too much bogged down in comparison.
Yeah, true.
There's also GA for both Zeri as well as for Lucid. Do like the Serpent's Fang here though, from Zeus.
Yeah.
As
Lucid.
yeah, the engage is a bit lackluster from DK, as we can see. On the life, they're just looking for an opening.
Peanut just
Looking for the
really
window.
wanting to make sure that he's can catch anyone who is out of position.
I'm pretty sure that Showmaker can solo Nash at this point, but it looks like DK, they just keep on looking, and I like Hanwha. They're cool. They're not...
Oh dear! There's a heroic charge. They managed to... Oh no! Delight able to flash away. He buys a fair bit of time, but the Keeper's Verdict comes down, and Zeka is forced out of there. Another equalizer is... I mean, it did some damage to Zeka.
Did it really?
I mean, it did... It did some. Okay, objectively, it did do some damage to Zeka. So we're just going to go with that.
You're technically correct.
Yes. She's now just going to say, well, if I can't land my ultimate, I'm going to flash on top of this Jhin. Thanks, Showmaker, who's able to finish him off there, finding all of these Qs. Lucid now just resetting his way around the fighters. Zeus cannot do it alone. 4 lying on the floor in an instant, and DK, they can decide to win the game if they'd like to, or they could go boar hunting. And that is what Barrel's going to do. He starts the game doing it. He's going to end the game doing it as well. Is the rest of DK going to march down the mid lane? I don't know whether he wins the 1v1 anymore.
Oh, he definitely doesn't, no.
But he might be able to escape. As you can see, Showmaker teleported to the mid lane, and Barrel is stopping the backs, as they say.
He watched the T1 series, and he knows that you don't want to let Peanut get to the wave.
Yeah. And Peanut was the one having fun with Goshik, if you remember, with the dancing around the dragon pit on the as the Udyr and the Nidalee. Very, very cute. He's now in another one of these stories as he's just stuck in Poppy Purgatory on the top side of the map. And that is all the while his Nexus is being destroyed. Beryl is also winning the fight once more as Chemtech Soul, ladies and gentlemen, still he's denied as the Nexus falls down. Match point for D+ Kia. This time, more heroics to take them to a Game 3 win. And how many more of these clutch moments do they have in the tank?
That might be the deciding factor between whether or not we are going to go to a game number 5, whether Hanwha swing back in game 4, or if DK can actually cash in on the reputation that they've had coming into the playoffs. Right, during LCK Cup, they looked the most well-rounded, but the progression that Hanwha have shown from start to finish has been amazing.
Yep, representative of the Hanwha Eagles as well, all too used to being on the back foot, unfortunately, as the team has had a reputation in the baseball league as being not necessarily the greatest. But still, see whether Hanwha can turn it around, look for that comeback victory. And a 5-game, like if they manage to win this next game, I think HLE have about a 95% chance of winning the series. DK though, come into a game 4 with match point, looking poised to take the win and send HLE to the losers bracket. And I'm just so glad that we have double elimination because both of these teams playing their hearts out, and I'd love to see this best of 5 again. It is.
Oh yeah. I'm with you, Atlas.
It's completely ridiculous. Woo! What happens when she doesn't make that play? What happens when the Zeri doesn't get just magically fed? Who knows? Time for us to go to a short break. When we get back, the space is going to break it down, and then we will have what could be the last game of the series unless HLE can do it again.
지우야. 개 잘하는데? 지우 잘하지. 야, 내가 이기는데? 좋은데? 뽀삐 잡았냐? 레오나 죽여버려. 레오나 죽여버려. 야, 웨이브. 아, 있어. 끝났다. 나이스! 템포 잡읍시다. 또 이컬 좋았다, 형. 바로 내서. 시즈. 콜 좋았지, 형. 나이스, 나이스.
Welcome back to Lal Park as D plus Kia, the #1 seed here in the LCK Cup, assert their dominance in a very tight game number 3, and they're up 2-1 over the reigning LCK champions. Welcome back to the space. Digon alongside Ox and Wadid. And this was the closest game up until the big moments that opened the game up. And it was very, very tense. And then you got to see D+5.
And even the big moment was also close, also down the wire. And, you know, for D+ fans, this is a huge game win because obviously HLE came with side selection, and there's that back and forth where the team with side selection is often favored. Essentially, D+ broke the serve off HLE. They managed to win despite HLE having side selection, which is really good for the odds in this series.
Yeah, and also as you mentioned, I think it was really close game, but there was one moment when aiming decided to go in, even though they were down people right there. So, I mean, I think after that kind of moment, you realize that you can't really win the game here. So. Yeah, I mean, this highlight basically, I think it started off really good for HLE because they picked up Rumble with an easy combination here. So I feel like after that Rumble kill, all of the HLE members thought that it's gonna be free team fight here.
Yep, and I think they are finding the targets, they are landing the CC, but a lot of damage is being done in return. And you can see some low health bars there, but still, 5 members against 2.
Yeah.
Typically, you would think this is okay. Importantly, that vision only actually spots the Viego, not the Zeri. So they think the Viego's in there. Delight's like, I'm going to get some vision. Doesn't realize the Zeri's there as well. First kill, and importantly, the reset. And as we see this play out, we see aiming dive immediately on a Viper, and the Jhin just can't do anything against a full HP Zeri there. Meanwhile, Lucid gets the reset, gets the flash ult for another reset here. They're just playing this so well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was really important point that they actually one-shotted Leona. I mean, even Delight actually knew that they're gonna be there, so he tried to face check there. But after you actually one-shot Leona, you actually get to use Leona's ability to stun them as well. So I feel like just DK outplaying them 2v5. I don't know, like that kind of moment, you realize that you can win this series.
I think as well, it's so specific to Zeri Viego. I think if those champions were any different champion, it wouldn't work in the same way.
True.
And this is really, despite it being fearless, despite champion pools being pinched, these two showing a high level of mastery of the champions they end up on.
Yeah, and that's why we love this game. I mean, just the moment where Zeus goes to the skies, gets 0 value from it because the Viego resets. It's just very, very close between these two squads. Right after that, they take the tempo, they get Otacon buff, which was still up this late, and you get to see the power of the champ pool that Showmaker provides with the Rise.
I just love how D+ play. I feel like they have the energy of 5 best friends playing an ARAM together, but the gameplay of one of the best teams in the world. So they'll go for these super confident, aggressive plays. Yes, they have the Atacán, but they're just sending it. Realm warping under the tower, looking for these extra kills. And it gets a little bit goofy towards the end, but it's just D+.
I mean, you can never think about the diving between the turret, basically. But, I mean, they have the Otacon, so they have the moment, so it was correct point that they could manage to dive there. But also, I really want to focus on Showmaker's champion pool today, because when you normally think about the mid lane champion pool, it's normally like DPS and think about the late game value. But I think DK, especially, they really want to have some proactive picks around the mid, and also that helps Lucid and Beryl to be really like active in the early game as well. So I think it really fits on that.
Yeah, and obviously the TF game wasn't successful, but all of these picks have global abilities. We saw in the series against Nongshim him using the Pantheon really well to get the global impact. Doing that again today, the Rise game as well. He had that great realm warp towards the bot side. It feels like Showmaker is like, I have these great carries in the top and bot lane and the jungle as well. If I make things happen, my team will win. And he's really using the picks well. I wonder if he's got more in the wheelhouse after this.
For sure, for sure. He's going to have more picks. And also, I still think that banning out Showmaker is kind of meaningless. I think you have to think about banning out jungle pools more. So you can actually kind of, even though like Showmaker have like so many active picks, you kind of ban out Lucy to like being away from his carry picks that actually disables DK's power carries. So, I mean, I think they really need to focus on jungle picks more.
Yeah, definitely. Hanwha Life Esports going to the blue side. You talk about that champ pool. Seth, Zoe, Xerath, zillion.
You cannot ban out those picks.
And they, D plus Kia, have been just banning the Azir. They're like, no, Zeka, that's the one we don't want you to play, but you can't ban us because my champion pool is an ocean.
I think the thing with Showmaker is you're never truly going to be able to ban him out, but you can limit the archetype he leans towards, right? A lot of those global champions have been taken away. There's not that many left available. Maybe you're thinking about stuff like Talia. You could limit him from doing that. The thing is, though, we've seen him on picks like LeBlanc take over games. I feel like even on more DPS-focused picks, he's played so much so far, it's really difficult to completely shut him out, but it's just about potentially limiting what he's played, or maybe just looking towards other roles. And I think jungle, Lucid has had a masterclass so far, this tournament in its entirety.
Again,
ban out carry junglers. I think that's really simple because a lot of junglers are out already, so yeah.
Yeah, again, Lucid is the reigning Rookie of the Year, training the current front runner for the Rookie of the Year in the top lane in Shiwu. It has been a great pleasure to watch them. We get to do it one more time as they look for match point and go straight into the grand finals as 3-1 predictors. Looking pretty good for D plus Kia.
I am looking pretty good. I agree, Degon. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And you know what? My predictions are still online.
Yeah,
There we go.
But Did's predictions aren't dead yet. Neither is the prediction for someone who really cares about predictions. That'd be Chronicler, who's standing by with Atlas.
Thank you very much, Degon. And yes, I am with the prediction extraordinaire here, looking for the D+ win, but we'll try our best to mitigate his bias as much as possible whilst on this desk, because I am still a professional. And speaking of professionals, I do want to shout out, I'm not going to let you rebut. I'm going to shout out Showmaker again.
I didn't have any. I always roll with the punches. What do you mean?
Aww. See, I was actually a beautiful rebuttal because now I feel guilty. Oh, unfair. Okay, well, we're into the draft for game number 4, but I had a bit of an epiphany while they were discussing Showmaker and how he's so good at all this utility. And as Humble Life Esports rightly ban away 2 theoretical junglers, although one of them being a big one for Lucid in that Lee Sin, Showmaker has just been such a good facilitator throughout his entire career. And I think maybe that's why Canyon's not looking like the guy that takes over games that he used to back on D+ in 2021 and 2020, because he doesn't have Showmaker just making everything happen for carry-style junglers that he's doing in this series over and over again.
There was one specific Pantheon game that I'll never forget, where Showmaker was playing Syndra and he would get prio so that his Pantheon jungle, same champion,
can scale.
So he could farm the enemy Raptors. So he could get leads as the Peanut Italy comes through. I used to be very down on Peanut Italy, but he has really had a lot of great redemption in recent games. I think that he has not really in the way that we see, I think, our best aggressive Nidalees, Lucid and Canyon come to mind. Not to that level, but definitely has been super consistent on the pick, has been able to make big impacts. And normally I don't think DK go for these blind picks in mid that often. And I actually like, because this is still a flex. I know we hate the Corki mid, but that is kind of what we're looking at as Lucid. This kid has a pretty extensive champion pool. I think the Lee ban is 100% warranted. But what else can they play with it? Funnily enough, I think Kindred also rises in prio with the Jax already being taken out of the rotation.
Yeah.
Nocturne, another champ with definitely a little bit less skill expression. And the Wukong, we saw him have some crazy games. It's going to be the Nocturne instead.
So the Nocturne comes in. That is some more global presence, this time most likely from the jungle, although it's Showmaker. Who knows? Vedius, how is mid Nocturne doing these days? Can you let us know? Drop us a line. The Ashe being considered here and has been pairing alongside the Nidalee many, many times over many, many metas, but has certainly been good this year as well. And that could be a consideration for Viper, one of our greatest Ashe players. In fact, last year in that final, his Ashe play, oh my goodness. We have to reference it because it is so, so good. And already we have an archetype forming here for Humble Life Esports, looking cohesive in their draft so far.
All right, Zeka Zoe, slam it down.
Let's ruin it.
Yeah.
Zeka LeBlanc could be an interesting one.
Yeah, this to me signals that they don't actually think that this Corki is, and I don't think the Corki is going to.
Yeah.
I think Showmaker has looked exceptional on Playmaker specifically, and I want to see him in something that at least has a form of CC. Aatrox comes in here, so maybe a Shiu counterpick and let Showmaker just use his champion pool. Will definitely not get his hands on something like the LeBlanc, and it looks like I'm pretty sure they're like Shiu. are you going to be okay? If we give Showmaker his long, which I think, by the way, definitely the right call. It looks like they're not going to do that. Instead, making sure that he is more comfortable. We have already seen Cannon go AD with Nocturne, though. To me, it's the same as with Aurora. Cannon is really easy to play into when you can see him coming.
Yeah.
When the map is turned off, making sure that you can peel, that you can exhaust him is a whole of a lot harder.
And it was Kingen that played the AD Cannon more recently. Kingen's always been a huge fan of AD Cannon just in general. I believe Keen also picked up the Cannon but played the more AP variety, so we've been seeing certainly a mix of the two of them. Just haven't really seen as much of the Lightning Rats so far this season in the LCK Cup. Pyke going to be banned away from Delight. Good amount of respect to what was an incredible Pyke performance that we saw out of him. In, I believe, was it a POM-worthy performance? I believe that was their first best of 5, and Delight basically played every game near perfectly.
Yeah. That
pretty good.
I mean, Delight has had a absolutely stellar playoffs in the LCK Cup thus far.
Yep.
This series, Leona game was a bit more rough. I think he's just been barreled a little bit, and that happens to everyone. The man just throws you off, goes for a ton of, very notoriously goes for a ton of decisions that make you go, is this jungler here, or is he just...
He's a bit of a huh
Is he
type
bluffing?
Player. Yeah.
You never really know. It's the Alistair. I love that, actually. One of the classic counter picks into Cannon. Just get to knock him away very easily. The Rel also taken... That is actually...
Beryl.
Very interesting. Because I know that it's one of Beryl's comfort picks, but the engage pool is really dwindling. Are we going to get to, like, Gragas? Like, is that where we're heading?
I mean, Elise is still up. You can go for that one if you'd like to. Elise Corki doesn't exactly fill me with joy.
Right. Lulu?
Victor a consideration.
Oh, okay, so we're lost picking for Beryl. No, we're not. Okay.
We're just picking Shen for Beryl.
We're They're going to lock Twitch.
Oh, God. Is that what's happening?
Nocturne Twitch?
Yeah, we're Submarine. It's Submarine,
Nocturne Twitch Shen? It's...
Oh, God. And then there's a Corki just there, being a doggo? Like,
well,
riding a doggo around?
Obviously, Showmaker's playing Corki. That's the worst part of the whole deal.
Yeah.
That's the part you're not excited about. As the
Zeka Silas, that would be a lot of fun.
That is a lot of AP, though, in the mid-jungle.
It does sort of... It strays away from the... Let's keep them at range and start poking them down and control. This is just, we're going in.
We're fighting to the death.
Yeah.
That's what's happening here.
We've turned the corner towards Biffo, is what sort of happened here.
We are in Game 4 of Fearless Atlas. Less and less champions are going to be available.
But Renata gets all the way through to the last pick on the blue side. Ashe Renata, notoriously one of the most difficult lanes to play into. Thankfully, lane swaps exist. As a Victor, a consideration here for Showmaker. That would put the Corki towards the bottom lane once again.
I do think Victor goes really... Like, look at the amount of melee on the enemy team.
Yeah. There's a fair bit of control that you can get done here. And we lock it in.
All right, no Twitch. It's just going to be aiming on the Corki. It's going to be Showmaker on the Victor. And these comps, this is... really does feel like whoever gets ahead is going to have a great time, and the enemy team is going to have the worst of times. Even with the global pressure that's there for DK, if you have like a fat Silas on the enemy team or an Aatrox that was able to get ahead, you still don't get to really play the game. The one thing that I do think that is a really big benefit for DK is that I feel like Victor is going to be so hard to deal with later in the game, because the engage for Hanwha is just Ashe Arrow. So if Victor just gets to walk up and laser and you have to kind of, you're forced to engage into him, I think you're going to have a really tough time. They do have a good amount of poke, obviously.
And if the Ashe Arrow does land, someone's dead.
Yeah.
Because there's hostile takeover, there's Nidalee Spears, there's the kitchen sink. They are just, someone's going to die. Not to mention the fact that Silas has some pretty cool ultimates that he can steal away at the same time. So as soon as a fight actually starts rolling, not only do you have these brawlers that can cycle through spells so quickly in the Aatrox and the Silas, they have so much sustain.
Yeah, there's also Cannonal, there is Nocturnal.
Yeah.
Those are pretty good.
The Silas value is pretty good. Hopefully Zeka can play Silas well. What do you think?
That's a tough one, Atlas.
Might have to cast our minds back to work out whether that's something that's going to happen.
I don't know.
There's someone from 2022 calling on my phone right now. I'm confused as to why they would while I'm in the middle of work. We'll have to figure that one out a little bit later. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to dive under the rift for game number 4. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, on the Rift for what could be the final game in the series.
Yeah,
Orcs and Chronicler, your predictions are on the line here.
I wanted to actually talk about something valuable, Atlas.
Like the predictions?
No, like anime. Actually, the call from 2022, one of my favorite anime, and I think one of the best animes of all time, actually starts with that.
I'm going to interrupt you for a second as Lucid is... Oh, the handshake. As Lucid, he didn't walk the way I was expecting him to walk, and that's because he's floating.
Yep, and it was fine.
Yeah.
Spooky Nocturne. It was Spooky Nocturne.
Yep, chooses the right skin as well. That's why he survives.
Steins Gate. I didn't get to, you know.
Oh, yeah, I've been recommended that one about 1,000,000 times.
It is really good. As Barrel, of course, is going to walk in. That is Ashe, so just going to level Ton and run away. It is actually 80 for Shiu. Also, Zeus is making use of the much improved Electrocute rune and going for Electrocute as opposed to what we've been seeing. Now, realistically, you're not really going to get too much value out of Conqueror into Cannon.
It's also lethal tempo on the cannon as well.
Yeah,
so going for the
AD
version.
Yeah. Zeka also going for Electrocute. Phase Rush for Showmaker. Outside of that, nothing too crazy here.
Beryl also going for a huge shout out, a throwback skin as well.
Surgeon Shen?
It's TPA Shen.
Oh.
Do you remember whose skin that is?
I do not.
I believe it's Stanley's. Think so.
As aiming already cleanses, level 2 rush as expected won by Viper and Delight. I'm not sure why we're in a position where that was
a thing.
Not clear. Well, no, yeah, because you're Corki and Shen into double range, and it's Ashe and Renata. It should definitely be aware, but we didn't see what happened, so maybe they got caught off guard by something, one or the other. Should be able to catch this wave. There's no jungler in the vicinity. And also, as much of a bully lane this is, unless you hit the handshake, the early dive's not great, even if Nidalee would be there.
And I feel like it's kind of beautiful, because to me, it seems like DK opted out of a lane swap just to make sure that she was okay in that top.
They went.
Because like getting him that matchup is...
Well, they've clearly been protecting him in these drafts, right? And with the... We saw also... depending on how this series ends, might end up being one of the most impactful plays of the series with the Ambessa. Felt like a real turning point. But that was the first pick, right? And they've just been making sure that he gets even the Gnar, which didn't end up working out, and he didn't have the best game on, was prioritized for him to ensure that he got the counter pick into the Xante as probably a double crab here. Unfortunately, as Nocturne, you are a jungler that wants to rush level 6. But into Nidalee and into Ashe Renata, you are not getting 2 crabs. So you're just going to have to...
It was optimistic to head towards the topside crab just in general.
I think he's just going to do a second rotation. And I wouldn't really mind it. I think so much of the early damage that you get so much free AD of your Q as well as your passive.
Yep.
So I can just go into a second rotation, then back, and then maybe look towards the grubs, because you should have topside prio, as we see Shiu already doing a good job here, and I actually really like this from Humble Life. Just go for this response. DK do not seem to be aware of this happening just yet, and aiming does not have TP, unlike the Varus game. So we're going to see Shiu see this, and then he will be able to back and run towards bot lane. But yeah, I think this is a good call, yeah, because Barrel's already rotating up.
You just have a different duo lane.
Yes, because he's AD Cannon anyway.
Yeah.
The problem is he is AD Cannon, and which is good into Aatrox, but for many reasons not that fun to play into Ashe Renata. But I don't think they've spotted Barrel.
And AD Cannon was actually a thing in the bottom lane as well. Until his attack range was reduced. And Ashe notoriously has a pretty good attack range. And so it's pretty difficult to play this one. Yeah, not to mention the volley existing. This will be a tough time, as that cannon is not likely to be picked up. As now Zeka finds a great combo, as aiming is just going to get pulled back and has to flash. That Infernal Chain, that's a big deal. Needing to use both the cleanse and the flash to escape that one. DK well and truly on the back foot. It seemed like it was just good rotations and handling of the map by HLE. This is some real leads that they're picking up now.
HLE is just playing the bully role very, very well, right? Which you love to see as, oh, I like this, actually. So you swap aiming back, he gets the lane in the top side 2v2, and you don't miss out on too much because Shiu TPs to the wave and is back in the matchup where he wants to be. Now, Zeus can just watch him catch this wave, and then they crash here, and then they can rotate it through.
Yep. Also,
and it's still
he's
gonna
on
be
a back
better.
advantage.
Yeah, it's still going to be better for Hanwha. Like, don't get me wrong, I do think it's a nice response, though. But as you're saying, Shiu hasn't actually backed. This whole wave is still going to get lost. And kind of makes you wonder whether DK shouldn't have lane swapped from the beginning, but I think a lot of this comes down to play.
Yeah.
Plus Viper and Delight actually doing a good job, and aiming really not having a great start thus far, right? Like the clan's getting forced level 1, and then also getting bullied out by Aatrox.
And it's a 500 gold lead, even more than that with the plates coming on in and double the CS. And Zeus is looking to just dive. He has level 6, Zeka moving on in as well. As yeah, the Drake goes down, but that's not going to be enough as aiming. Remember, no flash, no cleanse, no way out as Beryl is doing his best to try and block, and it works! As the rockets are stolen and they're eaten by the Shen. And in the meantime, Showmaker doing his best as Peanut. Yeah. They're at least not window shopping as Shiu's going to move up, and now maybe Peanut going to be in trouble as there's a slicing maelstrom. But remember, this is 80 cannon, so that doesn't do a lot of the damage. Sidesteps the spear.
Okay, Shiu playing with fire there a little bit. He got the stun on Zeka with the E there, but if he gets CC'd and just dies, that would have been a very tragic situation, as they know.
Yeah.
Can they? It doesn't look like they can get to this wave, and Hanwha Life really doing a wonderful job. Are going to finally get access here. The problem is taunt, right? Like, you do have to be respectful of that. Beryl doing a great job of safeguarding. I can't believe there's been no first blood. And this is one of the games where I think Hanwha Life really want to fish for that. Hanwha Life, to me, are the comp that have a bigger expiration date this time around, mostly because of the Victor. And I think you can argue that neither comp skill's great. As
well,
he is in deep trouble.
Yeah, Delight is going to find that handshake. There's the exhaust as well as the Infernal Chains. That's going to get the flash.
Yeah.
And so now HLE going to be able to go back, and they're going to say, all right, well, that's a exhaust for flash trade.
But due to the constant swapping, and due to the fact that Zeus has been going for these plays, she was actually in a good spot in the 1v1. Like, he's up a good amount of CS. Experience, not so much. But should be better once he catches this wave that's now crashing in topside. The real problem is obviously bot lane, where Beryl has done great, aiming not so much.
They have bought enough time for Lucid hit level 6, though.
Yeah,
so that paranoia going to be a big deal. That was a large thing that DK were looking for, kind of out of the woods as far as that is concerned. So 600 gold the lead. Maybe that's worth it. Maybe that's a price you're willing to pay to get Lucid safely to that paranoia point. It's just about what happens when he does press that R button for the first time, as Delight is looking to be very polite to Showmaker. He actually decides not to throw out the handshake first, which is generally the first thing you do in the greeting. As Peanut comes on over to clear a red buff, and he's going to successfully do so as Lucid takes his blue. So here on the bottom side of the map, Zeus not going to be spooked. No paranoias to come on through.
Yeah, and much like game number 1, we are going to have a pretty good idea of how DK's game is going to go the moment that we see what I imagine will be a double investment of Lucid and Beryl ults, right? Like, that's the dream combo. Because Viper is fed right now. And, ooh, Lucid, gotta be careful. But Viper is very big right now. He also has a Renata, which I do think is actually one of the biggest tools that you can have, because between clans, Renata, Bailout, and ult, there is a incredible amount of safety that you can buy as...
Stand United Silas is pretty silly.
Yeah, it really is. Showmaker also not having the flash is a big deal as well, as this top lane turret damage really sticking thanks to Viper, Delight, and even Zeus and Peanut for that earlier play.
Yep, here's the only sort of moment of good stuff, as she does still have about a 20 CS advantage, as we are having a look at where that arrow was flying through.
Force the flash, I imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah, good call. That
was a close one, but that's some hitbox stuff right there. I don't blame him.
Yeah, and also if he doesn't, like if it does hit him and then Zeka gets a kill, Showmaker's actually doing great in the 1v1 thus far, right? He got the plate earlier.
Yep.
Zeka hasn't gotten a kill on his roam. And also with Victor, I think you just naturally want to try and get to the late game. Is she a little dicey there, but does get out of the chains, and Zeus' ult not going to hit the mark.
Yep. Too bad there. So Shoemaker continuing to just throw abilities into Zeker as best he can, and Kingslayer is going to make sure that Zeker is going to be kind of okay. So he does have his dash cannon incoming. Peanut is looking for 6 grubs and should be able to get them as well. So DK, I think they're going to lose the first turret feat of strength. And that might be in fact happening on this wave right here, as that final grub does go down. 6 now in the back pocket of HLE as Peanut looks to try and help them out, taking down this structure. Baron aiming, I don't think it's going to work as aiming gets tagged by the spear. And at 50% health, I just don't know what he's going to be able to get done. Does have the cleanse and flash now back available. The enchanted crystal arrow is there, and this turret is on its last legs. So that is going to be that first feat of strength going down. HLE also, with those 2 sets of grubs that they picked up, are only 1 objective away from locking it up and grabbing some cool new shoes. And DK, they might be able to grab their second dragon. So that is sort of their win condition.
They would have loved to get the grubs, though. With, that cannon in particular.
And denying the grubs, also a big deal when you've got both a Silas and an Aatrox that are pretty happy sitting in a side lane, and, you know, arrows to augment and things like that. As another one. Okay, Orcs, this is starting to get a little bit suspicious.
We got, what, we got 1 Ocean, and the rest were all Camtech?
Yeah.
Or was it free Camtech?
Yeah, see, look, not paying attention.
Wow.
Not paying attention, guys.
Even as of right now.
Yep. Wow. Caught live on camera.
So glad Jason is holding him accountable.
She really is. She, in fact, doesn't let anyone get away with anything, as it turns out.
Which, you know,
we appreciate to no end.
It's also necessary. I'm not gonna lie. Right now, we do have. I think Camtech looking at either of these teams. Obviously, Humble Life. My God, that is a team that would love it. Between the Nidalee heals, the sustain for both the Aatrox and the Silas, even the Renata, get a ton of value out of that. For DK, it's fine. I don't think it's groundbreaking by any means, but they are already up 2 Drakes, so it does buy them a good amount of freedom in the macro department. They don't need to contest every dragon. What they do need to do is ensure that Viper doesn't get like 15 plates. Now he only has a minute, so 15 is, you know, that's hyperbole, but...
And there's 5 in the mid lane. So, yeah, it might be tough.
And this is the problem for DK, is that what you want to do is you want to use your globals to generate an advantage. But...
Cool. Okay.
Oh, he's going to ult the wave.
Yeah, just going to try and clear that one up. Lucid going to move on down. And it is still just going to be a lot of damage onto this turret. Showmaker, though, is in that top lane and will at least get a teleport.
Yeah, so the core issue is that you want to try and make a play, but because you don't have Prio, you never have vision. And because you don't have vision, if you Lucid and Barrel go in on someone, and there are reinforcements waiting in the wings.
Oh, flash in from Barrel. They look for Peanut, who might have been overextended, but the hostile takeover is there. Lands onto 3. First blood goes to Peanut to secure another kill for HLE. And first, it's just crazy that it's this late into the game, and then all of a sudden it's feats of strength. HLE kill 3 in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying. The problem is that because you don't have vision and Humble Life do, they kind of get to decide whether or not they open themselves up. As we take a look here...
Would you say this is a decent Renata angle?
Yes, very much so. As a Delight, look at that. Freeman ultimate. And like, we don't even need the bailout for Peanut.
Yep.
That's the craziest part. And he still has the opportunity to give the Viper, which means that bot lane dive completely without risk. It's also a whiff on the first ultimate for Nocturne. And guess what, Atlas? You know what this is looking good for?
A game 5.
Yeah.
Which does mean that I'm really sorry about your prediction, Chronicler, if that is indeed what happens. But still, 4,000 gold. And so therefore, there's still hope. There's still hope.
Oh, yeah.
Chin up.
I'm completely fine. The problem is that in a situation like that, if you say you're completely fine, you just sound...
I know. It's actually very unfair. It's very unfair.
It's fine. I'm used to it.
Man, we are really coming across as big bullies, aren't we?
No, you're not. It's a bit.
It's not our fault you love predictions this much.
As we take a look at the goal graph here, do see that Actually, the gold up until like 15 minutes in most of these games, or 15, 20 minutes, have stayed relatively even. I think this is the biggest early lead that we've seen.
I don't
even
think, yeah.
Even in the game that Homolive won,
felt more one-sided. So yeah,
it was more of a draft and a draft. Yeah, this is the problem. Now you're playing Nocturne and Shen from behind. Like playing a global comp from behind just feels horrible. I think Lucid just not sure what caused the flash, but
he did use it. It is now.
No, I think it might. So it might be one of those things where because the cooldown is way faster, so it just reset the.
So it looks
there
a
you
little
go.
bit confusing. Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm like, I don't think he got arrowed. As a Homolive just kind of takes everything. Peanut is farming up a storm, got an early kill, and getting a tons of plates. And for DK, it really is going to be reliant on finding backline axes without Renata being there. That's kind of your win con, right? Like Showmaker eventually will do a lot of damage in team fights, but that is legitimately 30 minutes away. And realistically, you can stall for like 15 minutes by not going for any dragons.
And they do have that buffer. So there's that.
As Barrel.
Oh, okay. Zeka is just going to find him as he makes his way in. The Shadow Dash taunt does come on through, and the arrow is so gorgeously placed from Viper. Handshake just to set it up, and cool guys like Delight do not look at explosions as Beryl is going to go down yet again. The Mega Blast Cone will bring HLE over towards their prize in the form of this dragon. And DK just have to look on and watch as that objective is taken down. HLE, cool, calm, and collected here in Game 4. And DK, I think they're going to have to order another one of those miracle plays. They've had a few of them, and Lucid is now just going to look for a steal, and he gets it. There's a spell shield at the same time. He's really dead, guys, but he got what he came for, and that was the Chemtech Drake and soul point for DK.
You know who would also make that play is Peanut. Like, and if there's ever a journalist like, guys, I'm going to send it and die.
Well, Barrel's also going to find a taunt onto Peanut.
Renata is nearby. Good call.
So Shelly.
Oh my god.
Yeah, everyone's getting very angry. And Peanut, like you say, those spears really do hurt. Beryl is... Yeah, he is dead. Zeus going to flash for it. Picks it up with the third Q. Really nicely done. As Zeka finds a slicing Maelstrom.
All right, I got the game plan for DK.
All right, what is it?
Do nothing for 15... No, sorry, now it's 20 minutes.
What about do nothing for 4 minutes and then Lucid? Oh, okay. Shiu's going to look for some stuns onto Zeka here. Is aiming, trying to lay down the DPS. Shiu is dead. And aiming doesn't do the DPS.
Beryl even ulted, trying to keep Shiu alive and extend the play.
I think it saved Beryl's life that Shiu died.
Yeah, I do think DK are having a difficulty with the
arrow,
not actually doing anything.
Okay, that's a nice spell shield there from Lucid. He could have just been straight up dead with the damage that we've seen from some of these spears. Zeka looking for a chain lash, and that is a dead in a turret.
Now, I don't think it's a good plan, but I do think it's your only plan. Because, yeah, we're behind 7k gold.
All right, we're going to check this one out. Getting some good news for DK here. Hey, nails it. And look at him, he's so excited. And he's already taken his hands off the keyboard.
That was a lot of, yeah, of course. That was a lot of damage as well, actually. Because I think it was like Strikebreaker, Q, passive, and Smite. Because it went down from like 1300.
Yeah, it was
actually very, very cleanly done. And here, yeah, even with the ults coming in from Barrel, they're just so far behind. They're just not going to stay alive for long enough.
Look at the lead that Peanut has. It is pretty ridiculous. He's ahead of his top laner by 25 CS.
Yeah. And you know, we often talk about, well, Nidalee doesn't matter, right? When you're this far ahead.
Well, this is the scaling you get from Nidalee, and that is making sure that your opposition is really far behind. As Zeka could be in trouble here. So he has to flash away. Aiming is flashing for it. Yeah, they're looking for the opportunity. The death rate not enough. And the heal. This is what Peanut does, by the way. Better than any other Nidalee.
Oh, no.
And that is play Soraka. As aiming, he's going to get punished for the sins here. The over-aggression. And he's put down by Zeus' famous Aatrox. Oh, dear. DK just cannot find an avenue in. It's 8-0. It is... And it's close to a 10,000 gold lead already.
Yeah, I can't believe that... yeah, Archon's gone. I can't believe that that's Aiming's first death. It felt like there's been a lot more.
Yeah. I also just can't believe that Peanut has been this consistently clean on Nidalee all year. As the arrow. I do like it. You know, we didn't have much more to watch because the Arakan was just being taken for free.
Oh, it's gone. Yeah. The real question now becomes for DK, can they hold on to their inhibitors? Because if they can, then that's like the one angle. I also think that going for this play makes sense. It looks like Zach has overextended, and then crucially, he would have died if not for that heal from Peanut. And then the collapse comes through nicely. Zeus is there, very happy to pick himself up a free Corgi and a free Corgi. As he takes out aiming.
And that's another Infernal Chain, going to pull back barrel once again. Zeus is just really cleaning people up with that ability. And now that they have the Arakan buff, they can do whatever they would like. HLE's turn to have a good time. And we need to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, we do get some silver scrapes after this, but HLE are a team that are so extraordinarily good at Game 5. They have Zeka, they have Viper. Zeka, just like, when was the last time he lost a Game 5? It was what feels like a billion years ago, or maybe never.
I, for one, would love another Game 5 between Viper, Showmaker, and Barrel. You know, narratively, that sounds like a hit to me, Atlas.
There was the stat that we actually had about, you know, Zeka in Game 5s, and it was pretty silly.
No,
since 2022, he just has not lost one, is what I'm pretty sure it is. We'll have confirmation if I am wrong.
And he played a lot of them.
He did. In fact, all the way. I wonder what the scoreline is for Viper on that one as well, because I believe there might have been a few hiccups here and there, but since 2021, he's been pretty good at 5 gamers as well.
And for DK, they lost both their final year, you know, tournament runs with MSI, as well as Worlds to 5th games, RNG and EDG respectively.
Yep.
As this Dragon, I don't think is going to be contested.
Yep. And yeah, Zeka hasn't lost one since 2022. So pretty good at it. Still hasn't got there just yet, as Paranoia has been used by someone. And yeah, it's in fact Zeka who is now just going to dive on top of Beryl, and Beryl is going to taunt him over, aiming really undecided as to whether he wants to do this again, and he says no, I prefer not to, as Lucid is going to block the hijack. Very nicely done with the spell shield. No Paranoia for you this time around.
No, he already...
Oh, was that a chain? Never mind. Yeah, it looks confusingly similar. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, because that's how he got out. He paranoid.
Yeah, he had to, and then that would have definitely been on cooldown, Chronicle. You're exactly right.
That's fine. You're good.
That's why we keep you around. That and the excellent predictions.
It's been a long and messy series. As DK is really holding on to the just kind of do nothing and hope that them not getting soul for long enough will matter. There's one crucial step that still needs to be done, which is Lucid needs to steal Baron. Because I do think when they take Baron, you do kind of auto lose the game. And might auto lose the game beforehand if Humble Life go for a big fight here.
He could also steal an Elder in 20 or so minutes.
Yeah, but at that point,
you know,
the Gold League doesn't matter as much.
Yeah.
So if you get there, I think you're feeling peachy. What we're trying to say, in roundabout ways, that this game is not looking good for DK, but it's looking great for a Game 5.
It certainly is.
It's such a textbook early game from Humble Life, right? Like bot side prio, combined with Peanut's early pressure.
And they're doing their best as that's a two-man taunt. Okay, the kitchen sink being thrown at HLE. The last-ditch effort from DK. They're able to take down the support. But Zeus gets into that backline, disrupts what DK were trying to do, and Viper just wanders away. So that's what they're going to get for it.
Can I tell you a tale of a Nidalee?
Yes.
That was up 10k gold.
Can I tell you a tale of a Corgi that was very cute and got a flash out of an Aatrox?
Yeah, that's happening right now. But you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah. I am. I remember there was another quadruped in that game, wasn't there? His name was Hecarim or something like that. I'm pretty sure.
This was the Baldless incident.
Yeah, there may have been a
that was a 10k gold lead for Nidalee as Beryl finds the taunt here, and Renata is the biggest issue for this team. There is still a lot of upfront burst available and a lot of single target damage at least. So taking Renata out of the equation is enough. Still.
Are we making bets? It's your turn.
I don't want to cut off my hair. I want to grow it out.
Yeah, but like that's the whole point. I wanted to grow mine out, and then I made the bet because I was confident. That was very silly.
Atlas, I can't do it. We need to find something else.
Oh, well, you're being asked whether you can do it. It'd make G
Atlas,
happy.
Atlas, I'm going on a honeymoon next year or next month. I can't cut off my hair.
Okay. I'll
Like
do it for tomorrow.
if I can postpone it till after that.
No.
Okay, then we're not doing it. What do you mean, no? That's your option.
You're not allowed to postpone. Well, actually, and I think I postponed mine.
You did!
As well. Okay, well, as that time, he's able to steal it away. That was nicely done. Zeka going to have his hijack now on cooldown. Let's see whether DK
Barrel doesn't have flash this time around.
can defend yet again. This time towards the top side of the map. The volleys are just doing a lot of damage. There's Viper with
Showmaker has
3
death
items.
You know, that's something.
It
Okay,
is.
so now comes step 2 of the plan. Look, they know! They have 4 scryers!
Uh-huh.
They're aware!
We do not want to allow Lucid to get in. And Lucid going to get tagged by about a million things, but that spell shield was on the right one. As Spirit's Refuge goes down, doesn't exactly do that much, as aiming is almost just dead to Viper, who is just raining these auto attacks down onto DK. Redemption there to keep them in the fight even longer. And they are going to break the flow. They're going to take down this inhibitor turret.
Yeah,
the bottom lane's also under fire. Zeus was getting to work down there as well. Shiu just struggling to hold on.
It's good, just don't flip it.
Yeah.
Just don't give them the opportunity. Just take them down. Now 2 inhibs are down. They're going to have to deal with these side waves. You are so far ahead. You can just overload bot.
It was so smart as well from HLE because it felt out of turn, you know? It felt like the ebb and flow of the game was, that was not the time that HLE were going to be moving up. And they surprised DK by getting in there. Beryl with a slight opportunity here to try and get some vision in as he's clearing out these wards on the way towards the Baron.
I honestly, just 5-man bot. You can pick up the dragon, obviously, on the way there.
Man, can you feel it?
No. You mean game 5 or you mean the turn?
I mean the turn.
No, but I think that's the point of a good turn is that you come. It's like, you know, when you recommend your buddy a movie and you're like, man, this movie, insane plot twist. You'll never do that. You never do that, Atlas. You can't do that. That ruins the movie. You need to make sure that they don't know there's a plot twist.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And I
was about to like talk about plot twists, but I just feel like that would be completely against exactly what you were saying.
Yeah. So in this scenario, I don't think there will be a plot twist. And if it is, it will blow my mind.
So you're saying there's not going to be a plot twist, but if there is, it's a plot twist. And that's the whole point of a plot twist.
Yes.
Nailed it. I'm right on board.
If you see comment, it's not a twist.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, it's just a part of the story.
Yeah. It's just a narrative point.
Yeah.
Okay, well, the Baron is also a point on the map here towards the northern side.
All right, we have enough scryers.
The question is, do we have a torpedo called Nocturne?
They don't have more scryers.
Well, Beryl is looking to try and get into the pit.
They're not flipping! You'll love to see it.
Yep, they get off. There's the arrow. It's going to connect, and the Shen is just dead. The takedown named correctly here by Peanut. And that is 1. It is not the jungler. And now DK, they need somebody else to face check. They're running out of abilities to check this Baron pit. Zeka, yep, he was just checking it out.
Look at the storytelling as well from our observers. They don't know where Lucid is right now.
And it looks like DK, they understand that there is no way they can fight for this. Game will be over if they try to take that Baron. So instead, they look to try and push out these waves by as much time as they possibly can. The problem is, there's only 3 turrets left on the map here for DK. And with these Baroned up minions, I don't know whether they're going to be able to defend for long.
So Beryl needs to hit a Flash Taunt on both the Light and Viper. No, actually Viper is cleanse.
But he still needs to hit it on Viper because they still need to get the cleanse.
Yeah, true. As we take this is inevitable for DK. And I do, again, I want to give credit to Hanwha Life. And this is something that Peanut teams have been exceptional at themselves, is playing to the outs, right? So they deny the only out. They're very patient. They're not going to run the risk of a flip, even with how unlikely it is. Not going to get loose, get exit to the pit. It goes out to 7-8K. We back off.
And Peanut was the guy that was there that made sure I lost my hair as well, right? Like this
was him.
He's the man that stays with his head in the game.
It was, what was it? He was a Maokai, right? It was like Nidalee into Maokai.
I can't remember what Peanut was playing, actually.
Yeah. I know Canyon was playing Nidalee.
Oh, no. Peanut was playing Hecarim. Peanut was playing Hecarim in that game.
I mean, you would remember better than I would.
I'm pretty sure it was a weird Hecarim Mangalas. Okay, we're gonna pull the trigger as Lucid dives in, looks for the fear now as they get forward. There's one of those taunts you were looking for, but Viper gets bailed out, never mind. They manage to secure the kill. The problem is there are more carries left over. Zeus doing what he can.
Oh, look at
as this
Zeke's ending the
Chaos
game.
Storm is gigantic. Zeus, can he do it? He finds one, but Zekra is looking to finish the game. The teleport to get on top, but Zekra is looking to take down the Nexus. Showmaker, can you kill him in time? He's so incredibly tanky. It's down halfway, and there's the flash over. And now he's looking to try and take down Showmaker as well, as there's the final hit, and Silver Scrapes is queued up by Zekra with the backdoor.
And Homo Life might have them just where they want him. Yes, TK is probably going to be on blue side. Yeah, we're going to game 5 in Fearless, and DK's champion pulls have been amazing, but guess what?
I mean, Zeka don't lose these. He does not lose these. This is Zeka, this is Viper. Game 5s. I don't know, man. It's either we did finally get a prediction right, or HLE do it again. They get to the final off the back of Game 5 wins in 3 straight best of series. And that is just insane that they've done that again. And I know it's players that are separated from different teams all over the place.
Doesn't matter.
I don't know. The clutch factor is just so huge in these series for so many of these players. So many of them have been notorious for the opposite, right? But right now, you can see exactly which side of it is ringing true. Game 5, though, what a treat between both of these teams. Both of them having such incredible moments. And now side selection goes over to DK.
Oh.
How many times have they lost on blue side thus far? Not many, is the response. We're gonna let you guys listen to the beautiful track once again. I mean, it's starting to get so many Game 5,
baby.
It's just how we do it here. We're gonna go to a short break. You guys can listen to some Silver Scrapes, then we'll have the space, and then we'll have that Game 5. We'll see you soon.
사실 생각도 할게 이거. 그냥 나 텔반응 되고 걸려도 난 더블풀밖에 없다. 깬 거 같아. 마려워 보이긴 한다. 얘네 가면 갈수록 밀었어. 정말 나 정말 걸었다. 반응했거든. 천천히 해봐. 아 이겼어. 가야죠. 이겼어. 센터. 뒤에 빅토르. 그렇게 맞아야 돼. 우리 사이를 안 오는 거고. 와야 되지 않니? 오케이. 나 끝내면 될 듯. 끝내죠 그냥. 야 빅토르 풀픽이네 풀픽. 야 끝내볼래 그냥? 끝내면 할 것 같아. 하나 잡았어. 야 끝낸 것 같다. 얼음. 나이스. 다음판 잘해보자. 나이스. 이냐?
For yet again, another time, our winner bracket finals is going all 5. So get your phones out and get cat jamming. It's Silver Scrapes. Welcome back to the space. Degon here. Dan. Ox, why aren't you paying attention? This is what happens when you don't pay attention. Look. What? Ox, we have a game 5 to break down. We did. Can you come back? I need some serious analysis here. Stop daydreaming about Kentake tricks, please.
I'm just a bit distracted, you know?
Yeah, all right. Okay, all right. Game 5 is here. D plus Kia and Hanwha Life Esports going just toe-to-toe all the way through. Hanwha Life did break through here in that final game, but D plus, they're the ones that won on the red side.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, obviously they have the advantage of side selection going into game 5, but this draft, I think they kind of dropped the ball. I think the big thing for me was this Pyke ban and leaving the Renata open. Like, you have a composition with like Kennen, Nocturne, Shen. The whole goal is with diving in, Renata is the premier anti-dive champion. And to be honest, like, what would Pyke really have added? Like, Pyke, Nidalee? That sounds like such a horrible combination to play.
I mean, just let me be honest. Those champions are bad. Like Nocturne, Kennen, Shen. I mean, when you you actually saw that the moment that champions are bad because like on the bot lane, the moment when they flashed on Nidalee and tried to kill them, but it didn't work out. Yeah, this is the right moment. Yeah, I mean, those champions are not really great in the early game, so you cannot even one-shot the Nidalee even though you flash on the target.
Yeah, well, I do think there's a factor here. You know, perhaps a certain ultimate could have been used earlier, maybe, and also the fact they didn't have Kennen ultimate. I think it's kind of one of those plays where they committed to something without really committing, and I think when you have a Nocturne, you have to go all in, you know, there's no half measures. In fact, there was a Kennen ultimate, it did a pretty good job.
Yeah?
Just from the wrong side.
That is true. And also, we already kind of spot out that the Showmaker, when he's on proactive champions, that DK actually kind of activates their moment, but this time around, he was playing some kind of AFK champion on the mid lane, which is Victor. So I think that was also the reason why DK was not really having a fun time.
Yeah, it felt like they had that window to execute there. They failed it and just fell behind in the most lopsided match in this series so far. As we take a look at those fearless bans, we're going all 50 bans in this one. No repeats here.
A lot of champions taken away, and I think for some roles, starting to feel it quite heavily. You know, I feel like jungle, I've seen a lot of the meta junglers hammered away. AD carry, you really start to reach more. I think mages might be a good option coming in after all these bans. And also in supports, the thing is, Alistair and Rel haven't been picked in terms of engaged supports, but if they get banned out, you might be really running low on options to start a fight.
Yeah, as you mentioned, I think AD carry especially, they're gonna look for more picks than the AD. I think you can pick also like AP picks, but you have to think about like what AD champions you can pick on like mid lane. So it's gonna be really hard to pick up those AP picks, but I still think that you can pick up Mel and like flex on it on the red side. And also, they didn't pick Wukong yet, which is one of the hyper carry in the jungle. I mean, it got banned a lot, but I think this time around you can actually open it up.
Yeah, last game it got banned in the start of the draft, but you know, potentially with D+ on blue side, we see it picked up. Talia is another one I think is actually a big one. We've seen Showmaker play these games on these sort of roaming active mids. Talia stands out to me as one of the higher presence picks that's still available and has that in her toolkit.
Yeah, it feels like it's been so fun to see these teams ban out against each other and stick with it. Again, the Azir, Talia's now one, Skarner's one. Something's got to give here as we get later and later. Speaking of something's got to give, we got some stats for you. Again, at the top of the show, we said it was, what, 12? Now 12 game one wins here in best of fives for Hanwha Life Esports. And now we have specific stats. Zeka, 7-game win streak dating back to the DRX days in game number 5. And on the opposite side, D+ Kia, 10-0 on blue side in the LCK Cup.
I mean, it's which is stronger, the clutch factor of Zeka or the power of blue side? That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, I mean, I already mentioned that if DK somehow managed out to win on the red side, it's kind of similar to like tennis winning out the breaking point. So I think DK was on point that they actually managed out to win the red side one game. So I feel like they're more comfort on the blue side, especially like LCK Cup has been proven that blue side is stronger. So it's gonna be really fun. Anyways, I mean, I just want to see like who's gonna break others' record.
But to that point, we talked about it here on this desk. Blue side has been stronger earlier in series. We're now at game number 5 where things kind of get through. Do you feel like that still rings true here, Ox, or what did?
I feel like it depends, you know, because you can obviously leverage red side to get some good counter picks to sort of bring your composition together towards the end. But at the end of the day, we've talked about some of those picks that's standing open. Like an early Wukong pick could really make the draft difficult for HLE because what you have that's going to respond into that, especially since we still have Skarner and Kalista permabanned on red side. You know, we've seen in some other series teams let them through, but this time HLE are still going to have to ban those. I think leaving them open is an even bigger mistake, but it means your options are so limited when it comes to those bans.
What about Diana and Yasuo? They already proved that they can actually play that combo in a...
Did they win that game?
I mean, it didn't work out, but
good.
Yeah, it looked good. And also, like, I really want to DK to break my curse because before the game, I predicted them to win 3-2. So I wish them actually to break the curse of mine.
The curse, the stat of the curse, again, what did has not been correct or close in a lot of his D+ Kia in Game 5 series, not so good, which is why Max voted for Hanwha Life Esports in 5 games, and so did I as well. Oh, and so did Jonah Strong, and so did half of it, but it's been a great series so far. For our thrilling conclusion, let's send it on over to Atlas and Chronicler for game number 5.
There's no need to rub it in, Digon. Poor Wadid has suffered enough, but one man whose predictions are already dead is sitting next to me here, and that is Chronicler. How do you feel?
There is no good answer, so I'm not going to answer the question. I decline to comment. No comment. Stop comment. As we are going to.
I'm getting another stop comment because G-Stun's predictions are also dead. Oh, I'm very sorry.
She had Hanwha Life 3-1. She was gone a while back. Yeah, and I love going back to those finals, and we keep bringing them up, right? Because just
there's so many of them.
Well, no, I'm talking about the back-to-back Worlds finals where 2 of the members on Hanwha Life were down 2-1, and we're the underdogs in both series, by the way.
And we've been talking about the World Finals as well. This is domestic. This is where Peanut is the one that thrives. He does so many times in these big best of 5s. He's managed to find wins over teams that are considered better than his in a lot of those instances.
And we're about to find out which streak is going to get broken. Is it a DK winning in blue side is that's a self-ban.
Yeah, that's HLE pretty psyched about how this one's going. Yeah, Peanut's like, but I really want to play Zyra, and the rest of his team are like, thank goodness, the sweat stops dripping.
Okay, and then he says, okay, it's fine, I got my Shyvana, and then the sweat comes back.
Oh no!
As Kalista is going to remain banned. We did get an earlier series, I think it was DK in their first one, where they left open Skarner and Kalista in game 1. And then it was just traded. Not going to be the case here. There will be, I think, particularly for the AD carries as well as for the jungle, be a real pinch. For support, I think you're always going to be fine. There are just so many.
And it's the light and barrel.
It's the light and barrel.
I'm pretty confident.
And despite all this, do take note. Like Alistair, still.
Diana ban.
Alistair and Rel are still available, which is the least interesting handshake you can think of in a game 5. But that might very well be the case.
Yep.
As Diana, we're not going to have Peanut, Diana, and Zeka Yasuo that we have seen before, which didn't win the game where they got the 10k deficit mega combo, but it was still absolutely terrifying. Showmaker going to get his respect. Is it just an early Wukong locking here? That's what I'm wondering. Because Lucid has been playing incredibly well.
I mean, that would also pair with the Ahri that's still up and available, right? But the Wukong...
I think it makes sense with how he's been playing as well.
It's also a Peanut champion, right? So try and limit Peanut's pull. That is obviously what they're going for with the Zyra and the Diana bans. But there is that Jax that was also left up because that was banned throughout a lot of this series. Zeus getting his hands on it, or Peanut. In theory, it's still a jungler as well. So we'll see whether it's going to be flexed or whether that is just Zeus with the carry split push champion towards the top side of the map. And Ahri would also be a lot of power. And with the LeBlanc band, there's not a lot of those Showmaker champions that pair with the Wukong as well, right? Because now he's kind of priced in to playing more on the AP side.
Is he gonna pick like Zillion or something?
Are we gonna Zillion accelerate a Wukong into massive carrydom?
It can be worse. He can go Cassidy.
True. Cassidy is an anti-mage champion.
Yeah, I do think we wait, and also you have negative lane pressure, and Ahri is just gonna run the map, so I don't think that is the call. I love this though. The one downside is that there is still potential here for the Jax to not be given over to Zeus, but to swap.
Yep.
But realistically, most likely this is going to go to Zeus. If Peanut ends up playing it, I don't think you'll be feeling too bad. I think Jax jungle is a lot weaker, particularly into something that is as slippery as the Wukong.
DK have locked 3 junglers. Oh no, never mind. It's not going to be the Elise. It will be the Alistair. And Beryl, I mean...
And now you also kind of force them to pick up Rel, because otherwise I do think that's going to get banned. Even though Rel
doesn't feel like a great matchup, yeah.
Isn't a great matchup. I still think you take it away just because it's... I think it's the only proper engage support that's still out. As Peanut
Lee Sin?
No,
Okay.
I think this makes more sense.
Yeah, we got a little bit excited there, and the Rel will be the lock-in. I actually love the mind games of the Lee Sin hover as well.
It's like,
because it could still be the Jax jungle. That could still be on the cards.
Oh, are they going to ban Swain?
Well,
I know it's not good, and it's lost a lot, but it feels like Showmakers always goes back to it. Talia is another ban that's...
Well, now that the Gragas exists,
you have to ban
maybe
Talia.
it's the Tryndamere angle.
Oh my god. No, you have to ban Talia, right? Talia Wukong, when you're playing RE. Like, I know that the RE theoretically is one of the champions that can get around the E relatively well, but playing Rel and Jax into Talia as well.
I mean, you can get around the E bit. The rocks are very annoying.
Well, that's what I meant.
Oh right, yeah, sorry.
The rocks. Yeah. But even then, it's also one of Showmaker's comfort champions. It pairs well in the 2v2. As the Ivern, a deep cut. I don't think they're going to ban Lee. I think Peanut was they were mind gaming. There's that Talia. And now, what AD carry is Viper going to go for? And what is Amy?
I mean, Caitlyn's still up. Caitlyn Rel doesn't exactly feel the most fantastic, but...
Caitlyn Jinx?
Yeah.
It's not bad.
And DK, this kind of between a rock and a hard place, right? Because if you ban one of them, then you don't get one of them.
Oh, you
so
don't.
Instead,
Yeah, you never ban the AD carry. You just take what you can get. There's still Draven is up as well.
I mean, if Peanut, after all this, just plays Jax, it'd be pretty funny. Let's see what Viper's going to do, though. Nothing wrong with just locking in an AD carry here if he would like to. Misfortune, still up and available.
We didn't think about it because we don't like it. I don't like playing MF into Wukong. I don't like playing MF into Gragas.
Or into Alistar.
The one saving grace is that you have Rel, so that is as strong, I think, as the 2v2 gets in terms of teamfight synergy, in terms of AD carry.
Oh, that's Draven.
I actually do think Samira is the, if you want to go, like, alongside what your comp does, I think Samira is the way to go. I do think playing Samira into Jax definitely a high-risk thing. It's also going to be a question of mastery when it comes to aiming, executing. We still don't know where this is going. Can also go to bot.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I wouldn't mind that one bit. And Showmaker, maybe it is the Tryndamere, particularly with the Mel and the Gragas. Gragas should go at least partially AP when playing into the Jax.
I mean, when you have the both of them, as now, Showmaker's ready to cook. He's ready to cook.
Is he doing?
Are we doing it again? Are we cladding? Is this just going to be like, what is happening?
He's taking him on!
It's the clad. All right. Okay, Showmaker. We're doing it again. All right.
That can't be good.
Look, I don't know whether it's good, but it's fun. And that is the main thing. As now Peanut's wondering what the heck to do. That's an Olaf. That will confirm that the Jax is going into the jungle. Unless it's Olaf jungle. It's been quite some time. Oh, the Redemption Rush Olaf jungle. I think Peanut was the first one to do it in the LCK, actually.
Yeah, that's the Tarzan special.
Yeah. Oh, wait, no, it was Kanavi over in the LPL.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
And then Tarzan started it in the LCK. You're right.
But it was Kanavi. Yeah, good catch.
That was back when Tarzan was still here, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think that was during the Griffin days. I do actually think this is, even though Zeus had a really good game on the Olaf, I think him piloting Jax, oh, they're going to swap anyway. That also makes Shiwu's life a lot worse. Because obviously you are still, I think, going to be fine when it comes to trading, but you lose so much of your value. One of the big things is that you actually win lane against Jax. You're able to outscale him as well. Particularly when you go AP, there's also the question of what do they do against Olaf? We saw T1 have this issue, which is why the Olaf actually got banned together with the Anivia in Game 5 at home played against Gen G, because it was such a big deal. Now I do think that the DK comp is so much more volatile. So, like, what if Zeus just runs to Mel and kills her? Like, there's still Kled and Gragas and Wukong on your own backline.
Yeah, I mean, when you are just kind of saying, we don't care, let's just run at each other's backline, I think that DK certainly do have some options.
That's going to be this game. That was like 100%. We're just going to bash our faces into one another.
And honestly, that's been the entire series. I welcome even more of it as we have our first bot lane Mel. This is theoretically the more successful version. We'll see whether it is as we jump into the Rift for Game 5. Wow. The HLE fan chant leader guy has lost his voice. Officially,
send it.
You can really feel the passion. It's fantastic. As Showmaker on the Kled. Wow, somewhere there is a Wolf that's just really excited. Wolf used to just play a lot of Kled mid.
Great skin.
Yeah.
Don't even know what it's called, but it's... I don't know anything about Kled skins.
I mean, it's basically just Corki.
There is no way. There's no way that isn't the best one. By the way.
Man, that is very, very cute. Okay.
Look at him. So, if you don't know what Kled does, it's Kibblehead Kled. That's
Kibblehead Kled.
That's perfect. So, Kled basically...
Wait, does Skull have a different name now that he's a doggo?
I don't know. You can still name him Skull.
Okay. Oh yeah, I guess doggo called Skull.
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to do a very quick pointer on Kled if you don't know what he does. Notorious all-in champion. Has 2 forms, one on top of Skull and one off of.
Yep.
Do
they have different buttons?
Yeah, you have the gun, which is the main thing. And the easiest way to think about it is when Kled is... Ooh.
I think Zeus will still be able to get these. As you can see, the minions got a little bit frustrated at aiming. And so that means that these melees are alive forever.
Yeah.
And he even gets 2 of them. Oh, a little bit unfair.
We'll see if there's as I say, any potential dive setup, but clearly there won't be because Lucid is on the bot side of the map. But yeah, basically, you're looking for all-ins. The reason that you can all-in very well, outside of just your burst being crazy, is because you have small frames of invulnerability when you switch between your 2 forms. And his ultimate is a giant Shurelias onto the enemy team.
And it's called Charge.
It is called Charge, which Atlas...
has 4 A's.
Which Atlas will yell at some point during this game, ideally.
I have to. It is the name of the ability, and that is my job.
Yeah.
I mean, I see a lot of ability.
I'm just also wondering... Because I get it with the rest of the comp, right? I get the you want to play aggressive, you want to try and all-in as much as possible. But with the minions that's been missing, I'm a little bit worried. The fact that that trade also looked the way that they did, also not great.
The farming of the minions is not quite working.
Yeah, the not, and you really want to hit that chain so you can yoink him back.
Yep.
Get a better trade.
The bear trap on a rope, one of the greatest named abilities ever.
Oh, Clan in general is great for that, as this is a Gragas, so should be hard to dive here. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it.
Yeah, there's the body slam on cooldown though, as the counter-strike comes in. Shiu going to flash. The ignite is ticking, and Peanut...
He's dead.
Yeah, okay, he's just going to die. So a 1-for-1, and a teleport is available in 8 seconds' time. Maybe not worth here for HLE.
I don't think it is, because they also got double sums out of Viper and Delight. So she was just going to be able to TP back her. I think he can be happy with that. Like, he's obviously going to miss out a little bit on XP, but as we can see, you just have to compare him to Zeus. Main thing is that the TP is now gone, as we get this full wave crash, and DK, sure, don't get first blood, but first blood, not that big a deal anymore, especially now compared to when it was the full feat, which I think we're all happy that it no longer is.
Yeah, needing to get a few extra kills.
And now Zeus still looking for a lane to call home. Showmaker. This too is
yeah, there's Barrel with the pulverized flash, and the charm goes wide. Lucid's able to pick up the kill, and that is a second one for DK straight after the teleport, and that's the opposite of what happened in the bottom lane.
And I think what happened there is Barrel faked it back on top side, then rotated all the way through the jungle, which is why Zeka thought that he was on the back.
And this is what Mario used to do. He used to say, in like games like this, he would say, give me the Alistair, we will win. And Beryl did this in 2019 as well, over and over again. His Alistair was the best in the league. That was when Mario was still playing, so that is a big deal, because that guy's Alistair was absolutely obscene, even that year.
Showmaker hasn't backed yet, by the way. Did not get the kill, but the kill went over to Wukong, which is also amazing, because I do think, particularly for Viper, the game is how easy and how playable the game is for him is going to be wholly reliant on how consistent Lucid can get access to him in the backline, and whether or not he has his sums. And if Lucid's fed, it becomes a whole lot harder. So we take another look here. I think Shiu is a little bit quick on the trigger there, but not the end of the world. Still ends up getting the double sums out of Viper, and crucially, the ramp up for early turrets is just crazy. And that's kind of what I was expecting, as here we take a look, and there it is, just not ready for Barrow at all. Showmaker, perfect timing there on that bear trap as well. And I don't really think there's anything that they can do. Also very consciously give the kill to Lucid there. Like, that was very obviously deliberate, which I think is saying a lot about how DK wants to play this game out, and that is basically a dream start here for that Wukong.
It's how they always play as well. I mean, it's Showmaker is the guy that supports his jungler. Like, he is, like, there are not a lot of mid-jungle duos that have been as successful when it's the carry is the jungle. And Showmaker always facilitates that. Was the same with Canyon.
Yeah.
And it is now definitely the same with Lucid. And Wukong is a great champion to augment.
And last year felt like both Showmaker wasn't in great form. Lucid wasn't as consistent of a carry, but particularly... And I
but
really
Lucid was also playing too much Sejuani and things like this. I feel like they didn't realize that this was actually fine. Yeah, well, we did. We were yelling at the TV a lot.
A lot. Which I'm sure had gotten old, but this thus far, anything you can get done with Wukong pre-6, you can be feeling amazing. Like a kill, getting grubs as well. Champion doesn't really come online before you hit level 6. For Hanwha though, none of this is going to be the end of the world, right? Like, yes, a kill on the Wukong is a bit unfortunate, but I do want to highlight the pick potential and the CC that's there for Hanwha is incredible. Yeah. There's also going to be the question of how will aiming actually do anything in fights? Because Mel, to me, is kind of reminiscent of how Caitlyn often... I think it's a lot better now with current optimization and kind of the changes to smooth over her power curve, but really big lane bully. Then I think actually quite hard to play in skirmishes because even with your W, you are quite immobile, right? Like you're an artillery mage. So playing out skirmishes I think is actually a lot harder if Zeka ever gets on top of you, Peanut ever gets on top of you. Yeah. Even with your W, if they play around it well, it can be really hard for you to do anything. And then late game, you turn into a beast again because you have so much damage available and fights become really hard to play out.
The thing that's better for aiming, though, is the fact that they have so much crazy in everywhere else, right? You've got Kled being a lunatic and bouncing around the fight.
I thought you were talking about the players.
Well, I mean, that's too.
That
too. The players are being augmented by their champion choices at the same time, though, because it's just knock-up city. Like, actually everyone has the ability to knock people around, knock them up, knock them away.
And that's Dragon as well. Like, that's another objective going over. And I think Viper has one of the hardest games to play here because he needs to have a big impact, I think, for this comp to really work. As Shiu is just...
Sometimes
he has a good amount of CDR.
I think Zeus said something about KDA Ari that Shiu didn't like because he's playing KDA Superfan Gragas. So obviously he said something a bit rude.
Yeah, you have to.
And so Zeus is of course playing Olaf, who is a huge fan of Pentakill, which is just it's different. So it's a fandom off. It's a fandom off.
That makes sense. Yeah.
So you can understand
that tracks.
I'd say it was nothing personal, but it was only personal. In fact, it was nothing objectively attempted there by Shiu. It was all just his emotions.
I thought you didn't do lore, but here you are.
I dabble here and there. As we are.
Thank you, Jonas Strong.
I mean, it's just adorable. I find it odd though, because it's like a dog, but it's sort of built like a kangaroo.
Yeah, it is a bit. The actual, it's a bit uncanny valley.
It is a bit
I'm with you on that one.
Well, aiming also is now dealing with a Rel.
Yeah, there's also, which we haven't talked about yet, but this happens in every single Mel intro video I saw. What happens if Viper ults and aiming presses W? Because we know, it's a rhetorical question. It's really bad for Hanwha. Because it does in fact get reflected.
Yeah, and there's actually a lot of abilities that HLE are going to be relying on to sort of throw out as like attempted starts of fights, like charms, like just undertows even.
Okay, I don't think, Atlas, that sounds like an offensive satchel kind of. I don't think you rebuttal on undertow.
Why not though? What if it is just Zeus running at you? He hasn't pressed ult yet, and you undertow him, and he's like, "Oh, I'm a bit slow." I just feel like that might do some emotional damage. He would then press Ragnarok and kill you. But it could be fun.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Maybe in a scenario where it's only him chasing you, and if you don't, you get chain slowed and die. But yeah, still Olaf with Ghost and Ragnarok, so it's...
Yeah, no, I think he's still dead. Yeah. But you can still rebut it.
Possible angle on Viper here.
Yeah.
Even just an ult.
Beryl is making his way up. There is vision.
Yeah, it's because I think it's because the grubs are up. So if just an ult, maybe to try and force out a summoner, but would instead rather save the cooldown to ensure, and it's going to be... Showmaker is going to be ahead of the roam.
Is it time to charge? Are we charging?
Well, they got to contest this. Otherwise, you give over 6 grubs to DK. And I do think that this is one of the scenarios where DK is very happy for this to go to late.
And they also, they have an incredible split push composition as well. Like, the slipperiness of a Kled is pretty absurd as Shiu's going to face check. Zeka finds the charm, obviously. See whether Shiu's surviving for a very long time, finds a body slam, but no one else is there. We're just going to be taking grubs. And so 5 grubs have now been taken here by DK. Probably okay with that, as Lucid, he's held on to the smite. And Peanut, he doesn't have his. And so it's just Lucid with 6 grubs. They'll take the feat of strength as well. It is 2-2 as far as kills. But DK, they only need to just grab that next kill, and they have got the feats of strength themselves.
The kill on Shiu is big though. That means that Zeka is in a much better spot than he was before.
Oh dear, there's the flash out by Pov. And Counter-Strike doing a fair bit of work here as aiming. Looking to come on over. The Make It Rain comes down. He rebuts something. Not entirely sure what it was, but he did press the button. And now Kled is making his way in.
Oh, that's big. Like, yes, they get the flash, but still that's TP invested. The kill on Shiu also means that Zeka's in a better spot. And as mentioned, I think there are parts of the DK comp that skill really well, particularly the Gragas, the Wukong. Kled notoriously does not, as look how long Zeka waits here, right? Actually, very, very patient. Nicely done. I think Peanut used his smite probably on his own Krugs. Maybe not expecting DK to already be there, but not getting a single one is a big deal, right? Like,
yeah.
He gets the empowered, extra empowered grubs for DK.
It's also the first 3 objectives just taken.
Exactly.
One after the other for DK, so it's just a lot of early value in a composition that I think is okay with going late. You're exactly right about the Kled being a little bit of an issue, but you can see he just has a tea party, goes home, everything's fine. And maybe this skin actually scales better, just because you don't really want to be hitting it if you are the opponent, because it's so cute.
So we have on one end Viper, who I think is going to have a very hard game, but then we have Zeus, who I think is going to be having an amazing game, because killing this Olaf is actually going to be really hard in fights. There's also Peanut. So much of the damage from DK is going to be reliant on Lucid and Showmaker, who obviously are going to be relying on their autos a good amount. Shiu is, which I actually love, I imagine going Cosmic Drive. My main question is what he goes after that, because he doesn't need to go AP because they have the Mel.
Yeah.
But I do actually think this is the type of game where the extra damage, because these fights are going to be so explosive, actually makes a big difference.
And Zeus dying as soon as possible is one of their biggest priorities.
It's a very big deal, yeah, because the Olaf obviously gets so much extra attack speed as he gets lower. He has the shield, he has his Ragnarok, which now just goes on forever as long as he can keep autoing in fights. And if Shiu goes off tank, which again I still think is most likely, and aiming ends up dying at some point, and Zeus,
barrel. Does have Showmaker alongside as Lucid's still on the Dragon. They're playing keep away.
They don't have that much damage, but it's a timing from DK is great. I think they're just fine.
And Showmaker is still in this pit. He does need to flash if he wants to exit, unless he just wanders around and tries to avoid things. Hextech Soul? That is crazy. Bear Trap on the rope is going to land onto Peanut, but he still has to flash out of the pit. HLE do at least manage to get that. And it's the other tech, the Hex Tech. We've managed to get there. Orcs is still sitting on the couch, pining over a Chemtech Soul. 2 was not enough.
This is my favorite.
Or 3. Was it 3?
It was 3. Yeah,
that's a lot.
I think it was 1 Ocean, and then the rest were.
Yeah, 1 Ocean, the rest for Chemtech. Yeah. So it was all for this, as that is a fair bit of damage here from aiming. Who does have 1 item, definitely a large amount more defensive than anything else. We'll see what he builds as the second one. So far, our Mels have not necessarily found that much success.
I do think that the aiming playing Mel is a really big deal, though, because that was, to me, one of the big things in the Gen G series was the fact that we even saw Ruler hover the Ziggs.
Yeah.
And realistically, Ruler has never in his career shown anything but 80 carries, right? And particularly in a Fearless
1 game of Ziggs and 3 games of Sona.
There you go. Exactly.
In the career that he has where, he won Worlds in 2017.
Yeah, and got to finals in 2016. We can make the statement, but I'm glad you acknowledge the technicalities,
No, I mean, I was definitely with you. That's 4 games over his entire career. The entire awesome dude meta just went past.
It might just be a much bigger deal for LCK Cup. Obviously, Fearless is not sticking around for the whole year, so at that point it will be a much smaller issue, but even in the future, could be something to look out for. Looking at the item spikes have been hit across the board, and 2 Drakes again here for DK, I think is going to make the macro from Humble Life a bit awkward.
Especially when it's Hextech Soul as well.
This one is like not even, there's absolutely no chance that you can ever give this one up, and I would like this from Hanwha Life, trying to get a pick onto Shiu. This is the guy that is now playing a chance for a chance, right? Only 17. I know he had nerves still earlier on, but was playing for a shot at making it to the finals of the LCK Cup.
Yeah. And remember, the only reason DK here is up is because of Shiu. The only reason they've made it to this Game 5 is because of him And so maybe that would help relieve the nerves. Because honestly, he's done enough. So now just needs to stay in it alongside the rest of them. And we'll see whether Beryl, on his Game 5 Alistair, can make these big plays. Right now, he's going to get a Pulverize off, looking for a headbutt, delivers Delight back, but there's the Magnus Storm, and it's Beryl that's in trouble. The Unbreakable Will is going to keep him up, but there's the charge! As Viper will just flash. And so the charge didn't necessarily need as much volume as that, but that's
Atlas,
fine.
I have to...
Beryl is going in again at about 0 health, and now it's Shiu's turn! The bear trap on a rope pulls back Zeka, and they manage to nail the pick. That is going to be feats of strength as well, as a whole bunch of buttons fly to the wayside as Peanut leaps away. DK, that's enough.
He is not nervous.
Absolutely not. There's a bullet time headbutt pole. Viper punished in an instant. Beryl is going to go down, but you know what? That's his favorite thing to do. As Peanut's going to flash out of the way. She is still on the hunt, though, as DK getting led towards the Dragon Pit. And thankfully for HLE, it's not up for another minute and a half.
And Zeus earlier he was looking for a lane, now he was looking for a play. TP's to mid, finds nothing. The funniest part is that despite all that, Humble Life is still ahead in gold. Let's break this down first, but I have something else we need to note. Is Beryl going mega aggressive here.
Yeah.
Great use of the ultimate there to ensure that the Counter-Strike doesn't keep him in place. And then here, Showmaker finds the angle, charge comes through, and most importantly, display from Shiu, right? Like, absolutely beautifully done. Immediately finds the backline, splits up the fight, and you can see that Humble Life were not ready for this to be a 5v5, because if they were, Zeus could have TP'd way earlier.
And you can see, on the other hand, DK were completely ready for this.
100% committed, as there you go. Beryl goes in. Showmaker probably should have been the one to tech that, but Beryl saw the angle, so of course he's going to go for that.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, Beryl's playing Electrocute Alistair, and that is a Hextech alternator in his inventory. So I imagine that he's going to go Rocket Belt and Electrocute Alistair.
Let him cook.
I've seen a bit of this in solo queue as well. I just didn't expect it to actually make it, but that was a great fight from DK. But the actual trade, not that big a deal. They don't get mid lane turret. A lot of cooldowns were used there for DK, and Zeus wasn't in that fight. So I think we need to see another one of these, as the Dragon is now going to be started. Lucid, level 11, has the Cyclone available. They can play for mid, but I don't think they are. I think they're going to try and play for this point. As is the charge going to come through.
Extraordinarily low.
Again,
they get the control ward. He's into the pit, but he's not going to be able to steal away the Dragon. There's the bullet time. It's Shiu. He manages to find Viper in the backline. It's gorgeous yet again from DK. But look at this Olaf. He's going completely ballistic, but unfortunately not ballistic enough as Beryl. He's got an Unbreakable Will. He zones away 3. And DK, despite losing the Drake, they win out on the fight. Man, you are so right. Viper cannot play the game.
He actually cannot play the game. No, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. And without the Herald, that wouldn't have been great. But with the Herald being there, absolutely fine. They get the charge on mid. That's 2 turrets. And even though they didn't get the soul point,
and
DK,
that's 6 grub value as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And now with mid lane turret gone, those outer turrets are sure to fall soon as well. And I do think that particularly for Showmaker, being able to get this impact in mid-game is a really big deal for the Cledis. There we can see, even with that fight win, actually looked pretty good still for Humble Life. And that's because Zeus has just been splitting, right? Like, it really couldn't be more different, because every time Shield keeps going for these big plays, Zeus, in this play he's there, but in the previous plays he was mostly farming as...
Oh my god, this young man.
I know, and there's still no flash available there for Viper, and as long as he doesn't have that, he doesn't get to play the game. Now, Shiu does go down, and Beryl doesn't get to extend the play, so Humble Life, again, stave off a worse fate. I don't think Peanut will, though. I think his fate is unfortunately sealed.
Just a little bit. That might also be more money over to aiming as well as this
support from Shiu!
This is ridiculous as Showmaker gets in there, and Skull just runs away. And so the Kled is just fine with the aggro reset. Teleport now immediately from Shiu to get him towards that bottom side of the map, catch that wave that's heading in. DK just making the right choices, and as I said, oh my goodness, that Shattering Strike so close. They get the control ward in, as Lucid gets doubled up upon with
like,
using his own decoy.
Yeah, look at my reflexes. That was great. And then just walks back into the brush and just gets shot for 20% of his life.
Wasn't great.
As Showmaker does take the topside play, but that was a big deal. That's a really big gold swing there, because that's top outer gone, no cross map available, and Zeka and Peanut both dying.
And they already had feats of strength, but Peanut was just here.
They must. So
normally we get context.
My guess was that they made just completely misread the tempo, thought they were on bot side, trying to play for Otacon, and then that was already kind of rough. But then the fact that Showmaker even missing that, you look at this, you're like, I think I'm fine. Thinks Zeka, and then at this point he ults, but it's too late because he's gonna hold the ult, of course, because you don't need it. You can just walk it off. But then the emotional support barrel from across the wall.
There it is.
Oh boy. They don't get the collapse. That is a big cooldown gone though. So that might, I think Half-Life at some point is just gonna have to start going for more desperate plays, because Viper, even with Flash, I think still barely gets to play. Aiming is sitting on a sizable gold lead, and with how aggressive the rest of DK has been playing, like Half-Life do not have the space to actually try and get on top of aiming.
Yeah. This Mal is, and just quietly sitting 4-0-1 as well, so is really fed in this game. The Gold King himself, a large portion of that 3,000 gold lead, and the dash cannon is done. Oh man, the rocket cow is going to be thrown towards HLE in this next team fight, possibly around the Otacon, as we can see here.
Oh, and for Half-Life, we need to get a good 5v5. I think most of the 5v5s have been on DK's terms.
Zeus getting his second item.
Yeah.
Going to be a big deal. As he's going to be going back now. Does he have enough to purchase it?
Doesn't look like
question.
it.
No, not quite. Lucid's going to do it again, as he, of course, knew exactly what was going on there. Peanut just
we're setting up.
Move away.
For oh my god, he's behind enemy lines. They're still a turret though, so it's not as good as it might otherwise be, but they are setting up a good amount of vision.
And with the fact that the inner turret's down, is he even behind enemy lines, or is that just kind of there?
It's because of the bot lane turret, right? So
yeah.
like,
No, of course.
It could collapse, but yeah, good question.
He just kind of like walks in there because he can. And now Viper feels like he is overextended. And as you say, there is still a turret there, but it still feels like that. There are a lot of bad guys down towards this bottom side.
2 item spikes have been hit across the board for DK. Most are also available here. I think Zeus should have his going into this next fight. He's able to pick up the wave. Shiyu has his as well.
Yep.
I think Peanut should be very close, but Lucid having Cleaver and Triforce is such an insane spike. And Peanut doesn't have his yet. I don't know. I don't think you have the time now, even with the Hex Gates. I think he's going to need to stay there. Viper going to look for Prio on this bot wave, and there is also Otacon. So this fight, this might be the decider of the series, Atlas, because if you lose this fight, you might lose 2 objectives for the price of 1.
Yeah.
DK should feel confident to try and play towards this dragon. I don't think you want to start up Otacon, but DK is kind of crazy, so I'm not going to say that with too much confidence.
And look at Shu. He's off to the side, wanting to make sure he knows exactly when Zeus is going to be trying to make his way in. See, now they're both just facing off. Otacon getting a little bit upset, throwing the orbs around and things like this.
We're looking for Prio. Lucid can heal off of the... Yeah, that's what I was expecting. Just go towards the dragon here.
Yeah. Definitely feels a whole lot less risky.
Zeka.
Charm. Oh, it's going to be thrown back towards him.
That's rebuttal down, though. That is a decent cooldown.
Well, Zeus is collecting a red buff for the moment. As this Hextech Dragon is going down. Yeah, Showmaker on a bit of a flank angle has the charge, remember. Does want to use that to allow his teammates to enter as well, as Peanut going to leap strike his way out. Otacon's mad at the same time.
There it is.
All right, let's see whether this Olaf can find an angle. He gets in a little bit late. But now Peanut, can you steal away this dragon? That is the question. Make it 2 apiece, as there is so much damage down onto HLE already. The dragon down to 2,000, but the team fight could be the problem, as Showmaker is throwing everyone around. The dragon goes over to DK. There's the rebuttal, and there's the bullet time finally, getting some value. She goes down first. Viper is at full health, as now they're diving forward. They take down the Olaf. Is that going to be enough, though? That's the question, as Peanut fighting against Showmaker, and Showmaker just finds his doggo once again. Climbs on top and takes down the Jax. Zeka now with a couple of charges left, but with 2 left remaining on both sides of the rift, it's the dragon that turns the fight.
And Zeka really is the one that starts that one up, crucially. Gets the rebuttal out of aiming, and the rebuttal gone means that Viper can finally hit an ult. Shiu also goes for an ult and completely whiffs it at some point here as we take a look. Actually, the damage done really well here by DK to ensure the Dragon doesn't get in flip territory. That
She missed every button.
Yes, doesn't hit the mark, and then the rebuttal's gone, which means that aiming can ult, or a Viper can ult rather, aiming almost taken down, and then obviously does get blown up. Unfortunate stopwatch as well, given the position, but would have died anyway. But then on the flip side, Lucid and Showmaker do so much damage, and this is the core thing for me, with how much damage this composition has. Just taking down the bot laner isn't enough. Just taking down Shiu isn't enough. Whereas for Humble Life, it does feel like if Viper doesn't get that ulti off, and even if he does, the damage feels lackluster.
It's so much about tipping points as well. Like, if Zeus can just run at the backline and kill them,
oh my god,
that will just happen every fight. But if he cannot, it makes this game so hard for HLE, because then Viper and Zeka need to play this game of, we need to get the rebuttal. We need to make sure that Beryl isn't in range. Does Shiu have the cask available? Because if it's yes to any of those things, as there is the bullet time now. Okay, rebuttal does come on through, throws back a few buttons. It's now Peanut. He jumps on top of the Wukong. Beryl going to be taken down as well, as it's now Peanut's turn to go nuts. Zeus will turn up, but Showmaker just gets himself out. Shiu finds a two-man with the body slam, slows them all down. But the fancy footwork comes on in. He's trying to slow Peanut. This guy is so nimble. It is just nutty. Not quite nimble enough though, and now Showmaker could be the one in trouble. Aiming getting on in there. He's got a few buttons available, but now Showmaker, I think, is just going to be lying on the floor. There it goes, and HLE! They finally strike back, as Aiming is still alive, yes. And now he's hex skating the wrong direction. It's still just going to be Arcano to HLE.
Just as I was about to say, the key thing is the gold isn't that big. It was only a 2k gold lead. DK overplayed our hand, tried to go in on the lights, and Viper is waiting at the ready.
And this, maybe that's what they need to find, is a hidden misfortune, one that they're not actually playing towards. You can see Viper wraps, he wasn't even hidden. He was actually on vision here as Aiming comes over, just not quite in time.
That's what wins this fight. I think, honestly, maybe Aiming has to like flash rebuttal there. I don't know.
He didn't have flash though.
Yeah, I think the core thing was that they just go so deep, and it's to kill Rel. Everyone kind of funnels in. Even here, Showmaker tries to save Shiu, right? And trying to recuperate from a lost play. It worked in the previous one when him and Lucy could do it, but not this time around.
Well, we're coming back in, as this time, Viper is going to be knocked towards the sky. There's the Cyclone. They're both sent home without really getting too much as the charm into the backline, but Aiming goes golden. It's still Beryl. It's going to be taken down. Now Showmaker gets dismounted. Still doing a fair bit of damage now, trying to get back onto Skull, but doesn't manage to do so. As the cask, that's not going to be able to get in the 200 gold he was looking for. And HLE, they only have a couple taking a little bit of a break, as Showmaker and Beryl are dead for quite some time.
Okay, and now they're going to start up Nash, and it looks like DK is just going to give it to them. There are still a good amount of Otacon buffs available. Free, Zeka, Peanut, Zeus, and Hanwha Life. It's the resilience of this team. As we take another look how this situation came to be, I'm not shocked that DK is very happy to just go for this anyway. A Beryl rocket belting towards an Olden Viper is exactly what we'd expect. But crucially, with the buff, Zeka and Peanut can play with no care in the world and not caring about their life. Whereas the same can be said. Showmaker obviously has Silent. I feel like maybe they could have tried to extend that play, but if they don't hit, then obviously it's a disaster. But now it kind of is too. Now the only thing that DK can look forward towards is wait at this Baron buff, trust that your composition still gets the job done, and obviously play for the Hextech Soul. I think that you might just have to let this one go. And as I say that, of course, they are not.
Yeah, we ain't letting it go. DK,
flash.
If they can actually contest this, though, they are buying some Baron time. It is up for the next 2 minutes. But it does mean that it's going to be harder for Zeus to split things like this.
It's also very hard to keep Lucid out of the pit, right? This is a Wukong with Flash.
Yep.
And we'll see if he actually opts to go for this. It looks like, and I think this is the right call. Not going to go. Just clear the waves, push out as far as you can, and don't allow Hanwha to further build the goal lead. Because if Hanwha can find a fight from 3k gold down, that turns it around. You can too. As we've seen this one before.
Yeah, engaging under Delight. Certainly can be a bit of a problem here. There's the flash forward from Lucid. They get on top of Viper, who flashes away, but Showmaker is lying in wait. Still, they manage to take down the AD carry, but Lucid is going to die as well, and into the backline goes the Olaf. changes his mind. He wants to kill Shiu, and he's going to get him. Down he goes. The Mel's already dead, and this is that critical mass that we were waiting for the Viking. They've got Baron. They've got an ace, and it's Game 5 Hanwha Life Esports. They do it every time.
Do not bring this team to 5 games! Do not bring these players to 5 games! Zeus won a finals in 5 games. Zeka won a finals in 5 games.
Viper won a final in 5 games, and this isn't even the final yet. However, it's a 3rd in a row for Hanwha Life Esports, and they'll take it down. This was the team that lost to DK in 3 games in the group stage. We were wondering whether they were going to be that super team that was promised after that. And here in Game 5, they do it again. I honestly thought that DK were so far ahead. Even if the gold remained relatively close, it felt like they had that control. And then Hanwha said no.
Zeka and Barrel, you know, a little tap there. And Atlas, this has got to be the final.
Oh, it has to be.
This has to. We have to get a rematch. I don't make the rules.
Oh man, and who is it? Who's going to pick up POM?
Oh my God!
We're waiting. We're waiting.
I actually have no idea. I need to think about this for a second. Can you?
Yeah, I can buy some time.
A little bit.
So we had some great plays from all of the players on HLE in their victories. I think that Zeus played exceptionally well. I think Viper managing to actually win a game on MF in this series is kind of obscene. His Xayah performance in Game 1 was absolutely phenomenal. Delight is always the right choice if you just want to be like objectively correct. But I mean, I think it's an incredibly difficult choice. Yeah, actually, you know what? Just concede and give it to Dandy.
Yeah. Oh, I don't. We'll see. We'll see who ends up getting it. It's fine. What a series, man. Oh my God. The final game.
I think it was Peanut, actually.
Being the roller. Oh, yeah, it might be.
I think it was Peanut.
I don't know. I think there were too many smites that Lucid did kind of yoink away from him.
But, like, I don't know, his Nidalee game, the fact that he didn't play Zyra all series.
Well, it did get banned in the final one. So I can't.
He was denied his opportunity.
And for Hanwha Life, it's yet again a story of the resilience of this team, of these players, and of this org in recent times. For DK, it's one of heartbreak. It felt like this was their game, and I do think as we take another look, the actual gold never that far off, right?
Yeah.
Like, and I think that as I said, I think that this will be the finals as well, unless Gen G have a massive resurgence. Or Nongshim have the craziest run that I've seen in, well, since 2022. I don't expect it to be any other team, but they just overplayed their hand in Hanwha Life. They don't let you get away with that.
Nope. The fact that they strike, they turn on a dime. Man. As soon as you make any sort of mistake, as soon as Shiu misses some of his buttons, HLE win the series. That's the kind of edge that you're playing on if you want to beat this team.
It's this play right here.
I even think it was the Dragon play before that.
No, because there I think they got the soul point, right? They still got out ahead. But if they lose Otacon, they lose Nash. And then I think from that point on, they don't get to fight anymore.
Tell you what, though, an absolutely incredible series between these two teams. HLE have done it again. Another 5-game banger. And they pick up the victory as this last-ditch effort. They got their target. But this Viking guy just kind of ran at everyone.
It's also the fact that, yes, Viper dies, but he wasn't... Like, we talked about the main point for DK, but you can say the same. For Hanwha Life, everyone else had enough damage as well.
Yep.
I am. Oh, that was a roller coaster of a series, Atlas.
This was an absolutely incredible series. Hats off to DK as well. After what was a pretty abysmal Game 1 performance. I mean, I don't think you can really beat around the bush there. It just felt like they were barely even there.
They were not awake.
All the way up until about the 10-minute mark in Game 2. And then Shiu has that moment. And I think because of that moment, we are gifted 5 games and an incredibly competitive Game 5 with a Kled lock-in from Showmaker. We have to say as well, like, Showmaker must have had everything banned throughout the entire series because he played, what, like, Kled and Victor, which he doesn't really like playing, but that's probably the most normal of the picks.
Pantheon.
And then he played Pantheon, and then he played Twisted Fate. Like, This guy's champion pool is absolutely absurd. He played the Rise as well. And, oh man, just another one for the books. Chronicler as Armor Life Esports. Congratulations. They will be in the final of the LCK Cup. First stand, only one best of 5 away. And I tell you what, as far as practice for best of 5s are concerned, I think that they've done pretty well. Zeus, he's going to be the one that picks up player of the match, and I don't think anyone's upset about that. His Olaf, I mean, the scoreline doesn't look great, but we know exactly what he did in this series. His Aatrox, iconic as usual.
Yeah, I don't even know if that was the right. Maybe it was Zeka, but I think I remember Zeka having
I think it
one
was
rough game.
Peanut for me, but only because I don't even necessarily know. Vibes, I guess. He didn't pick Zyra.
His Maokai was amazing. His Nether was amazing. Maybe it was Peanut. I don't know.
I mean, it's not only you. There's a lot of people that do the voting, and so therefore, I don't think the responsibility lies solely on your shoulders.
This is how much Atlas enjoyed this series. Is he's not even blaming me for any PO.
No, I went too hard on the predictions thing, and you didn't even get it right. So I really shouldn't. I shouldn't blame you too hard. But what a series!
What a day!
Absolutely amazing stuff. And then it's not even done. We've got Nongshim versus Genji coming up tomorrow, which is, some of you might be rolling your eyes thinking that's not going to be as much of a banger. That's Kingen. That's Lehens, right? And this is a Genji that really did look like they struggled, even though it did go to 5 games against Armor Life Esports. It didn't really look like this one, where it was both teams could kind of win. You really kind of felt like HLE had control of the majority of them. Anything could really happen. And I'm looking forward to seeing a Genji that manages to turn around their performance.
You know what?
Because then what happens?
We get DK Genji. Oh, it's been so long.
That's what we're talking about. And that is a guaranteed 5-game banger, and we don't even know what kind of crazy picks. It wasn't even Fearless. And we got Kane jungle out of nowhere. Like,
also, I'm pretty sure that's us again.
Yeah, it's completely nutty. But now it is time, I believe, because we're setting up for it, time for the interview with the player of the match, Zeus. We are taking a little bit of time getting there, setting it up.
I'm looking back. I think we have a little surprise. Look at that.
Ooh, is it? Oh, it's the full team. We get the
whole
full team
gang.
interviews. That's why it's taking a little bit of time to set it up. And then they can have some arguments. You know, maybe Peanut's like, oh man, I really thought that I deserved it this time around. I doubt that that will happen. And I think that they're probably pretty appreciative of just how well Zeus played in this series.
Has been a pretty good addition.
Yeah.
If only we could have seen that one coming. It's a joke. He's really good at the video game. What an amazing series. Game 1 was a bit sleeper. Both DK had not waken up, and then I think they were also, Humble Life was waiting, but the rest.
Yep. But now it is time, ladies and gentlemen, to head towards the interview with the entirety of Humble Life Esports. So take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jason for the post-match interview translation. We are here joined by the entire HANA Life Esports players and also Dandy, the head coach. Congratulations on the win one more time. After an intense 5-game series, you guys managed to secure a win and advance to the finals. HANA Life seems unstoppable. And today, you have been voting for the POM as well. How are you feeling right now, Zeus? So it's like a back-to-back or even more best of 5 with full 5 games, but I think it's very positive experience for me because we get to, go through all of, thick and the thins, and I don't really mind winning the POM, because I think all 5 members kind of gave their all in order to get the win in the end today. Especially in game number 5, your Olaf was the key to HANA Life's win in the end. What did you focus on playing Olaf? So we had some unfortunate events early on in the games, but we were still the grouped up as a team. We knew what to do in order to turn the game around. So we were looking for that one team fight to turn everything around. And you are playing up against Siu on the top lane for D plus Kia, who has mentioned multiple times that you are his idol. How was the top lane matchup? It was very difficult to lane against, actually. He's pretty good. So we're gonna. I have a feeling that we're going to have a lot of matchups up against each other. So let's keep up the good work together.
LCK컵 초대 우승에 이제
Now,
도전하게 됩니다.
you have
결승전
claimed your
과감하게
chance to
보여주십시오.
become the first ever LCK Cup champion. What is your resolution heading into the finals? Well, to be completely honest, when the regular season for the LCK Cup started, I was not expecting ourselves to make it all the way to the finals. But, throughout this kind of run, I'm pretty confident now that we will be able to become the champion. Peanut, what a thrilling series. How do you feel to make it to the LCK Cup finals? I mean, yeah, it feels nice to be able to make it to the LCK Cup finals, but what means more to myself is that we managed to play 15 games total in the playoffs here in the LCK Cup and made it all the way. Hana Life got the revenge on D plus Kia from the group battle. What was the main factor that allowed you guys to get a win this time around? I would say the abundant experience in the best of 5 series, because we have played 2 best of 5s with 5 games already. We were able to be fully ready and locked in for another one. So this is your back-to-back LCK Summer Finals and then LCK Cup Finals. So you always manage to bring your team to the finals. How do you make it happen all the time? I used to be, I used to be so good at it. And recently I'm slowly getting back there. So yeah, I think that does make sense, Then what is your resolution for the LCK Cup Finals? It's been a while since I played at the finals. So with this, amazing experience with all the 5 members on the side of Hana Life Esports, I want to keep keep it going, and I want to make sure that we can also win the finals as well. Zeka, we had some records on the line for Game 5 as well. D plus Kia was undefeated on the blue side, and Zeka, you were on a very long winning streak on game number 5 in a best of 5 series, and now you're on an 8-game win streak when it comes to game number 5. I am very, very glad that I managed to clinch the victory today. I don't think myself is the one that allows a team to win game 5 all the time. I think it's all about the teamwork, so I want to share this credit with everyone else who played with me. How did you kind of concentrate and lock in for game 5? Because you said game number 5 was all about the mental game. Actually, I did not really do a good job when it comes to keeping the mental fortitude, but I think I was getting so much help from my teammates. T1, Genji, D plus Kia were your opponents in the best of 5 formats in the playoffs, and you have played 15 games so far. Very exhausting journey for you, but you always managed to get the win in the end. How is it possible? I think we were able to kind of become better and better because we get to play so many games. I think all the experience kind of built up. What kind of performance can we expect from Hana Life at the finals? No game 5 anymore, please.
빠른 승부를 보는 걸로 한번 기대해 보겠고요. 이어서 바이퍼 선수 한번 만나보겠습니다.
Now moving on to Viper.
T1과 젠지에 이어서 D 플러스
It was a tough journey for Hana Life. T1, Genji, D plus Kia. You guys were facing up against the top dogs in the LCK and keep on winning and winning and winning. How did you make it happen? Everyone is so talented on my team. And we managed to keep our focus until the very last moment. A lot of people focused on the bottom lane matchup as well, which means there was so much burden on your shoulder. Are you happy with your performance today? Today, I think it was just okay. It was alright. Because looking at the games that we dropped, I think I could have played better. As you guys headed on to game 5, a lot of thought process must have happened behind the bottom lane duo champions as well. What were you expecting in that game? I was expecting them to play a non-marksman AD bot lane for sure, so we kind of kept that in mind. Now Hana Life secured a spot in finals. Now your potential opponent will be either Nongshim, Genji, or D plus Kia. Who do you think will make it to the finals? Well, prior to today's match, I have thought anyone can make it to the finals because they all look so strong. But after playing up against Plus Kia, I think they are really, really good. You know, I wish we can have another rematch.
자, 이어서 딜라이트 선수 만나보겠습니다.
Now moving on to Delight.
그룹 배틀 때 디플러스 기아
You already mentioned that after losing to D plus Kia in the group battle, you guys managed to find the right direction of Hana Life's gameplay and then was able to make so much improvement. So what kind of direction was it?
저희 팀이 좀 전체적으로 좀 다양한 시도를 하고
I think our
그에
team
맞게
overall
플레이를 좀 방향성을 잘
wanted
잡아서
to make sure
그게
that
좀
we
좋게
become a little more
작용된 것 같습니다.
proactive. You know, we wanted to make a lot of plays instead of for a lot of plays in order to make a lot of stuff happen on the Rift. And it was you versus Delight. You know, Beryl versus Delight. A very interesting support matchup as well. Do you think the draft went as you wanted? Pretty smoothly, I think. I was expecting this kind of a drafting to happen on the bottom lane. I think everything went as I expected, so it was okay.
그리고 또 서포터가 정말 중요한 메타가
And currently, I think
딜라이트
supports
선수 생각은 어떠신가요?
play a huge role when it comes to the current meta. So what are your thoughts on read on the current kind of game status? For sure, I think as a support, you have to be able to spread your influence and kind of impact all around the map. Then what kind of support play can we expect from you in the finals?
이겨준다고 하는데
I mean, I joke a lot about I'm gonna win this game for you guys. I'm gonna carry for you guys. And in the finals, I will carry my team and bring my team to a victory.
어때요?
Peanut, how do you like that? That's nice. I like that.
든든합니다. 자, 그렇다면 오늘 또 특별히 댄디 감독님과도 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다.
And moving on to
감독님
Dandy,
오늘 풀세트 접전
another
끝에 LCK
5
컵
gamer,
결승 진출을
and
이뤄내셨습니다.
Hana Life is
소감 어떠세요?
advancing to the LCK Cup finals. How are you feeling?
기분 좋고 또
I'm very happy that we won another best of 5 series. All the coaching staff and the players worked so hard for this moment, and I am very glad that we managed to pick up a win in the end.
경기를 많이 치르면서
Third back-to-back
대한 우려가
Game 5
어떠신지 많은 분들이
series for you
궁금해하셨거든요.
guys. A lot of people were worried about Hana Life kind of revealing all of the strategies. What are your thoughts on that?
발전한 부분도 있기 때문에
I mean,
장점과 단점이
I think there are some good and the bads when it comes to playing all 5 games, but we were able to get so much high quality experience, so I think that's a win there over there. I want to say to my teammates that you guys are doing an amazing job. You know, whatever draft I bring to you guys, you managed to execute it at the best level, so I believe you guys can do a great job in the finals as well.
말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
Lastly, before we go, any message over to the Hana Life fans?
팬분들이 되게 큰 함성으로 응원해 주셔서 이긴 것 같아서
When we headed on to Game 5, I could hear a very loud cheer from the fans, so I really appreciate the support, and we will make sure to do our best in the finals as well. Thank you. And that will be the end of the interview from the Hana Life Esports Squad, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ji-sun. As it is Hanwha Life Esports, the reigning LCK Cup champs that move straight to the grand finals with their victory over D plus Kia. Digon here alongside Ox and Wadid. Oxy, what's up, man?
It just feels crazy every single time. It's like down to the wire, down in Game 5. It feels like such a struggle, and then they come out of it, and it's all easy breezy. You know, we had it in the bag. Like 3 series in a row against 3 really good teams. And they just clutch it. Like that's the only way to describe it. They clutch it every single time.
And even in this one, they were behind.
Yeah, that was a very losable game. Honestly, it looked like a pretty lost game. There was some great Greg assaults. MF wasn't doing anything, and then they just clutch it.
We did.
Man, I have no words to say. Because I cursed again. I mean,
the Wadid curse is real.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't predict anymore. So it's like
No. We need you to predict. I'm just gonna wait a little bit longer before I put my predictions in.
I see.
Just let me know what you're predicting. I won't.
Okay.
You know.
Okay. I mean, I just need to say sorry to DK because I literally cursed them once again. But anyways, I think HLE once again with Ari with the comfort pick on the mid lane. I feel like they were picking up some great moments that actually matters more than Gragas ulti. So I feel like HLE, I mean, they're just so strong in Game 5.
Yeah.
I think as well when you look at, we talked about some of the mid laners that are really powerful in the meta at the moment, like Yone, Azir. but also the fact like later in series, a lot of AD carries get thinned out. This Olaf pick really stands out. When like a lot of the DPS is gone for some of these compositions, they just can't cut through them.
Makes a lot of sense, which is why Zeus ended up winning the player of the match. As we take a look at the POM results, we felt like the votes would be all over the place, and everyone got one except poor Viper, who did not get to play that last game until one fateful ult. It just felt like there's a cask waiting
if
for him.
If the Q flash and Ezreal hit, maybe it's a different story.
Yes, maybe. Don't bring that up. Don't bring that up. The Q flash. We don't remember. I don't even remember. Here's some of the comments that we had here.
How does this guy do it? Just every game 5, I feel like it's the high pressure situation where you really test a player, and Zeka's like, okay, time to win. It's easy.
Yeah. I mean, I really wanted to point out the Zeka as well because, I mean, the opponent is having fun, but he's like, I'm a league machine. I don't care about the Zoe. I play top champions only. Okay, you can have fun, but I take the win. That's how it works.
Yeah, all right. Well, the league machine did not stop there as Hanwha Life Esports take the victory. Chronicler,
what is this comment,
This
by
comment
the way?
is in the group chat. We were like, Cronny,
What is that?
Cronny, we need your comment. He goes,
what?
I got nothing left in the tank. Zeus, good player.
No
That's it.
way.
That's what he wrote.
It is true. It is a true statement. So,
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at some of the Korean compatriots, what they had written. Game 5 of Zeka, hoping the finals to be full. So, yeah, like that one there.
Yeah.
From Helios.
Game 5 mention.
What
It's
else?
also the fact it's fearless game 5 as well, so it's added pressure.
Eight game 5 victories in a row here for Zeka. Mom, I made it to medical school. That's Zeus from Coco.
I think it's better without context.
Yeah, I don't want to know. We have one more. Yeah, there are a lot of geniuses, but there is only one top. That is Cloud Templar of Zeus. The poet is back. I love it when Cloud Templar just cooks like that.
Yeah.
Final thoughts here before we toss. We're going to have Zeus joining us here in just a little bit. Oh, one more. Sorry, Prince, I didn't mean to leave you out. I will be the devil, Olaf, rather than a god for today. Golly! Okay, Prince! These are good!
It's taking a lot of work nowadays, right?
And then we have Maus, Zeus good player.
James, good player. Oh my god, such a shame.
Let the English side down, honestly. I feel like global side struggled a little bit in some of these ones.
Yeah, all right, final thoughts before we invite Zeus here after a short break?
I mean, we're going to have DK versus Genji, and one of the team will get eliminated, right? So I feel like it's going to be a banger matchup.
Still have Nongshim Genji.
Oh yeah, that is true.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
could
sorry,
be.
I'm sorry
All
about
right.
it.
Well, we have
I'm gonna
Zeus
curse
standing by after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
I'm gonna curse
An interview
again.
with Ji-sun translating with Zeus in just a little bit. All right, everyone at home. It is our pleasure to welcome on the space. It's Zeus joining us here alongside with Ji-sun for the translations. Zeus 선수, 반갑습니다.
안녕하세요.
Yeah. All right. So let's get to it. Our first question here that we have, the English-speaking viewers would like to know, how have you been settling in with your new organization and teammates, and do you have any funny stories for us with them?
가장 먼저 이제 영어권 팬분들이 많이 궁금해하시는 내용인데요. 새로운 팀 그리고 새로운 팀원들과 어떻게 잘 적응하시면서 지내고 계신지 재밌는 에피소드가 있었을까요?
일단 사실 처음에는 저희가 게임 내쪽이나 외쪽으로나 제가 좀 적응하는데 좀 시간이 걸릴 것 같다고 생각했는데 좀 제 생각보다는 좀 일찍 적응을 잘한 것 같고 그리고 또 사실 강팀을 만났을 때 좀 힘들 수 있겠다고 생각했는데 좀 강팀들 다 이겨가지고 되게 잘 된 것 같고 생각보다 재밌는 에피소드는 그냥 아직은 잘 생각 안 나는 것 같아요.
누가 제일 적응 잘하게 잘 챙겨줬나요?
일단 건우 형이 좀 맛있는 걸 많이 사줘가지고 네, 맛있는 걸로 좀 플러팅. 네.
플러팅.
Flirting. So yeah, at first I thought in game-wise it would take a bit of a while for me to get used to the new teammates, also kind of get started. But I think I was able to kind of get warmed up pretty earlier than expected. So that's a win there. Also, I was expecting our team to struggle a little more when it comes to a matchup up against the stronger teams in the LCK. But we managed to beat all of the top teams in the LCK so far. So I think we were able to make a great kind of progress together. So I also asked him who was the nicest person on your team to help you adjust so well and like gel in so well. He said Zika. He was flirting with, by the way, buying so much good food.
He's the
Taking out for food, flirting to become the best friend.
Yeah, that's awesome. Zeka being the best friend. All right. Next we had, as a pro player, how hard has Fearless draft been so far for you to adjust for?
선수로서 피어리스 드래프트에 적응하는 거는 또 어땠는지 궁금합니다.
일단 그냥 머릿속으로 생각만 했을 때는 제가 선수로서 좀 자신이 있었습니다. 그냥 하면은 괜찮을 것 같은데 생각했었는데 막상 해보니까 챔피언 확실히 압박을 많이 받는 것 같아서 되게 흥미로운 것 같아요. 재밌고. 네.
At first, when I just thought about it, I thought it was gonna be okay. I thought I could do it. You just get to play a new champion. But when I actually, got into the fearless draft mode, it was a lot of pressure. So I think it's a very interesting change.
May I ask, which one do you like better?
어떤 게 좀 더 좋으세요? 기존대로 아니면 피어리스?
저는 개인적으로 피어리스가 더 재밌고 좋은 것 같아요.
Fearless because it's a lot more fun.
All right. Now, earlier in the season, like you said, it felt like the team was figuring out its identity. Was there a moment where you can remember it clicked for you guys, and what was that moment?
말씀해 주신 것처럼 시즌 초에는 좀 적응하는 시간이 필요했던 것 같기도 하고 좀 방향성을 찾아가고 있었다고 했는데 어느 순간 딱 모든 게 잘 들어맞았다. 우리 이제 잘 굴러간다라는 느낌이 들었나요?
일단 그 다전제 첫 판인 T1전 상대로 승리를 거두고 나서 좀 되게 선수들 다 좀 더 팀업도 잘 맞고 잘 올라온 것 같다 느꼈던 것 같아요.
After winning a very important best of 5 series up against T1, ever since that victory, I think our teamwork has leveled up so much.
For today, there were many votes for player of the match. Who would you have voted, and what would your comment be?
오늘 POM 투표가 좀 많이 갈렸어요. 만약에 제우스 선수가 투표를 할 수 있었다면 어느 선수에게 투표를 했을 것인지 그리고 나의 한 줄 코멘트는 무엇이었을까요?
일단은 개인적으로 저는 탑라이너 입장에서 생각해 보면 사실 제가 모든 걸 다 본 상태는 아니기 때문에 왕호 선수가 아무래도 왕호 형이 좀 묵묵하게 좀 자기 할 역할을 힘든 상황에서 잘해주지 않았나 싶어서 왕호 형 뽑고 한 줄 코멘트는 건실한 청년 하겠습니다.
So shout out to Peanut. Well, as a top laner, I can only speak as a top laner. So I didn't really watch the game whole outside of being a top laner in game. So I can only speak for myself, but I think Peanut did a wonderful job keeping the mental fortitude. Even though he was in some rough spot throughout the game, he managed to make a comeback and do a lot of work for the team. So shout out to Peanut. And my one-liner would be a very hardworking, gentleman.
That's good. Peanut, the hardworking man. D+, you're now the first team heading on over to the LCK Cup. So, I'm sorry, Hanwha Life Esports is the first team heading on over to the LCK Cup. And you said you didn't expect this earlier. So now that you're here, what do you expect?
이제 처음으로 결승 자리를 꿰찼습니다. 사실은 아까 무대 인터뷰에서 시즌 초에는 우리가 결승까지 갈지는 몰랐다라고 하셨는데 이제 결승에 진출하신 만큼 하나생명이 어디까지 거의 우승까지 할 수 있을 것 같으신지 각오가 어떠신가요?
일단 인터뷰에서도 말했듯이 사실 저희가 전력이 아직은 그렇게 많이 안 올라왔다고 생각을 했는데 하다 보니까 좀 생각보다 우리 좀 강하네 이런 생각이 들어서 사실 저희가 여기까지 쉽게만 올라온 게 아니라서 장담할 수는 없겠지만 그래도 저희가 좀 끈질기게 할 수 있을 것 같아서 네 좋습니다. 네.
Well, yeah, exactly like I mentioned earlier in the stage interview, we were not expecting this much of a success in the early on the season, but because we thought that we were not at our full potential, but by playing so many games, we kind of acknowledged we're pretty strong, we're pretty good. So I think we will be able to have a great chance, but still we didn't really make it to the finals very easily. We were going a lot of 5 gamers, so I can't really promise or be really confident, but we're going to be very, very strong for sure.
I like that. We have the hardworking man from Peanut, and we have the humble man here in Zeus.
확실한 청년과 겸손한 청년이 한 팀에 있어서 잘 될 것 같다고 하시네요.
And then finally, you have so many fans around the world, especially in the English-speaking world. Could you say any English-speaking words to our English-speaking fans?
정말 전 세계적으로 또 이제 LCK 글로벌 팬분들이 제우스 선수의 정말 엄청난 팬입니다. 혹시 팬분들께 영어로 간단하게 마무리 인사 보내주실 수 있을까요?
Fighting.
See you at finals.
Yeah! 감사합니다, Zeus. Thank you so much, Ji-sun. As it was a pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so with that, it is Hanwha Life Esports, all 5 games getting it done with the victory over D plus Kia, and they will be moving to the finals of the LCK Cup, the grand finals of the LCK Cup. 1 win away from being the international team representing LCK at first stand. Huge, huge stuff here. And, as we welcome back our analysts, Ox and Wadid, what are some takeaways from this series?
Never go to Game 5 against HLE.
And
win
never
in 4.
trust what it.
Never trust what it, and if you're against HLE, you win in 4 or you're going home. There's no other option.
Wadid?
At the beginning, actually, Atlas said, if it goes Game 5, it's going to be a free win for HLE, because I predicted DK, but it actually happened. So I'm so scared to predict some team, because actually, like 5 minutes ago, I cursed another team. So
who'd you have for tomorrow's match?
I literally said we're gonna have Genji versus DK, so I would.
Congratulations to Nongshim.
I do gotta say though, being a 3-2 predictor myself, man, is this what Chronicler feels like all the time? Like, this feels pretty great. It's time. I feel like I could do it. I'm gonna catch the bus right on time. You know what? I'm gonna win my shoe lottery when I buy my shoes and I gotta get in line. Like,
Egon, I don't want to stop you, but
it's so great.
You shouldn't bring up Chronicler because I know he's crashing out right now. Okay, he takes this stuff very seriously. He cares a lot about his predictions.
Yeah.
He's not taking it well.
He didn't even have time to write in a message.
He was lost. He was lost. His head was in his hands. He was crushed, devastated.
All right.
Also a big D+ fan, so he's feeling this.
Yeah, you're correct. Well, with that victory and this match done, let's take a look at the playoff bracket one more time, as it is the victory here for Hanwha Life Esports. They make it to the grand finals. That means D plus Kia is waiting the winner of our next match. I just can't believe it. Nongshim, who is still here and still standing, has the opportunity up against Genji, the 2nd seed here in the LCK Cup.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the predictions are going to be more Genji favored in this one. But
that's a good prediction.
But I think Nongshim, they've shown some potential. Yes, they did lose against D+, but I think this is, if you told me this matchup last year, very one-sided. But I think it's closer than people might think.
Yeah, and also you can never know what is gonna happen in Philly's draft. We already saw today, like so many games are kind of random as well. Like whenever they lose against the HLE, like for example DK side, we saw them like picking like Nocturne, Shen, those kind of combo. It looked great, but it didn't work out really well. So I feel like it's one of the game that we can see from Nongshim side that maybe some crazy ideas bring in to win against Genji, because it feels like you have to bring some good ideas to break down those dynasties.
Yeah, also we did predict Genji, so...
Oh yeah, that is true.
It's pretty over for them.
I really want Genji to be the first one who breaks the curse.
Well, good luck.
Yeah,
they
good
can.
luck with that. I mean,
they can.
Hey, look, Genji overflowing with talent, but Nongshim have the Hyung and a little bit of revenge. We'll see if that one is going to work out tomorrow. Nongshim versus Genji, but again, tonight it was Hanwha Life Esports in 5 games over D plus Kia. Thank you so much for watching. Make sure to tune in tomorrow for more LCK Cup action. See you later.